Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought it, still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Hannah kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. Benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, pick it, just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, pick it, just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death.
Disrespectful,
That's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties back just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your duties back just like home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy's foul with disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
This our soil, on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodies back and just like home.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your goodies back and just like home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that vibe. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our flames are power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, and now we're here reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Show in the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving arms where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't. Go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi.
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krummer. We're joined with the other host, Lady Che, which is like in and out of sleep. And we should be joined here shortly with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey. Hopefully his laptop didn't conk out on him. And we are joined with our Asian ally, Michael.
Hey, Jesse. I'm back.
Round two. And here comes Shabaka. Right on time. Greetings, Shabaka.
Greetings, Shabaka.
Shabaka, can you hear us? Shabaka.
Anybody?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Shabaka. We hear the TV. Shabaka. Shabaka, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear the TV in the background.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Put it on here. Shit.
Okay. And on this, on the season 6, episode 34, Trey 4, Part 3, Part Trey, continuation of the Frontline Black News. We'll be discussing several topics that we didn't get to in Part 3. And those topics are as follows. Give me 1 second. I'll pull this up. Joyless Reid is trying to sound like us all of a sudden. Joyless Reid is now advocating for the couch. All of a sudden, we all know where she got that from. The new black. Then we got former Mississippi judge exposes Nolan Wells case, calls out who should be arrested. Teens arrested in drowning death of Black high school swimmer. Nolan Wells isn't the only drowning victim. Yeah, Cheddars. Yeah, a bunch of damn raccoons. Yeah. Remember, we were Russian bots and agents and all of that, Matt. And then Nolan Wells isn't the only drowning victim.
Yeah, I know that was a joke.
Pete Proud Boy punk does this to Black women, or to a Black woman. Jake Lane gets embarrassed by Austin off strip. Boycotts are good, but normal is better. The wealth transfer is causing Asian businesses to close. We must replace them with our businesses. FBA boycott is growing as African content creators get added. Asian immigrant businesses are missing due to closure. Angry Jamaican.
Oh, that's great news.
Right. Angry Jamaican refers to Black Americans as uncultured and broke. The tetherosity.
Man, fuck him, man. The tetherosity is right. Fuck that motherfucker.
It's a she, I believe, but yeah, the hell with her. Then biggest biopic ever, the Michael Jackson film, has surpassed $1 billion at the box office. Then Mamdani thought frozen rents worked until they hit $6,000 per month. Then I got something else with Mamdani.
$6,000 a month?
Yeah, Shabak, it's ridiculous. Then the Dump administration drops attempt to freeze $10 billion for social services in Democrat-led states. And the most impossible rise of a city ever, Denver, Colorado, Shabaka.
Yeah. Hey, Jesse, what's that 6,000 a month? Is that the rent freeze or?
That's a result of the rent freeze.
A rent freeze is $6,000 a month.
That people are paying out of pocket, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we got 20 crazy Denver facts. Even us locals don't know. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are a part of the new Black media and also the signal boosters of the new Black media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one, which started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we just had, is based off the 50th anniversary of the original founding and original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started back in 2016, and we have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please make sure y'all join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, their backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that. Just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again, we have backup. This is all in the description. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for both Denver and Aurora, and the local community events. Like this past weekend, me and Lady Che were at the Black Arts Festival, which is a 3-day festival that we've been celebrating here in Denver for 40 years. And the Sunday Morning Food Bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years. All of that is streamed on that platform. And then we got Lady Che's backup channel, Seduction Doll 5991. Make sure y'all sub up to that so she can start going live on that YouTube channel. She's 4 away from that. So let's help make that a reality tonight. Get her to 50 subscribers on that channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. She's sitting at 87 subscribers right now. Let's get her to 90. And she should be dropping an RBA tomorrow. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. Then we got Shabaka's backup or main channel, YouTube channel, Janet 1. Make sure y'all sub to Shabaka's YouTube channel. He needs 6 more subscribers. And then he can start going live on YouTube again. Then we got our cousin, our Lokester out the bay.
Come on, 6.
Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Link to his channel is in the description. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High. Came up with the FBA culture reports, and he used to do the intro track for the Frontline Black News. Dope MC / rap artist out of Denver, Colorado. Make sure y'all check him out, Kukizi 5100. Then we got our brother Breeze, my brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, but is now in Leesburg, Virginia. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Breeze Omega on YouTube. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who's originally from Watts, California, the Jordan Downs, and is now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well, Church of Black Power on YouTube. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. And then we got Black Alpha Network, who was just live, Afro Elite, our brother Out the Shy, our sister ZZ, Rance, our brother Jay Dizzle, out the PMW, with Liberated Minded Media and Necker Cat. Make sure y'all sub to him as well. Our sister Vicky Dillard, who outside of ourselves is the only new Black media content creator out here in Colorado. And anybody else that's a part of the new Black media, Lisa Cabrera, Great Black Shark. I'll be naming people all night, but that's just like some honorable mentions right there. And last but certainly not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which you can see from on the screen, which is on the screen. I just played the ad for, which is a modern-day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to the Rolodex is in the description. The link to submit your business to the Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the newly formed FBA threat database is also in the description. Then we got the Reparations Freedmen Party merch, Freedmen Reparations Party merch. Shout out to Church for putting that together. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. That change.org petition link is also in the description. Make sure y'all sign it if you haven't already. And then we got Michael's not GoFundMe, but Move On petition. Congresswoman Nikema Williams to force her to introduce, and she's out of Georgia, by the way, to introduce and fully fund the Anti-Black Hate Crimes Act now. And the link to that is also in the description. Then we got our sister Brooke out of New York, Brooklyn to be exact. Where Brooklyn at? Shout out to BK, my grandparents' hometown. And the link to Sister Brooke's channel is in the description, her backup channel, and the link to the Even Melanin, which is her own personal products that she sells, is in the description. Then we got the RDAS Act, the Reparations for Descendants of American Slaves Act, the change.org petition is the link to that is also in the description. Then we got Lady Chase, GoFundMe, donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet all over that racist white supremacist Chet the Bussy, Chet the Builder, Dalton Etherly. And the link to that GoFundMe is in the description. Make sure y'all donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got Stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that together. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background. I know it's kind of dark, but you can see from the background that I'm a candidate on the ballot for Colorado House State House of Representatives for House District 8. And the link to my website is in the description. And up until recently, that has been a historically Black district. and I want to keep it that way. And we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think, that you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, and that's economics. Okay, Shabak is back. That is economics, that's education, that's entertainment, that's labor, that is law, that's politics, that's religion, that's sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. The only racism that exists on this planet, in this realm, and in this time is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, warrior scholar, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 3 months ago. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, welcome back, Shabaka. I'm going to put the link in the chat so you can share it out.
Okay. Oh, okay. All righty. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay.
I said I'm going to put the link in the chat. I haven't done it yet. I'm about to do it now.
Oh, you're going. Oh, okay. 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 All right.
And so what are your thoughts on Joyless Reid? To hell with her. She can eat shit and die for all I care.
The hell with her, man. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the hell with her. I'm starting to put her in the Tim Scott category.
Yeah, on the Democrat side.
Yep. Yeah, Joyless Reid, unfortunately, it's a little too late to apologize. The only thing she can do right now, if she really, really cares about FBAs, is advocate for limited space, cash paying reparations, and definitely she definitely cannot use Haiti as a way to sidetrack FBA's lineage claims.
Right.
Yeah, so with her, with Joyless Reid, I would be cautious, but it's a start, but she can't be embraced fully yet.
Right. All right. So, okay, Shabaka's back. I keep kicking Shabaka out. Welcome back, Shabaka. Shabaka, can you hear us? Shabaka.
Okay. Now we got a dead carrier out here. Okay.
Can you hear me, Shabaka? Yes. Can you hear me, Shabaka?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we were suggested to come back in. They've been playing
Shabaka,
some
I'm right
games
here
with us today.
Shabaka.
And it's 94 degrees out here in this desert.
Shabaka.
We've had higher temperatures and still got our podcast out. So we're waiting for Jesse to come back on in.
Shabaka, I'm still here.
And the B1 Black Rolodex, is for Black businesses throughout the nation. There's Jesse.
Shabaka, I'm still here. You might have to go out and come back in because you can't hear me.
No, I hear you loud and clear now.
Oh, okay. All right, what are your thoughts on Joyless Reid?
In other words, that's that. Man, to hell with Joyless Reid, man. I'm starting to put her ass off in the same category, man, with the rest of these incompetent
we got Matt
individuals.
285 in the building.
Hey, Mac 285, how you be? How you be? Your greetings there to the San Francisco Bay Area. Also, too, we
Yes,
got
that is a
Mr.
beautiful thing,
Fuentes.
Cardenas. Shout out to the new Black media. He said it makes me proud to know there are so many Black media channels out here.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. So, therefore, we pretty much in the Black community, for all practical purposes, man, pretty much have our, as you say, Brother Che, the new Black media.
Yep.
Yeah, you say, and I'm gonna continue to crumb bum on these no good bastards out here, these tethers, these house
Yeah.
Negroes,
Yeah.
the Nabiscos, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Is because
Don't forget
they,
the
I mean, man,
OTBs. Don't forget the OTBs. Don't forget the
and the
racist
OT,
Latinos and the racist
oh yeah,
Asians
them too, yeah,
and the
yeah, them
$5
too.
pretendians.
Yeah, all that, man, because everybody wants our motherfucking rhythm, but don't nobody want our blues.
Right.
Yep.
Exactly.
And yeah, you see, and it can't work like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Introducing the B1
Right. Especially in the comment when I mentioned that when they are crying about FBAs becoming independent and free from them, Asian Hispanics are shedding tears and regretting or showing regretting.
We all are participating in.
Sorry, finish your thought, Michael, and
Oh
then I'm
yeah.
gonna move to the
Oh
first
yeah.
topic.
Regretting for treating them terrible. This is a learning lesson for Asian Hispanics because FBAs have always treated them with respect and dignity, with open arms. So I say to FBAs, congratulations and keep up the good work for limits-based Caspian reparations.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right, so Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on Joyless Reid all of a sudden advocating for the couch,
Mm-hmm.
and we all know where she got that from.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I'm sharing a link here, the YouTube link out in the process, to see how my
Yeah, because they
computer's
shadow
running.
banning us, so make sure
Okay,
y'all
let's
share
see.
this broadcast out because they definitely shadow banning us today. They were shadow banning us on Shabaka's
Oh,
Black
yeah,
Experience.
without a doubt.
And supporting Black-owned businesses,
and it's
media,
on purpose.
etc. I hope you are here. We're needing 1% of you on this audience to participate in the wealth transfer and join us on the African Diaspora News Channel app. It's $9.99 a month. Like I said, with the update, we are about 90%. Now anybody who's new say why he's ringing the school bell, because we have class over here. We have class, and that's what we're doing. We're here to learn. We're not here just to have fun, but we're here to learn. Okay. I may say some things that you may love, and I may say some things you hate, or in between. That's okay. I'm gonna give you a life lesson. Nobody gonna agree with you 100%. Don't even worry about it. When I shut this live stream off, I'm not thinking about nobody that disagree with me. I promise you I'm not. So don't think about them in your life. All right, that's life lesson. Now let's get to history lesson. Miss Joy Reid. First time we ever seen Joy Reid was on MSNBC. I'm not saying that she wasn't doing things before that. That's the first time I ever known of her. Joy Reid, she had a show for a very long time on MSNBC. At the time, it's called MS Now. She started off with AM Joy, where she was doing her show on the weekends, and then eventually she moved to her primetime show, the Joy Reid show that she had, the Reid Out. Okay, it was called the Reid Out, and she had a primetime show on the network. Joy Reid was let go from her job, maybe was it a year ago or something like that. I know it wasn't too long after Kamala Harris lost the election. I think maybe about 3 months after that, she lost her job. They claim it was ratings and things like that. Her ratings were down about 3 months. I mean, I think that was kind of brutal. 3 months. I mean, shoot, you gave it a little longer. But anyway, so Joy has been doing her own platform, and she's been saying some interesting things. But so I want to start off tonight. The first video was when she was with another lady. I think, was it? I've got that lady's name. You'll see it on the screen. And I want to point out how Joy Reid was reporting on us, right? The grassroots, FBAs. I want to start there first. And then we're going to get to another video after that of her talking points slowly changing after she's been let go and then the current video. So
That's
let's go ahead and start off with the first video of Joy. And shout out to Joy Reid.
Data point says that over 90% of Black women will vote for Democrats. And so now we have a whole campaign getting several campaigns, by the way. We have identified at least 5 existing campaigns that are focused on getting Black people to do only one thing, not vote for the Democrats.
And can you name one of those 5 campaigns? I mean, we put up from the report that you're saying that there's a conversation about reparations that has to do with it. There's a criminal justice conversation. Yes. There's an immigration. Go on.
Mm-hmm. Reparations, immigration, reparations, immigration, and anything that has to do with the criminal justice system. So the reason that the targeting of Kamala around being a cop is important is because anything that hinges on criminal justice becomes a divisive issue and is being used as a weapon right now. Are there real issues? Absolutely. I want to make sure that people don't dismiss the fact that there are some real issues that we're talking about. I think you had Cory Booker on here talking about police brutality. These are key, important issues to our community. We
ain't gonna do shit about it.
In the previous election in 2016, Black Lives Matter was targeted because of their campaign that was focused on police brutality. Right. It's still existing. It's still happening right now. It's just that we're not seeing a way to handle this and do a counter narrative.
Very quickly, we're out of time, but how can people tell the difference between the real, genuine thing of Black Lives Matter and the ones that are just designed to make you not vote? How do you even tell?
So you can tell right away by the language that they use most of the time. But if you see anyone who says basically tangibles or you're not getting our vote without us getting something back, you should start to pause and take a better look at what they're saying. Better look at those accounts and seeing what they're saying.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now this was on national television saying that if you want something or you're not going to vote unless you get something, yeah, that's somebody you got to watch. That was not the real people, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, fine. So we wanted to start off with that point right there. And see, the thing is, Joy, when you step into this arena, see, the receipts are very long here. They're very, very long. See, you don't have the mainstream media covering for you, and even they couldn't cover for none of y'all no more because the receipts are just too long. Now, let's fast forward. Joy Reid was on Native Land Pod, right? Now, you remember they were saying about reparations and all of that, and we covered this the last time with Joy, okay? We want to just watch how Joy language has been changing ever since she got by herself. And so let's go ahead and play that from Native Land Pod not too long ago. I think maybe about maybe a month or two ago. Joy Reid said this. Watch this.
We asked about HR 40 or reparations even for a study. They don't want to touch that. What you got, sis?
Apparently, reparations are something that MAGA is in favor of. And now that we know, I think that it's really important for us to act on the information that we have received. Now that we know that a president without going back to Congress, because who knew?
Hey,
there's a fund that Congress has pre-appropriated.
What it do, family? What it do? Can y'all hear me?
Staffer that sits there
can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Loud
that
and
the
clear.
Government needs to make, so they don't have to keep going back to Congress every time. Donald Trump has now tasked his Justice Department to dip into that settlement fund to the tune of, and you gave me this information.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, isn't it funny how times have changed so fast? We went from where she was saying we were all bots and don't trust these new niggas over there. Everybody sounding like the grassroots all of a sudden, boy. And Tariq said that shit was gonna happen.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
The hypocrisy is real.
Yes, sir.
I don't know, man. Ain't nothing to be sorry about, brother. The hypocrisy is real. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, these clowns is calling us a bunch of Russian bots and disinformation agents
kind of
back in 2020, 2021, and 2019.
Yeah.
All the way until 2024. Oh, y'all a bunch of disinformation. Y'all spreading disinformation.
Yeah.
Now, you should vote for the couch.
Yeah. They see the couch as a valuable.
Is a hypocrite, man.
Yeah, they see the couch now as valuable. When we said that from the jump, the couch
Right.
is a valuable place. Everybody was saying
Right.
that's wrong.
You just giving it to the Republicans.
You know, I have to be over there fighting with Pinky when Pinky say, because Pinky go in on us about us choosing the couch.
Yeah.
Now everybody like, the couch is valuable now all of a sudden. We've been saying that. That's a choice. To not fucking let your vote just voting for any fucking body that doesn't offer you anything in
Right.
return.
Right.
That part.
But they
That
said if
part
we
right
wanted
there.
something in return, that we was Russian bots and disinformation agents.
Oh yeah, and all the kind of shit they said me all rob, all Shabaka use a black racist. And I say, okay, motherfucker, if I'm a black racist, tell me what police departments I control. Tell me what stock markets I control. Tell me what major retail supermarkets that I control and what major banks that I control. And when your brain dead ass can't answer not neither one of them questions, man, then shut the fuck up, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, and then
How can we
then
be
they
racist
freeze and they have
and
nothing
when
to
we're in no
answer.
position? Yeah. But see, we're in no position to be racist. You know, just because we say we dissatisfied and don't dig you goddamn Nabiscos, man, that ain't racism. Them is facts.
Facts, right.
Right.
And speaking about it too, right? And I want to add as well that a racist is someone who chases the victims, right? And
Right.
I know it sounds a little crazy what I said,
You
right?
want
When I mean
military,
racist, meaning the white supremacists
we
are more
don't
likely.
put on military.
Well, see, that's
That was
my
a whole
point,
man.
Mac 285.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, that there was my point right there, Mac 285. You see?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yep.
know,
And
we
on
don't
the
control
right.
no military, man. We don't control no means of production and distribution of goods and services. We damn sure don't control no banking system. We damn sure don't control no fucking stock markets. So we are not in no position economically, socially, politically to implement any type of racism.
Right. And
And
then
you also
right.
see the shit that I get on my like page from these Nabisco cowboys talking shit. You know, I'd have come to Las Vegas and kick your ass, Shabaka. Motherfucker, you ain't gonna come out here and do shit. And you better have your life insurance in order too.
We have people come on this platform and say that shit.
Yeah.
They didn't come on the panel and say it, but
Yeah.
they
Also want to add. Yeah.
They come on
Say it in
the
the chat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't
you know what I'm
control
saying,
all
Breeze?
non-levels of activities. They control all the non-levels of activity that people have to move about in life, and it's them that you have to come across. It's them and their cohorts.
Yep.
Right.
And also I want to add too is it's just not only the white supremacists who cause the problems and perpetuate, it's also other groups of people who maintain it, like the immigrants. So in other words,
yeah, exactly.
when right. And this is just before the boycott. When FBAs have dined at immigrant businesses in the past, it's always FBAs dealing with racist immigrant owners when FBAs dine there. Other than that, most immigrants leave FBAs alone until FBAs enter immigrant businesses, which I've noticed from observation.
Yeah, I've been hearing this weird thing about people boycotting black people. Ain't that what y'all already been doing? You don't come into black businesses. I don't go on black businesses and see a bunch of Nabiscos unless maybe
and
it's
they
some
come to our
barbecue.
festivals and they won't patronize our festivals. So why the hell are you there?
Right.
Exactly, with a damn rainbow shirt on. With a damn rainbow shirt on.
Yeah, that part, and pink panties and lavender shoes and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know,
motherfuckers be having a 5 o'clock shadow worse than me, man, wearing pink shoes, a damn dress and shit. I mean, man, this is fucked up in California.
Because you know, like I said, those like Brad's, Becky's, you know, they can't stay away from FBA's barbecue events because they know that you guys make the best barbecue and season the food.
You know,
very
we
well.
make the best everything. We actually season our food.
Right. And then unfortunately, the Brad's, Becky's end up calling the cops.
And rinse the food,
We make their food better than them. We can do their food better than them.
Exactly. That's why I say just go to some of these white barbecues. Ain't no seasoning on the ribs. Ain't no seasoning on the damn chicken. It's just been, they like, yeah, I like that flavor of the smoke. Nigga, you can't taste no smoke. You just taste the dry piece of chicken, nigga. What the hell is you talking about?
Oh, and by the way, you know how we got processed? You know how we got processed food in America? Because after LaToya left domestic work, Brad's like, hey, Becky, can you take over the kitchen? And Becky's like, no, Brad, I'm not gonna cook for you. And Brad gets so upset and bangs the table hard. And what's Becky's solution? I'm gonna make processed food.
Yeah. He come out with with Mighty Man or whatever the hell that shit is, where they was putting it in the goddamn microwave TV dinners. That's what they came out with. Yeah, that's what white women brought into the world. TV goddamn dinner.
That was after World War II.
Yeah, after World War II, all that shit came and
it was.
And then they said, well, let's get the Weber grill out there too. So the white man could throw one steak on the goddamn burnt up coals and burn his damn steak, and he's sitting up in there thinking he's living life. Like, nigga.
Right.
Come on.
All right, let's get back to Joyless Reid with her cheddar ass.
Go ahead, family.
Yeah.
$1,776 in order to give reparations to the insurrectionists. Well, now that we know, sis, the next time there's a Democratic president, I don't want to hear anything about them not being able to do reparations. I don't want to hear it anymore. Okay, so now that we understand the uses of power, we get to apply to that too. So the next time there's a Democratic president, we don't want to have a commission. We don't want to have Congress do a study. We don't want anyone to do a study. You are going to start issuing reparations to the descendants of African, formerly enslaved African people, to the Tulsa survivors' families, to the families of the survivors of every massacre that has taken place with the government of the United States either standing aside or participating. Because now we know that we can do reparations. So guess what, Papi and Mommy Chulo? The Black people are going to be coming up
on
to
that
the
case
table
there
to get
too, lady.
reparations.
Then they owe me 2 goddamn checks already because I lived through 1992 in Los Angeles and the Watts ride.
Watching all what we're saying and literally repeating word for word, verbatim, our messaging, which is we don't want to hear nothing about no study, no HR 40. We don't want to hear nothing about no commission. Did you talk to your congressman? Did you have a town hall? Did you go to the Congressional Black Caucus event in Washington, D.C. and ask them? Did you speak to the NAACP? Did you have a sit-in with the Urban League? No, They
them days are over there. Remember when we was crumb bumming on old Sambo? Them damn Democratic shills was coming out the woodwork talking about, did you write them? Did you write about them? Bitch, I worked on both of his campaigns. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Did I write him?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why they sitting around right now. Now, you got to go talk to your local congressman. Now all of a sudden we don't gotta go through all these chutes and ladders and shit. Now all of a sudden it's obstacle free. Now it's all of a sudden if we get a Democrat president, I don't want to hear we can't do reparations. Bitch, you're not even entitled to reparations. But anyhow. Yeah, we've been saying that. We've been saying this the entire time. Like, hey, nigga, you don't tell me when I watched Trump, and we watched Obama with his executive orders. So miss me with the bullshit that you can't do nothing. There hadn't been any political will to do anything.
Exactly. Yeah, political will, especially when it comes to American freedom.
That part. Right. And then I had some damn Nabisco gonna sit up there and tell me, well, we white folks deserve reparations too for our people dying in the Civil War. I said, look, fool, let me tell you something, Trick. Abraham Lincoln had stated that he had no problem with the white race being the dominant society in the United States of America. Now, this motherfucker said this, it was that 1860 or 1861, I believe, Che.
Yeah.
Okay. And they still, and they still have the same fucking problem. So Lincoln did not fight that war, man, you know, to free black people out of slavery.
Said if
He
he could
fought that
preserve the
war, man,
union and keep
because he
slavery,
wanted
he
to keep the
could.
Union together.
Together, right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. See, he did not want the United States of America split up because, see, that was back at the time when they would start building all these goddamn railroads from the West Coast to the East Coast. You feel me?
Yeah,
Who was working on
say,
the railroads?
and what's the main thing? Yeah. Now, what's the main thing that a fucking railroad, man, contributed to greatly, man, back at that time, all the way up to
GDP.
hell, even today? The gross national product, you're right. But commerce. You say, yeah,
Yep.
because see, Sears and Roebuck and Montgomery Ward, man, them businesses started with that mail order catalog shit, man, about 1862, I think, if memory serves me correct. So those motherfuckers they're saying is that, well, hey, guess what? We could use these damn railroads to ship this shit to these motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying?
Where
And
was
they
this,
did.
Michael?
Huh?
That video you shared, where was this?
I found this on Twitter.
But where was the video taped?
Oh, video. Oh, let me see. I'm not sure which state. Looked like, I want to say, hold on, let me listen to the video. Probably in the South. I want to say like probably Texas, but definitely in the South.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going through the comments now.
Yeah,
She tried that officer tried to George Floyd that girl. I mean, yeah. He tried to pull a Chauvin on her.
And the video showed that the girl was cooperative. She was not fighting back, like complying.
Yeah, she's complying, but these racist pieces of shit go after soft targets like our children.
Yeah.
Exactly. Our elderly.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You know,
in
because
this
the
case,
older I'm getting, I'm becoming a soft target.
Right. Well, no, Shabaki, you'll never be a soft target as long as you got your power tools.
Yeah. So that's why the cops.
Exactly.
Right. That's why the cops are afraid of masculine FBA brothers.
Yeah, exactly, Michael. See, they always have been afraid of us with that. You see what I'm saying? Why do you think they hated that arrogant ass heavyweight champion and I was his #1 fan, Muhammad Ali? See, when they paid to see Ali fight, they didn't pay to see him win, they paid to see him lose.
I still can't believe they put that mural up of him fighting Sonny Liston under his slave name.
Oh, hell no. Ali should come back from his grave and go whoop that motherfucker's ass.
Right.
Yeah. And also I noticed too, right? Brad, he's very focused on the FBA brothers' body size.
Muhammad Ali did not want to be referred to as Cassius Clay. So why would you put a mural up of him?
Right.
With that name.
I think that was a tether. I think that was a tether that did that mural.
Yeah, I think so
I wouldn't
too.
be surprised. I would not be surprised. And then that tether, whoever who wrote that bullshit up there, go ask Ernie Terrell what his name was.
Right.
Whenever you see like some compromising statue or mural, just trust it's a tether.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then too, what you could do, Breeze, in your spare time, I already told Jesse and Michael, you can go pull up a 1965 interview of Floyd Patterson before he fought Ali the first time. Here in Las Vegas. Hey, Joe.
Breeze? That punk ass Daryl Watson, or as I call him, Tether Watson.
Yeah,
council member.
He's a tether.
We got Black Joe
and
in the
Floyd
building.
Patterson. Hey, Joe. Okay, now keep in mind that I pulled up an old clip from ABC News before Patterson fought Ali, right? Patterson says, I'm going to take the heavyweight championship for Cassius Clay for the American people. And Ali went there and whooped that boy's ass royally, man.
Joe Blackson is right. We got to stay strapped. I've been telling people that for the longest. Like, I'm in a carry state, even though we got them trying to do weird shit out here in Virginia right now.
That damn scam burger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that we had a nigga who was from Bangladesh was the nigga who sponsored that bill. That's the most diabolical shit ever.
Man.
Wow.
Oh man.
A nigga coming from Bangladesh.
You know what I'm saying? And then
yeah, you seen Bangladesh? Bangladesh
that's
is
a
a
toilet.
hellhole.
It's a toilet.
Hey, Breeze, that Bangladesh man, you're talking about the state assembly, right?
Yeah, the motherfucking state
I know
assembly.
him. He went to my high school.
Yeah, fucking
Falls Church.
Bangladeshian motherfucker. Yeah, he's from Falls Church.
Yep, and he made a racist comment in the past.
Yep.
Yep.
I know exactly. I'm gonna be talking about him tonight or today on my show. Him, Phyllis Randall, all the scumbags we got out here in Virginia.
Okay.
Right.
Like Joe said, Sugar Ray Leonard's the GOAT. He has a devastating
No, Sugar, I'm done. No. Okay, now when I say that there, I'm talking about in the heavyweight division as far as Ali is concerned.
Oh, okay.
And then keep in mind, Ali got a lot of his style from the original Sugar Ray.
Sugar Ray was a middleweight.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Yeah, I'm talking about Robinson or Leonard.
No, I said Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard was a middleweight.
No, he started out as welterweight, and what happens, Joe, often the lighter weights other than heavyweight, these guys will go from lightweight, man, to middleweight.
Yeah, that's where Sugar Ray finished at. He finished at middleweight.
Yeah. You say,
he never made it to heavyweight.
Man, you know, them dudes there. Right, yeah, but the heavyweights, man, they in a division by themselves, and then I'm putting it out there.
In Living Color,
whenever that
always
raggedy
had the
motherfucker
funniest
Tyson Fury fights.
by the way, Jesse.
Living Color had that skit with Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and Sugar Ray, 3 Men and a Baby. That shit used to have me
3 Men
crying.
and a Baby. Yeah.
That shit used to have me
back
crying.
episodes on that. Yeah, I had to pull up
That
some
is
back
a funny.
episodes.
You
up
can't
on
even
that.
make half the shit that was on.
No, you
Living
can't
Color.
make
You
none of
can't
that
make-
no more.
You can't make Homie the
that would be
Clown.
instantly.
You can't make Homie the Clown. You
No,
can't make Homie
the Clown. Homie don't play that.
Man,
Homie don't play that.
I see niggas on TikTok trying to do Homie the Clown, but they can't do it because you can't say the shit that Homie the Clown actually said. You can't say that shit on TikTok.
Right. Yeah, TikTok is full of shit, man. You know what I'm saying?
You can't say the white man was the cause of all your problems, like Homie the Clown used to say.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Yeah. Oh, Jesse, gotta go. Something came up. But
Okay,
very
thank
quickly,
you for joining us,
that's my
Michael.
that's
All
my
right, Michael.
comment to the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see
Appreciate you.
Yep, and I commented on Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Barack Obama.
Yeah, he's talking
Barack
about
Obama pushed in that qualified immunity with the Blue Lives Matter bill.
Mm-hmm.
That was done under Barack Obama.
Yep.
I'll catch you guys later.
Okay, good
All
night.
right, Michael.
All right, good night,
All right,
Bruce.
Michael.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, man. And then, Michael, and thank you for coming in. Okay, Joe says Ray Leonard was killing men on their feet, though. Yeah, at the welterweight division he was, and then also too, Joe. I'm mad when Ray Leonard fought Thomas Hearns, man. I was damn near $150 on that motherfucking fight. And they should have stopped that damn fight, man, when Ray's eyes swelled the fuck up, man. And then you know what happened to Ray after that fight, man. He had to go retire, man, because he had a detached retina. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Shabaka, are you on the
And then
headset or the
Hearns'
Bluetooth?
career. I'm on the headset.
Okay, you're kind of choppy. It's
Wait,
like
who
you're
asked?
underwater.
I'm sounding like I'm underwater.
Yeah.
For a minute you was going in and out. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Breeze.
Jesse.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Shit, I might have
Breeze,
been.
can you hear me? Yeah, that's true, Joe. Cuz you want to come up, I'll drop the link for you. That damn StreamYard on this punk ass shit again. Welcome back, Breeze. Oh, okay, bet. Damn. Lost Shabaka too. Breeze, are you there? Breeze. StreamYard. Stop your bullshit.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, they doing sneaky shit on me where I'm looking like I'm still here, but I'm not.
Yeah. We don't own none of these platforms, so
Yeah, they all on bullshit. And you seen Jay-Z bitch ass doubling down on this bullshit, talk about y'all mad at Target, but you on Instagram. Nigga, it don't matter. They control all 9 levels of activity.
right, 9
Jay-Z.
areas, huh?
The fuck is y'all? You sound like the dumb niggas who be on the platform talking about we's all on the white man's nigga. We done tried black apps, and every black app that niggas had got infiltrated and
Every
got
last
fucked
one
with.
of them. Oh, remember 6zeros.net? Whatever happened to 6zeros.net?
Yeah, all of them shits went down. Every last one of them.
I don't know. I ain't hip to 60.net.
It was a dating app.
Back
It was
in.
a black dating app.
Yeah, all types of black. Everything black
Oh,
went bad.
yeah, they probably got busted because see a lot of them bras on them dating apps, man, is prostitutes.
Yeah. Even that black site that Isaac Hayes' son was trying to put out. That shit went underwater too.
Yeah.
Ain't that who Bussy Bear is based off of?
Nah, Bussy Bear is based off the light skinned nigga that used to be over there with what's the white guy in them?
Okay, Mike,
Flacco.
can you hear me, Che?
Huh, Shabaka, you going in and out. It's like
you know that he used to be over there with Flacco and Adam 22.
Damn, man, what the fuck is wrong with this shit?
Sneeko.
Nah, not Sneeko. Light skin. It was a light skinned fat nigga who used to be sitting
what
over
about
there
now?
with them. I'm trying to think of his name. You know who I'm talking about?
Grits. The Grits dude. The ham and grits dude.
No, not the grits nigga. It's another light skinned little fat nigga. The nigga always used to follow Tariq around all the time. Like Tariq. I'm trying to think his name because he always tried to play like he was pro-black. But he's like a light-skinned, fat, turtle-looking nigga.
Joe says looking.
Oh, Tahaka Bay.
No, not Tahaka Bay. No. It's another nigga. When you see this nigga, you're going to see Bucci Bear for sure. You're going to be like, yeah, that nigga look just like Bucci Bear.
That's the one that was suing him. He called himself trying to sue Tariq for something.
Yeah. No, he's the other nigga that tried to sue Tariq. Not Tahaka Bay. It's the other nigga that I'm trying to think of his name right now. I can see his fat ass right now. He used to be sitting over there with Adam 22.
Welcome to the front line.
What's that? He was over there with Poetic Flacco and all of them.
So we going over Joyless
Now,
Reid.
who's out there that just joined?
Oh, Joe.
What up, Joe?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, OG? Am I coming through clear?
You're kind of going
Yes,
in
sir,
and out.
loud and clear.
Hold on.
But see, yeah, but that's that StreamYard playing them bullshit ass games. Then again, it could be on this high temperatures that they having all across the country too. You know what I mean?
Right.
Is that?
Yeah, because
Say something, cuz.
it's 93 degrees right here in Las Vegas here, man. It's damn near midnight.
Shit, it was that was a high temperature in Denver.
Yeah. Well, we got 93
It's
degrees.
about to be
here.
102. It's about to be 102 here in the DMV.
Again?
Damn.
Yep.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, we got massive flooding over here where I'm at.
Yeah, you in the
Yeah,
you
that's
in
what I was
the
saying
loop.
on it.
I heard it was flooding out there.
We literally had a monsoon warning earlier.
Oh shit.
What? A monsoon warning.
First time ever heard about something like that. Heard.
Where you at?
Damn, monsoons, man,
He's in
is mainly
St.
over there in
Louis.
South.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Missouri. Yeah, they've been getting whooped on out there in the Midwest.
Yeah, between the rain and the 100-degree weather, it's
Yeah.
weird. Hey, look, check this out. I had been saying to my kinfolk in Kansas the last month, right? CERN need to be something to be done about CERN. Do you all know that they shut CERN down until 2030? If anyone's feeling different, like it's slowed down, CERN been shut down till 2030.
Yeah,
What's
that's what I
CERN?
heard. Lisa had covered that too. I was going to play that on the previous
Okay,
episode.
what is CERN?
Yeah, that's the Super
CERN
Hydro
is
Collider.
the collider where they're trying to recreate the Big Bang, but they're trying to create the God particle.
Yeah.
No, man. Man, they getting ready to blow this motherfucker up, man. Damn. So
But
now
that's
they
the
want to play.
thing, though.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying that's the thing, though. The way that the theoretical physicists are talking, for all we know, it could be over and we're just remnants.
No, that holds a lot of water. And then too, man, and didn't Dumpster say, man, he was going to start blowing up this desert again up there, man, on Nellis Air Force Base?
Yep.
With nuclear testing and all that shit.
Yep.
Well, I gotta do some pattern research, but I feel like we're in due for a technology release. Think about it. We didn't know about the stealth bomber until about 2002, 2004, but they was using it over in Kosovo in 98, 97.
Yeah.
So
they sure in the fuck did.
Well, they say the
They
military
did.
technology don't reach the public until at least 20, 30 years after the military.
And then get the
It's usually 10, 15 years that they
10, 15. Okay, I stand corrected. 10, 15 years.
And get a load of this, Justin. The last time I was at the Pasadena Rose Parade, man, which was about 96, I think. No, 98, I believe. They had the stealth bomber, flying over the parade route down Colorado Boulevard in Pasadena. And I looked at this motherfucker here, man, and you couldn't hear it. You couldn't hear it. But yet those up there flying with propulsion.
Check this out.
So if you figure if it's being, yes, sir.
If some video just leaked, it's some amateur photographers that were using the thermal video camera over Area 51. They just photographed our new X-47, which is basically a tailless jet it can almost fly out of space without rockets, basically.
Damn.
And that's recovered alien technology.
Yeah, that's the shit.
Pretty much.
They just brought that. I remember that back during like 2016. They was driving that shit through the streets out here in Virginia. It was on the back of a damn truck bed.
Yep.
It was.
Remember in 2016, they was driving all these tanks and shit on the tracks, on the trains.
And you remember when they retired the
that
space
plane,
shuttle?
I seen that plane 2016, 2017 out here in Virginia.
I was with like 20
Damn.
people, and I asked every last one of them they see the damn tanks, and I ain't seen nothing. I'm like, I know goddamn well y'all seen them goddamn tanks.
And and police have been switching up their doctrine. Understand that if you are in a self-defense situation and they want to search your house, make them get a warrant. What they have been doing is people who have been in righteous self-defense situations, instead of them just confiscating the gun that was used, a person, since they don't have anything to hide, have been allowing police to search their house, and police have been seizing things that weren't used in the self-defense situation. This has been going on across the nation. It's been picking up. So just a heads up.
Yeah, that's why they got to have the search warrant, because the search warrant is supposed to describe specifically the place in the house to be searched.
Right.
But they try to fade you on that profiling tip, though. You got to understand, they're going to try to fade you as if you're a bad guy for not letting them search your house. F they feelings, search warrant.
Yeah, that's all trick move. That's all trick move.
Because in a righteous self-defense, in a righteous my homeboy in Kansas had to dead a nigga. In a righteous self-defense situation, they have no reason to search your house if everything happened right there and you dropped your mag, locked your slide back, and you waited for police to surrender. They have no reason to search your house. Follow procedure.
Remember, as Neely Fuller Jr. said, we really particularly don't have no damn rights. So
yeah,
we have to actually look at that.
Yeah,
but that's also
O.J. Simpson case. Johnny Cochran came up dead.
It's as
You
if
see what I'm
Dred
saying?
Scott
Because
never
Johnny
got
Cochran, man,
overturned.
getting a whole Johnny Cochran got a whole lot of brothers and sisters, man, off on trumped up charges.
Yeah, he did.
Geronimo Pratt was one of them.
too.
He did. Cochran did take a lot of cases pro bono.
I pay attention to the small things like Gary Webb. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
The one who exposed Contra and everything and shot himself twice in the back of the head.
Yeah,
that's
right.
What
That
say.
was the LAPD.
That's what they say.
The LAPD
that
did
don't
it.
even make no
That
sense.
shit, man.
How you gonna shoot yourself twice in the head?
The LAPD did that shit.
You know that.
Exactly. And he said that he was a dead man. And he said when he went up there and divulged all that shit of what the LAPD was doing, man, and all that shit going into South Central LA, man, yeah, he said he was a dead man already. So for all practical purposes, what Webb did was revolutionary suicide. He knew he was a dead man.
Yep.
And those scientists, those almost 20 white.
Yeah,
go ahead,
Joe,
bro.
I'm sorry. No, I was going to say.
I was going to speak on them scientists.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say that when Maxine Waters and Julian Dixon tried to do the investigation to the crack epidemic in South Central LA, guess who shut her down? Janet Reno. And who was the president during Janet Reno's time? Exactly.
Yeah.
And then when him and Hillary went there campaigning in Compton and Watson shit, man, everybody was throwing tomatoes at them motherfuckers, man, with that federal crime bill that was introduced by one and only Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Wait. That crime bill. Let's stay on that crime bill. Let's stay on that crime bill because Negroes got wrapped up in that Epstein stuff about them white kids. Them white kids ain't our business. Our business is that Contra thing that Israel and Epstein funded, that funded the politicians, that funded the war on crime, that funded the 90s crime bill. Basically, Israel funded that bill against us.
Yeah, exactly.
Epstein was paying off a gang of politicians in the 90s $30,000 at a time, $6,000 at a time. Him and Israel paid for the drug planes that ran Contra. That's public record now. No one's batting an eye at that.
And family, be aware of the gaslighting that these white supremacists do. But we got the Nolan Wells case, and then we got the other brother who cases came out where they finally charged the white supremacists.
We're gonna cover all that tonight.
I'm gonna cover that today too.
Move on to the next topic because we've been chopping it up for a minute. I appreciate the bill.
Go ahead.
It's a real good bill.
Yeah, I got a couple of angles on that today that I'm gonna do too. I'll be interested to see if you have some of the angles I got, Jesse.
Okay, let's see.
Real quick, brother, you brothers protect child platforms from skin folk. They dangerous right now.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. You're right. Yep. And then on
they're
top of
not
that,
saying that no more. Now they're saying that we should just go it on and get our reparations. All before we couldn't do it. Joy is literally repeating everything we said, right, ladies and gentlemen. Now I saw some of y'all comments about Joy. We'll get to that. I'm going to address some of that. Now let's play the current video that just make y'all going to say like, okay, Joy. All right, Joy. Just go ahead on. Just put FBA on your channel or say you're part of. Just let me play the next video. Hold on. This is the current one.
If you don't, and the DNC shoves an AIPAC candidate down your throat, you have my permission and I'll vote for them because the Democratic Party needs to learn that it is not vote blue no matter who. It matters who. They sometimes need to lose in order to learn. Sometimes when you lose, you learn. And I'm just telling you right now, if they
Lady,
put
you
a little
double
APAC,
speaking.
send Israel all the bombs, give Saudi Arabia all the money, let the UAE run over us and give Trump another plane. If they put another APAC sellout moderate in place of Graham Plattner, and they do not put somebody in who is his same ideology, you have my permission to stay your ass home. Then they will learn when Susan Collins gets 6 more years. At this point, we have to teach Democrats. We need to instruct them and teach them how to treat us. It's like being in a relationship. You got to teach people how to treat your ass.
You know, the good thing about it is 6 more years if she
A
gets
whole lot
it,
of
she might
French
go the way of
chocolate.
Mitch McConnell.
She'll be glitching and freezing.
Exactly.
I mean,
Glitching and
just
freezing. The way you'll never want to
just
retire. Why that
ripping
little
off
old lady
our
still?
fucking
She needs to
shit.
retire
Just
too. But
ripping
you know
off
what?
our
Leave her
style.
in there. If they
Isn't she older than Mitch McConnell?
Probably. I mean, at this point, they're all old. They're all 100 years old. But the reality is we're going to focus
Now
on the
you
races
care about
where
how
the
old
people
they
get
are?
to choose the ideology of what they want. People didn't pick Graham Platter because of his
Yeah.
stupid tattoos. They picked him because of his ideology.
Well, Joy Reid is now
And that
advocating
motherfucker got
that
caught
y'all gonna
up.
go and vote. When you hold on, let's start this over again with Joy Reid.
That
Hold
was
on.
You
great. You
don't?
got the side effects.
And the DNC shoves an APAC candidate down your throat. You have my permission to not vote for them, because the Democratic Party needs to learn that it is not vote blue no matter who. It matters who.
Oh God. Okay.
Damn.
Joy. And here's the thing.
That bitch lying
Joy
like
been
shit.
repeating everything we all been
Right.
saying for
Yep.
years. This isn't like something
You
new.
can see it in
We've
her
been
face. She
repeating
was
this
lying.
for years.
Yeah.
So nobody can even say that we haven't been talking about this.
Right.
Oh, you know, what's that
I got
dude?
Jesse in my left
Yo,
ear and
Lick talking
Tariq in my
about me,
right ear.
that
Oh,
lawyer
Tariq
dude,
on now?
Yeah, on TikTok.
old school cat. Oh, that's dangerous. What you telling them? You did. Like, okay, are you gonna say that now?
Well,
Are
they
you gonna say
banned me
this
off
is
of
dangerous? What
TikTok.
Joy Reid is saying? Oh, all of a sudden, that, oh yeah, that's the right way to go. Yeah,
Ian
yeah. They don't
Shabaka.
give us. We know we're not voting.
Yeah, them
What happens to
motherfuckers
that? That's
banned my
dangerous.
ass from TikTok.
Oh, y'all sound like MAGA.
Yeah, you can't say certain
Y'all
shit
gonna say
on
it about Joy
TikTok.
now? She sounds like MAGA.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure that part out. Is she working for Trump? Is she getting paid by Trump? That's another thing. You getting paid by
Probably.
Trump. I'm still waiting on my Trump checks. I ain't got it.
Right.
I ain't got
Yeah,
a single dime from Trump or nobody.
Yeah, where my Trump check?
You're supposed to have at least got 2 by now.
These people got some nerve. Y'all sit up here and demonize us, and then you want to come up and try to start repeating the talking points like you didn't say nothing. No. All of y'all, let me tell you something. When they doing that, you go in them comment sections and you tell them, hey, man, you can't be saying this. We don't even take you serious at this point because you demonized everybody who was saying this.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't even come out. And let me tell you how bad this looked. Joy, this is the proper way you switch into that talking point. Joy, I'm gonna teach you something. I know y'all been in these universities in or whatever, but I'm gonna teach you something. Joy, you have to prostrate yourself before the people. Joy, you have to admit all your sins and unrighteousness, which you said on these platforms. Okay. And you have to say, yes, at one point in time, I did say people who said this were Russian bots. Yes, I did say they were part of disinformation campaigns. Yes, I did say this, and a third.
You
But the
still
white
can't
folks
come
made
from
me
that,
say it. It was
bitch.
on the teleprompter. I mean, I really didn't believe that, but I in a way, I wasn't sure, but it was the white folks. But anyway, I said it anyway.
That shit,
And
sorry,
you know what?
Phil.
I was wrong. And you know what y'all said in all along, y'all was right. And so I even see it now. I couldn't see it before, but now I see it now.
She can't
And
do
so
that.
I agree with y'all. Yes, reparations. Yes, the couch. Yes, tangibles. Yes, I agree with all that. See, Joy, you can't just not talk about your things you've done against the people and just think you're gonna jump in talking like the people. That's not gonna work, sis. You gotta prostrate yourself before the people. You have to get a little belt to behind a little bit from the people. And maybe if they see you genuine, maybe they'll slowly, and I say slowly, may start listening to you. But you can't go from Russian bots on X, formerly known as Twitter, to now, yeah, don't vote for them. You can't do that, sis. All you Democrat shills, y'all was cussing us out, calling us all kind of names. And you, no. We cannot let them do that. One person on here earlier was saying they're trying to infiltrate. They're not infiltrating anything because we got receipts on everything. You can't infiltrate because you say, no. You gonna have to come out here and admit all what you did here publicly. And then people got a choice if they'll even listen to you. I'm telling you what they're doing. Them streaming numbers are down. Those ratings are down on the networks. And they say, shoot, man, how do we get these streaming numbers up? How do we get these ratings up? How do we get black people voting for Democrats again? Because this isn't working.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just make
I know
sure.
we hate to do it, but we're going to have to adopt those talking points. But we're going to have to do it in a vague way. We're going to have to say, well, if they don't do nothing for us, we're not going to vote, but we still don't promise them anything for that vote. Don't promise them, because we still have to stick to the Moynihan report, which is don't promise black people anything. We have to continue doing benign neglect. So y'all can't even come to us like that. No. We got to have a tangible before we even vote. Well, get us in and we'll do it. Hell no. Because we did that before. And y'all, listen, Biden ruined that for y'all.
Real quick.
Biden ruined it. You know how he ruined it? Well, look, get us in and we'll do it.
Go ahead, Breeze. Make it quick, though.
Yeah, I'll make it real quick. Uncle Phil was wrong with that right there where he uses the Moynihan report. The Moynihan report, that's only one of the endings they say to it. Give the black people benign neglect. But he also says in the report, either fix the problem or benign neglect. That's what he says. He doesn't say benign neglect is the only solution. He actually opts for going ahead and resolving with reparations. That's in the Moynihan report.
So we're not off when we said we could have had our reparations back then.
Yeah, he was saying in the report, you can, fix all the problems with and he uses a statement with the most patriotic people in America. You can fix this problem by solving these situations, which was Jim Crow, redlining, reparations, all that. That was in the report.
Yeah.
So he doesn't just give benign neglect as a solution. He tells you, like, this is what y'all asking me. It's either fix said problems or either we go with benign neglect. The Democrats chose benign neglect.
Yep. For the last 60 years.
Yep. So there we go.
And them was the motherfuckers that brought you the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, but truth be told, both of them parties betrayed us. That's why they don't mean us no good.
And let's not always mix up the whole the Democrats versus the Ku Klux Klan, because the Democrats are the Republicans who are now the Democrats. That's what they do. Each side switches over every 10 or 20 years. They'll switch sides. Remember, there was a couple of years ago, they had all these so-called blue dog Democrats, but they all turned out to be Republicans.
Yeah, blue MAGA.
Yeah, remember that. People forget that. This is what they do. The Tea Party, all of that shit. It's the same thing. It's what white supremacists do to cause mass confusion. They keep your eyes turning left and right.
So when we're going to have the Freeman Wig Party.
That's right. Just for niggas. And the bitches with wigs. We're going to have them like
because
Chuck D. Wigs and the Tories back in the day. But I'm just saying, we're going to have real freemen with bitches with wigs. That's it.
You have a certain
set. Wigs too. Niggas got
wigs
Black
and
septum rings now too. Go ahead, Black Joe.
you have a certain sect of Democrats that are proudly saying that they are socialist Democrats. When you look around the world, only a couple of countries have successfully functioned like that. Every other one of them have suffered a genocide or a democide. So tell me how that's gonna work.
Yeah, all the isms are portions of racism, which is white supremacy. So all of it's destined to fail because it's all the same damn thing. Communism, capitalism, socialism, all of it. It's the same old bullshit.
It's like Bob Marley said, ism schism.
Yeah.
And then too, Che, I told you about that woman, man, that cussed me out telling me that I don't know what the fuck I was talking about when I was crumb bumming on Karl Marx. And I said Karl Marx was a goddamn white supremacist, you ignorant bitch.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he said we were too dumb to understand socialism.
But OG.
Yeah.
You gotta understand, me and you have talked about this, that Marxist movement is pretty much the LGBTQ feminist movement.
Yep.
There you go. And you know what, Joe? I'm glad you brought that up, man, because you know a lot of the Hollywood actors, man, is coming out. Denzel Washington, Angela Bassett. Then there was one recently I saw up here today, man, saying that they ain't with that alphabetized ass agenda. You know what I'm saying? But keep in mind that Denzel, and keep in mind that Angela Bassett. Yeah, and Angela Bassett and Denzel Washington, they're established in Hollywood. And what I mean by that, they're established in Hollywood. They already pay their dues. So what they do, they sit back and wait on Hollywood to come to them as opposed to them having to go back to Hollywood. You see what I mean?
Yep, the Miss Andrew Prince. You're right, Joe. The man haters.
Man, Miss Andrews,
Yeah, you got to hold that. And the cold part about these black woman man haters, they go out there in bed once with a white boy and wonder why they getting murdered and dismembered.
Oh my
and shit.
God. I watched the whole thing. I watched there about that shit. And then they was begging for black men to help.
Yeah, I got a story about it.
Exactly.
I kind of talked about it the other night, but I got a story about this tetherbed wench who she got unalived after going on one date with this white guy. You know, chopped her up.
Right.
Yeah. You know, so they don't seem to get this shit. That's why I said I'm so grateful for delineation. I'm really grateful because we've been needing that for like years.
Yes.
And I got into it with Mr. Bobby and them today on
Oh, you were on there?
Yeah.
Damn, I know I should have tapped in.
I got into it with Mr. Bobby and Mr. Gary because I was like, this whole we gotta just save our energy for just the white supremacists. No, we gotta get rid of the henchmen. You can't clean the house if you're gonna leave the roaches behind.
Right.
You can't clean the motherfucking house, nigga. You got to you got to move all the furniture. You got to spray behind everything. That's how I was taught to clean up. My mama every week, every Sunday, nigga, move all the goddamn furniture. Everything around the house got to be moved around. You got to spray behind it, sweep behind it, cleaning it all up. If you don't do that, you have not cleaned your house.
Yep.
Exactly.
See,
you know what I'm saying?
See, my only qualm with their movement is they actually get the men that they want, that make the money and do all this and that are self-serving. But when they get these men, they do these men in. And the men that they actually want, they can't do in, so they turn to just man hate. That's not men's fault. We men pretty much know who they qualify for. This new age delusion where we got 500-pound women in bathing suits thinking they cute is diabolical, man. It never was this.
They made
that shit makes me want to vomit.
They made the mammy finally something. Remember, Neely Fuller Jr. said they would turn us into monstrosities. So all the shit that black people tried to stay away from, it's here now. You got the big old fat mammies. You got bitches walking around with goddamn bonnets on their head.
Oh my God! If I see another bonnet,
I told the bitch, "You look like you make muffins, bitch, with that shit on your head." Where's the cake, bitch?
Damn.
Where's the damn cakes and pretzels, bitch? I want baked goods when I see a bitch with that hat on.
Damn.
Lastly, Lastly, this is a PSA for the gentleman. The new rash of what's going on is a lot of these young modern feminist women who my body, my choice, and hot girl summer, those ones who caught STDs, they're purposely spreading it out of hate.
Yeah, out of hate.
In the black community. Yep.
And for
Yep.
you moist
Yeah, I
niggas
read
too.
that shit there
And
earlier
for you
today.
moist niggas, there was a moist nigga who said he got
Yep.
the HIV and he gave it to more than 200 people and he wasn't sorry. So
Oh yeah, I remember that.
all you
God
moist niggas
damn.
who taking that shit home to your wife and doing
Yeah.
all this diabolical moist shit, which there was never no down low brothers. They created that shit.
Mm.
Right.
They got the nigga named Karama, the nigga who brought that moist shit out in what was that, MTV's Real Life or some shit?
Yeah.
And this nigga's got a TV show where they got this nigga on a TV show. A whole bunch of channels for him. Just go on Amazon and look up Karama. He's got a whole fucking this nigga's on all damn day. So they promote this shit. I keep trying to tell people like this shit is manufactured. That's why we need
Like
to when we see
RuPaul.
niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when they bring niggas to
Yeah.
RuPaul,
Oh man, don't even mention that motherfucker, man. He's out here in Las
funny shit
Vegas,
is-
man.
the funny
RuPaul's
shit is
drag
RuPaul
queen
used to
hour.
keep
That
it.
shit
When
ridiculous.
RuPaul used to keep it 100 till they finally gave that nigga some money. Once the nigga gave money, he became a goddamn full-on bussy entrepreneur. Before RuPaul used to resist it, he would be a man on the side, and then he was RuPaul. But he was a man when he was out being a man. Now he's just a moist, bombastic, bubuic blood nigga. That's what you gotta watch for this nigga.
Yeah.
He bites your pussy
and
and turn you into a vampire,
See-
a bush fire.
See the gentleman bringing up that the gentleman bringing up that punk, right? Check dig. I be trying to explain to these black women that the lingo that they're using is LGBT lingo. That clock it shit.
Right.
It came from him.
That's
Exactly.
clock it. Yeah, clock it is LGBTQ shit. I know that.
So when I say it,
Look, I was messing with my daughters. I was like, clock it, girl. My daughter said that is gay. And I started laughing because I just wanted to see what my daughter's response was when I did that shit. I was like, clock it, sis. She's like, Dad, you don't do that. That's for gay people. And I started laughing because I'm sitting like, I already know. But I wanted to see if my kids, if it was true. And my kids responded to me like, that's gay.
and you know what you just
my
did there,
daughters,
Breeze?
my daughters don't have a problem with calling shit gay. They be like, oh, that's gay as hell.
And Breeze. That's why it's very important that the black father be in the household raising the children, which you said right there.
But that's the issue, OG. That's the issue. When they realize that they can weaponize the government against the black man, it's either obey me or deal with the law, pretty much. But that's why they choose certain men with certain records to turn around and complain about them. I know too many brothers out of my hood, man. They got different baby mamas. And every time they into it, I either call the law or I call your parole officer, and he comes into compliance. Grown men who don't have to answer to the state like that, they don't like. The biggest thing they're saying right now is they don't like men who know their worth.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then a whole lot of them sisters wind up there kitty cat bumping, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That's why when women were coming to me talking about, oh, well, Breeze, you know, you a single father. I'm like, no, I'm just a father doing what I got to do. My wife just passed away. That don't make me a single father.
Oh, man.
You know, like I'm just a nigga
Breeze,
still.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Still
I know that
the
pain,
business.
brother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know.
But the reason why I speak about this stuff,
there, man, that you just described.
I advocate like this for the young men because these diseases are literally mutating. And I land.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Exactly. That's exactly what they're doing.
I told people, I said, niggas nowadays fuck like there's no AIDS.
Right.
Like motherfuckers fucking like there's
But
no AIDS.
you got shit out there worse than AIDS.
No, I'm saying, yeah,
Right.
but nigga, AIDS and all that complicated together, nigga. This is terrible. This is diabolical. You gotta be, you gotta warn your kids. Like I said, people were like, damn, Breeze, you ain't no grandfather yet. I'm like, no, because my kids have listened to me. For one, they very clear about they don't want no disease. Two, they want to be with a man that's gonna be with them. They don't want, I already told them, I said, if the nigga not with you, then y'all not together. That's just it. Yeah, you gotta be like how I used to be with your
Pretty
mama.
much.
And me and people knew me and your mama. They was like, people would see me, be like, where your shadow at? And there my wife would pop out from behind me. And niggas like, there she is. Okay, now I'm comfortable. Niggas like, yo, because niggas like, Breeze, I don't know what I can say around you because your shadow could be behind you.
Reporting live from Myers Club, Fight Plus News, I'm John Abba.
Let's go.
Sorry, I gotta move on to the
next
next
case. Go ahead.
For a minute. So this former judge is gonna reveal the truth about the
that brother. Yep, that brother.
Wells case.
Even make the wave.
He needs to be arrested. So Height Plus
all the
News
motherfucking Nabiscos need to be hooked and booked.
Following the latest surrounding the mysterious death of Nolan Wells, a black teen in Mississippi whose body would be found washed ashore after his friends allegedly would leave him on a remote island, a former Mississippi judge is now speaking up and highlighting some key issues he sees with the case. According to former judge, now attorney Carlos Moore, who served in a municipal court in Mississippi for a little over 6 years, someone should have been arrested by now for several different reasons. Moore, who would end up being pushed from the bench after previously speaking out against racial discrimination on a social media while serving as a judge, would take to his Facebook page on Friday night for over 30 minutes to air out questionable behavior he sees with how local officials are handling the case from the inside.
It's time out for playing games. It's time to know the truth from someone well-versed in it that has actual experience.
That chin strap beard is diabolical.
The black robe, and I've presided over these trials or preliminary hearings, arraignments, and initial appearances. Let's get started.
If your beard ain't full, don't do that.
So what do we know? We know after watching the parents' interview and reviewing tons of footage from social media, recounting interviews and statements of alleged witnesses that were on Horn Island, we know that Nolan Wells went to spend the night on July the 3rd with his so-called friends. And he went with those so-called friends to Horn Island on a boat on July the 4th. We know that out of the 4 people on that boat, 1 did not return home. That 1 person was Nolan Wells. The other 3 returned home as normal and said nothing.
Not normal. Wait,
to
hold
any
on. Pause it.
member of law enforcement or.
No, those kids did not return home normal. They came home and wiped their goddamn social media. They got rid of all of their damn social media. Second, there's also rumors that Nolan Wells had met a white girl on the beach. Which we heard that early on, but it's now being confirmed. Yeah. He so-called was there with this white bitch. Second, if he was with this white bitch, why would y'all have his phone? And there was something else they had, his keys and his phone. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. That a nigga out here
that
trying
shit
to get
don't
with
add
a
up.
bitch is gonna lose his phone because your phone is all your shit. You gonna want to show the bitch like, hey, bitch, this me. This what I be doing. You be asking, you asked me about do I cook? Look, bitch, here go my picture. You gonna be showing the bitch all your stuff if you out there with a hoe. That's all I'm gonna say. That doesn't make sense. That a young man in 2026 will be without his phone.
Oh, she full Asian? I thought she was Blaccican or black and Blasian.
Who?
The mama.
No, she is Blasian. She Filipino
Talking
and
about
black.
Nolan, you talking about Mr. Wells' mama?
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
Okay.
I saw her mama, and her mama showed a picture of her daddy, and he passed away, but he was a black man. I could see it in the picture.
Okay. My fault.
Okay.
Yeah, I could see it in the picture because the grandmama is still alive. She's still alive. Full Filipino.
I thought she's one of them dark ones like my homeboy Ed. That's all.
No. She white. The grandmama looked like a white Latino, like a white Filipino. She but the dad was black. They show pictures of him, and I was like, okay, so the dad is. We don't know exactly what his background is, but we can see in them pictures he was a black man.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Got you right on. Thank you.
Very, very dark brother. Very dark brother.
Okay.
Damn.
All right. Did you walk her? Okay.
But I just wanted to bring that part up, the fact that he's so-called courting a girl, but he doesn't have his phone. That doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying. Once again,
wait.
So you play. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, brother. I'm sorry about that. So you mean to tell me he was dealing with a little chick, Carmelo Anthony was dealing with a little chick too, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
He took that chick from that Hispanic boy that was supposed to be his friend.
Yeah,
I keep telling y'all, the white boys get mad when you take they bitches.
Right.
Yep.
Right. Man, here's what I got to say about that, gentlemen.
Violation. They have money.
Yeah. Let me tell you, gentlemen, out here something. Don't ever fight over no female, man. If you want to fight, man, come to Las Vegas, fight for some money.
But I'm
no, you gotta understand.
It ain't even a fight over no white woman. It's the fact they can't get white women, so they have to go out. Yeah, they can't get a white guy, so they gotta they get mad and they have to do something malicious, like we say, possibly unaliving a person because you can't get one. We could get. I'm telling you, when I first came to Virginia, I could get them like it's not. I can get them right now like it's nothing.
Yeah,
it's a dime a dozen. It's a dime a dozen for them.
Most white boys ask they white women when they're out dating, have they ever slept with a black man?
Yeah.
You
brought that up, Joe, because that's real talk. They ask that shit all the time.
They call them mud sharks.
Yeah, they call them mud sharks. Yep, mud shark. That's right, Jesse.
And then if you're a black man dating a black woman, you ask her if she ever laid with her in Nabisco, they get a little apprehensive. And then when they get apprehensive, that answers my question.
That's a certified
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we don't care. White bitches come a dime a dozen. We don't be flexing like, oh, nigga, this a flex. I can get 50 white bitches if I wanted one night. That don't even matter. That's why I look at niggas who act like they like tethers. Tethers tend to get that way. They feel like they won some damn championship when they get a goddamn white woman. No, nigga. Then y'all don't even get the right white women. Y'all get white women that look like motherfucking Officer Paul or
Porky the Pig and shit.
The bitches' bodies don't be right. Nothing. If I'm getting a white bitch,
no
that
ass,
bitch
man.
That bitch, if I'm with a white bitch, that bitch gonna be a style. Y'all gonna be like, that bitch is a mare. That's a real mare. I ain't gonna say no style. That bitch is a mare.
Yeah, a mare. Yeah.
That bitch is a mare. Like that bitch is fine. That's it. That's why I told people, if you gonna get you a white person, why would you get the ugliest white person around? That means you just want to enter the white supremacy system. You wasn't thinking about the white person.
But then a lot of these cats, man, get with a man to get a place to stay too, Bruce.
Yeah. Oh, that's the niggas with the fat bitches. That's the niggas
on topic.
Nigga have a Dragon Ball Z t-shirt.
The black women that I know that interracially date, when I meet that white man and I realize that he's not a white man, he's a white boy who squandered his white privilege because he can't do nothing with that felony record. It's like, what did you even do that for?
Yeah, you right.
Yeah,
right
look at
there,
Holly
Joe.
Berry.
Joe, that is fucking
look at
fact.
Holly Berry. She paying alimony to a white man. You know what I'm saying?
They get these white boys with the goddamn hair that look like peach fuzz. When the nigga gotta he can't get regular white hair. He's got that because might be some nigga in him somewhere down the line. But that nigga got that peach fuzz haircut and he's got that fucked up Justin Bieber look. He's on meth and shit. This is what it is. And he's like, yo, all the damn time. I see him all the time.
Yeah.
They cuss.
The time. Yeah. Then she be like, when he say nigga, he don't mean he's not racist when he say it. He just said it because he's grew up around us. That kind.
Yeah.
Okay, then it sounds like to me that motherfucker should have his fucking teeth knocked out, man, just like how Franklin told Charlie Brown. If I was a knockout on your motherfucking teeth,
I'm telling you, niggas not doing that. I'm telling you, niggas not doing that. I'm out here in 2006 in Virginia. A white boy walked up to me. He's like, yo, what up, my nigga? And I looked behind me. I looked behind me like when he said that, because and then he had his hand out like with a dap. And I'm looking like, who are you talking to? He's like, who, my boy? I'm looking at him like, I'm not your nigga. I was like, hold on, where you get this from? And then the niggas who was out there, the black niggas who was out there, they was like, yo, Breeze, it's cool. He down with us. I was like, no, he down with you, nigga. Y'all let white boys call y'all niggas? That's when I start looking at Virginia niggas differently. I start looking at the Virginia niggas, especially where I'm at, because these niggas out here be swirling. They got white boys all in their family.
Oh, man.
That sound like where I'm at. Jesus.
Damn.
Yeah.
Boy, that sound like Hollywood, because the Hollywood is Swirl City, man. Although Hollywood is a section of the city of Los Angeles.
There's a movie called White Boys. If niggas could ever watch that movie, because it's hard to watch. You can't never really get it because they keep it kind of hidden. But there's a movie called White Boys that I always prescribe to all the younger males who follow me, who be asking me about movies. I always prescribe to them, go watch White Boys. And when they watch that shit, they be like, Breeze. They be like, man, I had to pay for that shit. I be like, I know, nigga, because they don't let you barely watch that. They was like, man, they was like, yo, it was worth every fucking penny I spent to watch it. Because
now what was the crux of this film?
It's about white boys wanting to be like black people. It's about a white boy. Yeah, they're wiggers. They're wiggers. They're wiggers. They're a bunch of wiggers. They listen to hip hop. The other white people in town, they live out like in a shitty ass white town, and all the white people be shitting on them. And then there's one FBA brother that moves in, and then the brother, he's like, wait, y'all want to go to Chicago? Because they're like, yeah, take us out, because they in Indiana. And then they want to go to Chicago.
Okay, so they want to go to the Chi.
Yeah, they want to go get some weight. They want to go get
right
some
across
weight.
the street from Chicago.
They want to go they want to go get some weight, and they figure the brother, because he's black, he gotta know somebody. And he like, yeah, I do know my cousin, but the nigga, it's dangerous. And they not listening to him, and they steal the brother's information and find his cousin and go out there to meet him without the brother.
Yeah.
And they almost get killed. They almost get beat. They get beat the fuck up, almost killed.
Yeah.
And the brother gotta save him in the air. It's the brother like, man, I told y'all not to come out here. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? And that's when it's like, you know these cats, man. And he's like, yeah. He's like, they from my school. He's like, get these goddamn Nabiscos out of here. And it's funny because that, other than church, that's the only time I heard Nabiscos. It was that movie. I was going to ask Church about that. Like, Church, did you watch White Boy? Because the way the niggas say, get these motherfucking Nabiscos out of here. I started thinking in church. I'm like, this is in the damn movie. They calling them Nabiscos. And I'm starting to dollar.
A message to the NBA gentlemen. Understand, gentlemen, the bed wench and the white boy may have squandered, and the white girl, they may have squandered their white privilege within society. The bed wench may have squandered her privilege within society by being a triple minority, possibly, right? But you have to remember one thing, gentlemen, they have not squandered their privilege against you.
Hey, there you go.
That's for damn sure.
They got $1 million
about
worth
that.
of whiteness that they can buy back into the system. So they all right.
They got $1 billion of whiteness.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jesse. I think it's $1 billion now. It used to be $1 million.
If not a
now
fucking
I feel
trillion.
like it's $1 billion.
If not a
worth of
trillion.
whiteness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
If not a fucking trillion.
I'm gonna punch Tariq in the face. He about to go to Japan now too. Nigga, we gotta hurry up and go to Japan. This nigga heading to Japan. I told niggas, I was like, yeah, niggas act like black people don't be going to Japan. And my nigga sitting here heading to Japan too. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get this shit right now. Cause I'm like, we going to Japan.
Right.
Yeah, the cost of living is high in the motherfucker over there.
It's better to be in an Airbnb, Tariq. That's what we staying in when we go over there. It's like an Airbnb. It's not like a hotel. It's like an old Japanese house.
Right.
Well, yeah, Airbnbs is cool, man, because when I was out there on the road, man, you know what I'm saying? I stayed at a couple of Airbnbs, but, you know, you kind of like want to feel the people out in case they don't want to be one of them Freddy Krueger motherfuckers and you sleeping there and they want to come chop your ass up and have you for dinner and shit. You know what I'm saying? But there was this one Airbnb, man, I stayed at in Oakland, man. I had the homie with me out of town, right? So he said, let's go get an Airbnb in Oakland. So we up there in Oakland Hills, and we're looking right directly over there at San Francisco. I told you about this, Che, where I was reading this old article from the Harper's Weekly, and they saying the San Francisco, the Barbary Coast, drunks, prostitutes, pimps, opium dens, you name it, they claim it. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I looked right across the bed and I said, homie, that motherfucker right there, San Francisco's what looking at right now, man. This is what this motherfucker was like back in 1876 when motherfuckers was bum rushing that gold. You see what I'm saying? And them motherfuckers put on a serious bum rush. Hell, Frederick Douglass, after he beat the shit out of Nabisco that hit him with that whip, he stowed away on the ship, man, and he sailed all around the world with him working the ship, man. But then when he got to Frisco Bay, he disembarked from that motherfucker and started his newspaper out there. You know?
All right, I gotta finish.
He sure did. Okay.
To the Coast Guard until at least 11 p.m. at night on July the 4th. We know that at least one of the so-called friends was found with the phone of Nolan Wells. And we know this based on the testimony of the parents, specifically the mother, who tracked the phone and was led to the home of one of the young men where she retrieved the phone. We also know that based on the mother's testimony that Snapchat, there were no Snapchats from the day, which was very odd for her son. We also know that text messages were deleted. We know that when she was tracking the phone, Life 360 said the phone was one place and Snapchat said it was another place. We know that the boy that had the phone did not voluntarily turn it over or call first. He had to be found through their own investigation. We know that based on witnesses' account, the so-called friends were seen on July the 5th, that Sunday, having breakfast together like nothing had happened. They were not out there searching for their so-called friend. We know that the so-called friends deleted their social media, deactivated their accounts, and scrubbed it clean if the allegations are correct. We know that the young men or the young man that had the car at his house did not willingly turn over the keys. At first, he said that he did not have the keys. He didn't know where they were. Then he, after being pressed by the father, he finally turned over the keys. This is all very suspicious activity. We know that based on an audio recording and some video that Nolan Wells can be heard saying, "Give me my freaking keys." Excuse me, "Give me my freaking phone." And there's been two different versions. Some say he said, "Give me my freaking phone," or some say he said, "Give me my ML phone." Regardless, he was asking or demanding his phone. Someone had his phone who did not have permission to have his phone. So the first thing I see, the simplest thing I see, is who had his phone and why? And was that theft of the phone? Sometimes we look at the largest case, we try to get to murder, but the person that took his phone committed a crime right there. There are witnesses to who took that phone. If an affidavit is signed,
yeah, it's called robbery.
An arrest warrant could be signed by a judge in Mississippi to go after that person that had that phone unlawfully. We know, based on his own words, Nolan Wells' words while he was alive, he did not give whoever had that phone permission to have that phone. So was that theft?
And that's robbery.
I think if an affidavit is signed, if it was presented to me as a judge, I would have signed an arrest warrant for the person for theft of that phone, based on what I've heard.
It's not robbery.
It'd have to be an affidavit format, but if it was presented to me in affidavit format from law enforcement, I would sign the arrest warrant for, at least at this point, theft of the man's phone. We know who had it. We know who didn't report it to the family. The family had to go find it, and we know that Nolan Wells said, "Give it back to him," and evidently it was not given back to him. Why was that?
Well,
all of the other things I've stated, you piece it together. Is there enough right now for arrest warrants for murder? That is the good question. I do know at this point,
at least suspicion.
There should have been search warrants signed by a judge. Evidence should have been presented to a judge by now. We are nearly 7 days after July the 4th, when he was first reported missing. There should have been evidence submitted by Jackson County law enforcement agents, the sheriff's department specifically, presented to a judge so that search warrants could be signed by the judge, and there needs to be, or should have been, someone questioning the young men, the three so-called friends, and others, and the social media accounts need to be searched by now, or at least a search warrant should have been issued for the appropriate entities to give the law enforcement access to the social media information. That should have been done by now. I'm not telling you what I imagine. I'm telling you what the process usually is when you're trying to do a thorough investigation. And based on what's revealed from a thorough investigation, I do believe once the evidence is secured, it's going to lead, and it should lead, to the arrest of one or more individuals for the murder of Nolan Wells. All of the actions are very suspicious, and right now, they lead one to believe that one or more persons could have been involved with the death of Nolan Wells. Right now, we have a lot of unsworn testimony, but once that is put into affidavit format and there is corroborating evidence through social media, computers, or otherwise, I believe that at that point, there will be enough evidence for a judge to sign an arrest warrant. I think critical evidence that's missing right now are the results of the autopsy, the state's autopsy and the independent autopsy. That's going to be critical information. And that alone, or that in connection with what's already known, may be enough to lead to an arrest or arrest.
Well, look, the woman who does the autopsies is already
low-hanging fruit.
Out there.
There should be an investigation about the underage drinking, who provided the alcohol.
There's a white woman that
those individuals could be immediately arrested based on if there was any sworn testimony presented to a judge. I believe a judge could immediately sign an arrest warrant for those who provided alcohol to underage individuals. There's a lot of people and a lot of potential crimes, some misdemeanors and felonies that people could be held accountable for. Was there any boating while intoxicated? Who was the captain of the boat? And what did he allow on his boat? If there were any illegal drugs possessed by anyone, drugs are still illegal in Mississippi, at least they were when I was on the bench. Drug possession, drug use, selling of drugs, dealing drugs, trafficking drugs. We've heard testimony, or allegations at least. I don't think anything's been put in affidavit format yet, about rampant drug use among certain individuals. So there are a lot of things that's been alleged. Once put into the correct format, affidavit-wise, it could lead to arrest for several things, including misdemeanors and maybe even felonies. So there's a lot left to do. We are not rushing to judgment, but I just thought I would come on here and tell you that there definitely should be search warrants issued by now, and there could be arrest warrants for certain crimes issued by now. But for the ultimate crime of murder, it is probably wise to wait to see what the autopsy reveals, or the both autopsies reveal, and then parse that together with all the video footage, all the witness statements taken, any affidavits gathered, and then make a decision, get it all to a judge at that point, for a judge to decide whether or not to sign a warrant for the arrest of one or more individuals. It would be very interesting to see what the autopsy shows. There's also the potential for kidnapping. It needs to be looked at whether or not they can get to murder. Was there kidnapping? Was this young man taken somewhere against his will at any point? Was there abuse of a corpse even after he died? So there's a lot of things that need to be looked at from various law enforcement perspectives. Law enforcement has to do their job and get the information to a judge in the right format before a judge can act. Had I still been on the bench, if I wanted to act, I could not act unilaterally. I would have to wait till law enforcement brought me the evidence in the right format before I could sign an arrest warrant, before I could sign a search warrant. And so that's how the process works. That's how the process works. And so I am happy to be a retired judge. I'm always going to shoot it to you straight with no chaser. Straight with no chaser. I will tell you the God honest truth.
Hey, Val,
I can tell you this
Val
one
Hawkins
thing.
in the house.
I may have been born at night,
Feminine energy in the building,
but I was not born last night. And one thing about it, you cannot fool the informed. I've been on the inside. I know the process, and we will not sit quietly and allow this to be swept under the rug. I will call
in other
your
words,
hand.
Your Honor, you saying this case stinks to high hell.
I will call your hand.
The judge is saying
You're not going to play these people for a fool.
The case stinks to high hell.
You are not going to play these people for a fool. We know the process, and we know what you should be doing. And by God, I plan to make sure you do it, or we're going to call you out each and every time. There is a process. What I do know is
that's the white niggas getting scared.
had the roles been reversed, by now there would likely have been already arrests made.
What the fuck is all that?
It would have taken
bullshit back
6
there.
days, 7 days, whatever amount of days it's going to take. Had the roles been reversed,
That's the white niggas screaming
the wheels
at
of justice spin quickly.
That's Braves with the sound effects.
Somebody would have been arrested for something.
Oh, okay.
By now. But since the roles are what they are, we are expected to be patient, and they're going to cross every T and they're going to dot every I in the investigation before they make a move. Because of the people that are potentially involved.
Book them.
That's the way the criminal system works, unfortunately.
Hook them up. Hook them up, hook them up,
You have
hook
access
them
to
up,
power.
man. Go wake them motherfuckers up out the goddamn bed right
money.
now and cuff them.
I ain't gonna lie,
In some instances, if you're the right color,
this nigga
or
not
the right
putting no
hue,
fire in me. This nigga making me
you will get the
tight.
benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
And regardless of all of that,
This nigga not
based on
putting
what
a
I've
battery
heard,
in my back.
not in affidavits.
Yeah, not at all.
He
Yeah,
making me feel like, God damn, nigga, another L.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's what I'm hearing from him is another L, nigga. He don't
Damn.
sound like the way I heard him on these. Look, I'm gonna have him on my. You gonna see how he was talking on my shit today, and you gonna be like, damn, this nigga had different energy. This the same nigga. I was snapping on his beard when I was on the thing when he was on the live on Dave Anderson. I kind of mixed it up with Dave Anderson a little bit.
This whole case ain't even putting a battery in my back because the family.
Yeah, they already over there talking
forgive,
about they don't
bullshit.
see color. They apologize. Man, I done stepped back already. I'm being honest.
Okay,
with
wait a
them.
minute. The brother's family who came up dead is saying this bullshit.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. And I
hell
that's
no.
what today's show gonna be about because I'm gonna go on early a little bit because I got a lot of shit.
Okay, what
'Cause
time you coming on, Bree?
The Wednesday slide.
Huh?
Okay.
It's the Wednesday slide. Was it
Yeah,
Wednesday
the Wednesday slide. You'll see it. 'Cause
All
I
right,
was
be
like,
sure to shoot me
I
the
was
link.
gonna go last night, but I was on too many people shit, modding and watching other people's stuff, and then I saw what other people, because other people was kind of covering some of the shit I'm covering, but I saw there were gaps. I was like, I got the gaps covered. So I was like, shit, because I've been
Afro had covered it yesterday. He was
Yeah.
on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. This case stinks to high stinking ass hell.
So we got another case like this.
Right. Yeah.
Are you
that
familiar
other
with the
brother.
other case
Yeah,
that just?
Yeah, I'm about to do that today. I'm gonna do that case today. I got a bunch of information.
Okay, what's
about
that other case,
today.
y'all?
Okay, so
I think Jesse about to do it.
What's
right
the other
now.
case?
Yeah, I'm about to play it right now, Shabaki.
All
Teens
right.
arrested in drowning death of Black high school swimmer.
Yeah, see, this is why I like it. I should be different,
What?
Jesse. I don't
So we
have
got
this.
another case like that.
Yep.
See, I like this shit. We don't be having the same shit.
Teens have now been arrested for following a drowning
had this nigga. I
of
don't never have this
a
nigga.
Black
I don't like this nigga.
18-year-old.
I got into it
I want you
with
to
this
go to the picture full mass. This story.
Yeah, I'm gonna play him and then I'm gonna play Professor, because Professor covered it too.
Yeah, oh yeah, Professor Black Truth. He killed it.
Yeah,
Has been underreported, in my opinion.
Man,
I'm taking you
to
the suburbs near Dallas, Texas. 18-year-old Daniel Irving.
Okay, Shabaka, you got 20 minutes left in you.
Look, just don't let your kids go fucking swimming with these people. Can y'all hear me?
Right. Don't go anywhere with these people.
It's like what's wrong with us not learning that?
Right. Because we're in a so-called post-racial colorblind society.
Right, Val, that's what I said. I'm not getting bent out of shape. I had to fall back. As soon as I heard that, these people right here is who Black people should have been behind, but a lot of niggas didn't hear this story. Remember, I covered this story like a couple of months ago, Jesse. Remember we was talking about this shit? We already was talking about not being around these folks.
Yeah, you sure did. Okay, Joe's back. Looking back because we lost.
Yeah, Joe.
Yo.
Yeah. So, once again, you got to be
probably
careful.
going through that same bullshit we went through earlier.
No, that was on me.
Yeah. And then
that was on you? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, because when we did Frontline Black News, when we did Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced earlier this evening, man, we was having all kind of goddamn connection issues, man. You know what I mean?
Told y'all, nigga, they own niggas back. Y'all think that shit's a
man.
game.
Yeah, they is, man. Yeah, it is. And it's 92 motherfucking degrees out here.
The more
at
of us
12
getting
midnight.
vocal, and yeah, some of that is, I said, but the more of us getting vocal, that shit like got them stressed out.
This is a result of these parents raising these modern kids like racism don't exist. That's all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the parents not telling them that it exists and how to properly move.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, this is
then
back.
when motherfuckers tell me I'm crazy because I lived through all this shit, Che. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you seen the shit on my wall, or Joe.
You remember
and
Jim
Che.
Crow, or your parents was living in Jim Crow.
Yeah, my parents remember the Jim Crow, but I came up during the Black empowerment era. You know what I'm saying? As a child there in the late 1960s. But I should have wished them sisters to bring them froze back again. Because I remember them sisters out there selling them Black Panther newspapers with them froze and the mini skirts on, man. And I'm saying, gee, I wonder what's up under all that. You know what I'm saying?
Big hairy big hairy bushes.
Lord. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
See, Shabaka loved that. He loved that gooch sweat on his face.
No, I ain't that kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? No. At my age now, I roll over and put up on the top, and I just rope a dope. You know what I'm saying?
Shave that shit a little bit. I gotta be like, bitch, shave it a little bit, because I'm from the era where they weren't that bushy. So I remember. I ain't into no newborn. I ain't into no newborn vagina. But
but get this here, there was one woman I was seeing that had a bush on her. I used to go comb her bush with an afro comb.
I know you said that.
Yeah, you said
that. Work.
With the black power pick. Shabaka combing his shit with the black power pick. This shit crazy.
Coming with the whole afro pick. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That shit had a
but that woman turned out to be no damn. Yeah, but she turned out to be no damn good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that motherfucking bro was no good at all, man.
My nigga picking the joint with the Afro pick with the Black Power fist, and she still turned out to be an ain't shit bitch. God damn.
Feminist movement, third wave feminist movement.
All right, let's get back to this story,
y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Went fishing with two friends at Lake Ray Rubbert, but he never made it back home. His friends also did not report his death, and his belongings were disposed of. Sounds familiar? There's more. He was on his school's swim team, although the medical examiner determined his cause of death to be an accidental drowning. We'll get into those details. Let's just say this on face value. He's on the swim team, and the cause of death was considered to be accidental drowning, but he's on the swim team. There's no arrest. There's definitely circumstantial evidence here because his belongings are not able to be found. Still, cause of death ruled to be self-inflicted, accidental. There's more. Put him up full mass. 18-year-old Lucas Roper and 17-year-old juvenile suspect were arrested after failing to report Daniel's death and allegedly tossing his belongings and deleting evidence from his cell phone.
And look, they
Once again, it sounds familiar. The pair were eventually arrested on charges of tampering with physical evidence, a third-degree felony.
The goddamn Chucky.
Police told ABC News on Monday. We're going to go to the arrest affidavit. According to the arrest affidavit, Irving visited Lake Ray Hubbard on the 14th of April with Roper and the 17-year-old juvenile on the day he went missing. The three jumped into the water from a railroad bridge near Miller Road, where Irving is believed to have drowned. After the teen drowned, Roper and the juvenile fled the scene, and Roper allegedly threw Irving's clothing into a tree line near the bridge. That's according to an arrest affidavit seen by the outlet. The juvenile also threw Irving's cell phone from the vehicle on Roper's orders. The affidavit alleges. Roper allegedly deleted communications with Irving from his cell phone because he, quote, was aware that there would be an investigation into Daniel Irving's death, and he did not want to get into trouble, end quote, the affidavit states.
Okay, now that's
Roper allegedly admitted he panicked after Irving drowned during a voluntary interview with detectives. Now, keep in mind, everything that we're citing is based on the eyewitness testimony of individuals who would likely be the primary suspects in a murder, okay? Keep that in mind. There's a timeline to all of this. Timeline, April 14th.
Do, Sister Val.
April 14th, Daniel's mother filed a missing persons report.
That's right, Val.
With the Raleigh Police Department after she did not or could not get in contact with her son, who had left with friends to go fishing. That's April 14th.
They got a
2 days
whole
later,
channel
April 16th.
dedicated to white people and they
The Raleigh Police Department issued a community alert online detailing the disappearance
I could definitely
of
It's called the
teenager.
ID channel. Go
Police
check
said
that shit
Daniel
out.
was
They
without
call it
several
ID.
personal belongings,
cable, right?
including his driver's
Yeah,
license
it's on
and cash.
cable. It's called the ID
Officials added
channel.
Yeah, I remember
that this was
Them
suspicious
motherfuckers just be
and
murdering
uncommon
all
behavior
damn day
for
on that
Daniel, her, his family. Now, one day after that, April 17th, Daniel's body was recovered from the lake 4 days after he went missing.
Okay,
According
so
to
that
the
means it was
family,
partially
the police
decomposed, too,
department
because
did
of
not
the
handle
water.
this case with any investigatory urgency. They did not utilize the aggression and the, power, the might of their investigative ability in order to find their son. So Daniel's family asserts this was mishandled. Quote, the family believes the urgency they requested
That's right, Val.
was not met during the
Investigation
crucial or
discovery.
critical
That's what it's
early
called.
stages of the investigation. End quote. Dominique Alexander, founder of the Next Generation Action Network, said in an open letter to the Dallas Police Department that has now taken over this investigation. Quote, in the time since,
it's a wrap.
The silence
when
and
Crump
lack
got
of
involved, it was a
communication
wrap.
have only deepened their worry that this
told
case
y'all when Crump
is
and
not
Al
receiving the
Sharpton and them
attention
was up there, I was
and
like, it's a
diligence it demands. Before I continue,
Lord, this the same dude that was on the Carmelo Anthony case.
Yeah, who came to Carmelo shit in the beginning. Same nigga.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. It's a wrap, man. This is not going to be no justice. Soon as they brought Ben Crump, I was like, oh, they just going to get how much money they going to get out of him. That's all
man,
it
that
is.
ambulance chasing motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
So Ben
That's
Crump
it.
out here chasing another goddamn ambulance. So this motherfucker,
And they
man,
keep
on
trying to
chased
call
3
him civil
ambulances,
rights.
man, in the last 3 months.
Yeah, he ain't no damn civil rights
No,
attorney. We
I
got
went back
ambulance
and
chasers.
I went back to media, how they used to talk about him 3 years ago. They do not call him a civil rights attorney. Now, all of a sudden, all the media is introducing him as civil rights attorney. He's not a civil rights attorney.
Right.
He's a fake T-Moo Martin Luther King. He like, I'm just hoping, we get the family some compensation, for what happened.
Ambulance.
It's like
chasing
he's just out
motherfuckers.
here ready to get paid again. And they like, yeah, this type of nigga.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these cities and states,
he
they have
did a
money set
third.
aside for this anyway, but their coffers going dry because
Yeah,
racism
it's like
is
a
expensive.
contingency fund.
So racism is expensive, and they all starting to lose their money. They trying to figure out how to get this. This is why they brought all the immigrants in. This is another reason for the influx of immigrants. So they can water down what black people got to say about the college. Have y'all seen that? There's a thing they had on all the news channels, ABC, NBC, of some little nigga, some little melanated little nigga waving to everybody that ride through his neighborhood, even the police.
Yeah,
Did y'all seen that story?
Yeah.
And then
I
it turned
saw that
out his
bullshit.
mama is some damn type
man.
of Indian. The dad is some type of black. I don't know if he FBA or something. But this little nigga's always out there, hi, to everybody. Like, nigga, that don't matter when you little, nigga.
Right.
When you little, nigga, they don't give a fuck. You a kid. They can tell.
Yeah.
But when you get older, nigga, when you hit 12, 13, nigga, you gonna be like, bye, get these people away from me, goddamn it, all the police. The nigga sounded like little Elmo's World type nigga. Like, nigga, your mom and daddy setting you up for failure. Because when this shit go down, nigga, it's gonna go down.
Right.
People act like I'm so grim because I talk to my daughters so damn grim. I'm like, yeah, it's not right. Yeah, it might not be happening now. It's when it happens. How you gonna deal with it?
Right.
Right.
Because it's gonna happen.
Yep. And Val
That's what
says
black
Ben
people.
Crump, Ben Crump is definitely turning into a snake, or Val says Ben Crump is
He's been a snake oil
he's
salesman.
selling snake oil.
That's what he is. He just popped up and everybody accepted this nigga. Nobody even asked any questions like, where did this nigga come from?
Right.
I'm starting to have an issue with Kaepernick. I'm starting to have an issue with Kaepernick too. I just read an article where Kaepernick is also throwing money in this like they did Trey Reid, and no one's communicating with Trey Reid's family.
Look, what is Kaepernick?
Mixed mulatto.
A tragic mulatto, nigga. That's all you need to know, and you need to just you should be already expecting that. That's what I learned that after being out here in Squirrelville.
Yeah.
You can't trust these niggas that got all these white folks in their family.
Hold I was listening to a white supremacist talk about this too, and he was warning FBA. He said, "Hey, the mixed class is the mixed class. They not black. They not white. Don't get it twisted."
Don't get it twisted.
They used to be black back in the day. Now they all want to be all these other things and stuff, and it's like that's why it's a problem dealing with one of them.
Hey, but they need to go see that movie called Imitation of Life. You heard me talk about that, Joe.
Yeah, I know that movie.
Talk about that, Jay. Yeah, yeah, that was some sad shit right there, man.
Yeah,
them motherfuckers need to go see that, and they will get a real wake up call.
Goddamn wake up.
Yeah, watch that, and then
I dropped
watch
the Kaepernick.
Wait, what did you say?
I dropped it.
I said watch
My
that,
fault.
and then watch Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
Oh yeah.
Kaepernick link in the chat.
Oh,
Kaepernick link in the chat.
Watching the movie,
Oh,
so
let me
I
hit
get
that.
to watch some more movies now. Yeah, and Val says that motherfucker damn snake oil salesman. Hell yeah. Shit, yeah. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I just seen this
saying?
on Twitter. I seen this on Twitter. Yeah,
What's that?
that Kaepernick was stepping in on this
Oh,
Nolan Wells case,
Yeah.
like he did the Trey Reid case.
Yeah. So it sounds like to me with Kaepernick becoming conscious all of a sudden,
Wait till I play this shit that this Asian say. I want y'all to see how the Asians they making Nolan. He's an Asian now.
Yeah.
Lord.
wait till I play this shit today.
Oh,
Y'all gonna be like, what the fuck?
Boy.
So is the Asian community gonna come out and
boy.
rally behind him like they did? What's his damn name that killed Philando Castile?
Oh, that
Yanez.
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 Yeah.
No, they going look, you're gonna see what I play. You're gonna be like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Generally speaking, if somebody decides to destroy evidence, we would consider that in every jurisdiction to be evidence of a guilty conscience. That's how prosecutors would look at that case. You destroy evidence, you have a guilty conscience. Why would you destroy evidence if you did not have a guilty conscience? So destroying evidence can at times be utilized as the primary factor to get a conviction from somebody because they would not typically destroy evidence if they were not guilty of a crime. There's more. NBC Dallas-Fort Worth. NBC Dallas-Fort Worth also reports that, quote, Daniel's mother said the police said they were unable to ping her son's cell phone until after his body was recovered due to privacy laws. She and other family members questioned
Let them go out and commit a goddamn
what they
crime,
called
man.
a
They're
delay
pulling everything out
in
that
notifying the
goddamn
public
cell phone.
that he was missing. After Daniel's death, advocacy group said one of the people Daniel was with before he died came forward and told police that what happened was an accident, end quote. Quote, Daniel left home with somebody, went out there to Ray Hubbard Lake with somebody, but nobody called his mother, nor called 911, end quote, Alexander said. Quote, they have been met with delays instead of accountability, end quote. As Daniel's family mourns his loss, they now have a legal team working to get some answers on their behalf. Doridia Law on Sunday said his law firm will facilitate an independent investigation into Daniel's death. Isn't it sad?
Okay, so I mean, he got to
Isn't it sad that
the
these
money with crime.
grieving, tax-paying family members have to hire independent counsel and independent investigators in order to get to the bottom of something that should be handled by the apparatus of law enforcement, because they do pay to have that service available to them. God forbid something like this ever happens. Now something like this has happened. They can't even depend on the money that they spend that's taken out of their check for their local service to do justice for their deceased son. There's more. The family's attorney added, quote, Daniel Irving was an honor roll student. He was a member of his swim team. He was strong. He was a strong, healthy, young athlete.
Okay.
For these
so that
two
means
suspects
he knew how to swim, even if he hit
to
the
say
water.
he drowned,
he would know how to
and
swim.
they left. It doesn't add up.
It doesn't.
Something smells off to
Something
us.
not right, Shabaka.
Yeah, it smells off to us as well. I want you to understand the people involved, the other teenagers. You're not talking about a 5-year-old, okay? You're talking about a juvenile at 17. You're talking about one that's older. You're talking about individuals who know better. And if it's purely an accident,
Okay, it's just a valve.
you don't discard evidence as if you committed a crime. If it's an accident, you report it as an accident. You know better. The family obviously has to pay for these additional expenses and fees, etc. Funeral services.
Came into existence.
We want to help as much as we can. If you can donate, the family does need assistance. Do the very best you can.
Like Joe
We'll bring
said,
up this as they come.
Get strapped or get clapped.
Yeah, hey, there it is.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor.
Check it out. No, my fault, man. I forgot what I was going to say. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay.
And this is the moment of truth.
The professor.
By now, I'm sure you probably heard about the case of the young man who died under mysterious circumstances in what's been called a drowning. Well, it turns out that there's actually been an arrest in this case.
19-year-old Lucas Roper is accused of tampering with evidence in connection to the drowning death of 18-year-old Daniel Irving in Lake Ray Hubbard back in April. Irving's body was discovered on April 17th, 4 days after he is believed to have drowned. Irving had reportedly gone to the lake with Roper and a juvenile suspect to swim and go fishing. Days after his body was recovered, Irving's family held this news conference demanding answers.
What do we want? Justice for Daniel Irving. Amen. When do we want it? Now.
Irving's family said then that they wanted a full and transparent investigation. On July 9th, Roper was arrested by Dallas police on one count of tampering with physical evidence. According to an arrest warrant affidavit, Roper was interviewed by detectives after Irving's body was found. Roper told police after the three of them had jumped into the lake from the railroad track bridge, Irving drowned and Roper panicked. Instead of calling 911, the affidavit states Roper told investigators he deleted all communication with Daniel Irving from his cell phone, adding that Roper confirmed he was aware that there would be an investigation into Daniel Irving's death, and he did not want to get into trouble, and states Roper threw Daniel Irving's clothes in the tree line as they fled the location. The juvenile suspect also told investigators he admitted he threw Daniel Irving's cell phone from the vehicle after suspect Roper told him to.
We, the family, are deeply inclined these individuals intended on no one looking for Daniel.
Roper was booked into the Dallas County Jail. I can tell you that his bond has been set at $10,000. Now, we don't know the status of the juvenile suspect. Because he is a minor, Dallas police are not releasing any additional information.
Yes, you have this case out of Dallas with almost exactly the same circumstances that happened to Nolan Wells. This happened to another Black teenager, Daniel Irvin, just 3 months ago in Texas. The Black teen is out ostensibly to go swimming with his white friends, and that's the last time that anybody ever heard from him alive. The family of Daniel Irvin had to move heaven and earth just to get the white authorities merely to start an investigation. And when they do, they immediately find that the Black victim's friends had taken his cell phone and his clothes, and that they deleted all of their digital communications with him before they were arrested. This Roper individual admitted to the police that he had tried to cover his digital tracks. Now, under law, they would call that knowledge of guilt. And yet the so-called authorities are still not pursuing a murder charge against him or even any sort of homicide charge. Instead, it's just tampering with physical evidence. So this guy goes to hang out with a friend. The friend drowns, but he doesn't even think to call for help. He doesn't think to even let the friend's family know what happened to him. Instead, his first and only impulse is, let's get rid of his clothes and his cell phone. And then we're going to go ahead and erase any communication that we had with him. That's not the behavior of a confused friend. That's the behavior of a cowardly killer. And speaking of cowards, the prosecutors are trying to bury this case. They don't want to bring charges at all. They're trying to lay the groundwork to simply say, well, there just wasn't enough to bring a case, you see. That's what they're trying to do. What they're doing at the moment, though, is waiting. They're waiting to see if anyone's going to come forward with evidence that's going to contradict them. Evidence that will make it harder for them to falsely claim, well, there's just not enough proof, you see. As far as they're concerned, unless somebody comes forward with damning evidence, then we got a clear runway to let this guy get away with murder. This is what's been going on in just the last few months alone. So no, Nolan Wells is not some isolated incident, and the response by the white authorities is not a coincidence either. This is the police working to cover up these murders and to help the perpetrators get away with it. Because had the racial roles been reversed, Daniel Irvin would have been arrested immediately, and the charges against him wouldn't be just tampering with evidence. It would be murder. And of course, the entire reason that I'm bringing this up is because this case in Texas dovetails perfectly with the case of Nolan Wells. You see that his white friends claimed that he voluntarily stayed behind on the island, but all they got for that is their word. And if that is true, then why did his white friends have both his cell phone and his keys? Nolan Wells' mother said that she had used an app to track his cell phone, and after a friend went to where it was on land to pick it up, they noticed that some of his messages appeared to have been deleted. So, you look at these two cases here. Two teens turn up dead under mysterious circumstances, an apparent drowning, a number of similarities in the case, but the police are doing nothing but pushing every lie, every excuse they can not to make an arrest. Having someone's cell phone and their keys and messages that appear to have been deleted, well, apparently that's not tampering with evidence at all, now is it?
No,
and then
that's
there's
robbery.
who had his cell phone and his keys, and they're claiming that a widely circulated video where a voice can be heard, they're going, well, that's not Nolan's voice, why, that's one of ours. And are people skeptical about that? Of course they are. They'd be fools not to be skeptical of this group. These guys are literally recycling the George Zimmerman talking points. Oh, well, if you can't see the guy, then that means you got to take our word for it, right? All of this went down on July 4th, which is a fitting date for this kind of skullduggery to take place. And that's the reason why, among other reasons, that there's no arrest, the authorities are throwing up a smokescreen to justify their own inaction. They've done everything short of saying, we think it was a suicide. That's about the only lie that they haven't pushed out here. They're already saying that it was most likely a riptide or something. He probably tried to swim back to shore, don't you think? So in other words, they're sending up all kinds of BS trial balloons. All kinds
you gonna have a riptide in a lake, man?
They're trying to set the stage for when they blame the victim, because that's where they're determined to go. This is not an investigation, it's a whitewashing. Oh, they know exactly what it is that happened here, and they know exactly why it is that everybody's suspicious. As far as they're concerned, that's the point. This is about sending a racial message. Oh yeah, we know what the truth happens to be here, but we also know that we're the ones in charge. So this is our opportunity to show you that there's not going to be any justice if the white supremacists have anything to say about it. We're going to be blaming the victim, even though everyone knows it's a pack of lies. This is their way of trying to show their little old power. It's like all these times when you got some black person who turns up having been lynched, and the authorities immediately say, well, he committed suicide. Isn't it obvious? That's suicide, the lie that they tell. Yeah. That's the one that they always use. It's their go-to excuse. In LA, but in this case, by cop. So instead, the lie is, well, maybe he was trying to swim back to the mainland. They're not even conducting an investigation. They're just throwing up excuses, lies up front. And don't underestimate the desire by these racists to have a do-over of the attack on Carmelo Anthony. High school-aged males, football players, where you got one black person and a whole bunch of non-black people around him. And of course, you just need to take their word for it. Just go ahead and take their word for it. After all, they wouldn't lie. Certainly, if they harmed him, they wouldn't lie, right? As they see it, this incident with Nolan Wells, this one went the right way. So now the game is to preserve what they see as their little old victory and make sure that nobody winds up being prosecuted. Because if they allow the public to actually pressure them into actually doing their jobs and actually enforcing the law, well, they run the risk of this becoming another L. And speaking of people who take L's, we've seen a number of individuals who are only too eager to jump in front of the camera. Yeah, I'm talking about people like Mushmouth Crump. Yeah, this guy's never lived. There's some black person who's been harmed. This guy shows up because the white media feels that he's safe to put in front of the cameras. He's the kind of lame brain that they like to give airtime to, so they can hold him. This is the best legal mind that Black America has. Chuckle, chuckle. And of course, speaking of chuckling, you got the joke himself, Al Sharpton. Nice to see that he could take some time away from licking Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski's boots to go ahead and get in front of the cameras on this one too. Al Sharpton at this point is desperately trying to regain some of his long since squandered credibility. And in the case of the professional ambulance chaser Crump, he never had any to begin with. I truly can't understand why these families just keep on letting this guy Crump use them for photo ops. I guess somebody must have convinced them that he can bring attention to their case or something like that, even though they don't need him for that. More likely, I think that they believe that if they see someone on white media TV networks, then what that means is, well, this guy must be important or he must be a good lawyer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on TV. When the reality is, all it means is that this is a trusted cog in the machine of white supremacy. The family of Ahmaud Arbery managed to get justice in spite of Mushmouth Crump's involvement, certainly not because of him. Times like this, you see that the untalented 10th, the so-called smartest Negroes in the room, you know, the boule bootlicks who love to tell everybody that they're the leaders of Black America and that they're so smarter than everybody else. Interesting how times like this, these morons go missing. Should public pressure be enough to bring charges, and should the truth come out that Nolan Wells' death was indeed the result of his friends' actions, I have to wonder if our Negro bootlick lawyers, you know, the ones who were so eager to demonize Carmelo Anthony and to whitewash his railroading, I wonder if they're going to be running their mouths on this one. See, with Carmelo Anthony, they were so authoritative about what the particulars of the law were, even though they didn't have a single letter of the law to stand on. That was the entire point. It wasn't about law. They knew it. Oh, they were so against it because the law, you see, the law is very clear on this. Interesting, though, how none of these morons ever brings up the law with that level of certitude when the deceased is Black, no matter how damning the evidence is or how obvious the crime. Suddenly, their ability to confidently say and predict, well, the law is just against them, you know, all of a sudden their ability to see the future is gone. Yeah, when the accused is not Black, but the victim is, all of a sudden they can't say what the law would do. Well, we can't predict. We can't even actually be that hard about it. I mean, we can't put our foot down and say this is what it is. Because these scumbag shysters know that under white supremacy, it's never about the law. It's only about the skin color of the accused. If you're Black, then you're guilty, period. But on the other hand, if you're white, you got the complexion for the protection. This fact is so well known and so well established that the bootlicks know it and they don't dare challenge it. When have you ever seen them on a tear talking about how clear the law is when a Black person is killed, but then some white supremacist walks afterwards, or vice versa? When have they ever been so certain about the law when a Black person is the one accused of something, particularly if they're accused of harming a non-Black person? When have these clowns said, well, the law is clearly on his side, you see? No, these lame-brained lawyers, they know the rules of racism. They know the outcomes that white power wants, and these morons know that the outcomes of these legal cases have nothing to do with the law and everything to do with race. So they'll carry water for the injustice system because they're hoping that some white TV producer or some person in the white media will notice their shameless butt kissing. And in cases like this one, they'll show that they have no intelligence and no legal skill because none of them ever talks about what legal options
about that, Mr. Pointer
can make. So in what is credibly believed to be the murder of Nolan Wells, this case is the intersection of a number of evils, though none of them is new. It's also a reminder to Black parents that you need to be extra vigilant about who your children's friends are. You know, the same way you got to have the talk with your kids about the police, you also better get realistic with them about having friends from the dominant society, because there's a hell of a lot of these irregular forces of white supremacy running around. Because if you're not careful, your child just might, quote unquote, befriend someone like a Kyle Rittenhouse. or a Dylan Roof.
Right.
Let's be blunt here.
Right.
So long as the power dynamic is based on what it is, which is anti-Black oppression, then it's utterly impossible and foolish for your children to think that they have friends from the dominant society. The relationships that they have are not defined at the personal level. They are defined by the conditions of the society that they live in. And as Neely Fuller pointed out, when it comes to the children of the dominant society, they already know the rules of racism by the time that they hit age 13. They have to know it. They have to know exactly what their power and position in the world is based on. They know it, and they have no confusion about it. But in too many cases, Black children, particularly the ones whose parents allowed them to be raised by television, the white media's television, and their parents who allow the kids to just run around just meeting whomever, because after all, everybody's nice if we are, right? Those children can find themselves in very, very dangerous, if not deadly situations. Until white supremacy has been crushed to dirt and Black empowerment stands tall, the only actual relationship that you can have is oppressor and oppressed. That's the reality.
Right.
And you play with your life if you forget that. White supremacy is global. How many times have you seen some Black person turn up dead and you got someone from the dominant society suspected of doing it, but they still walk around free as a bird, unworried, as if they're totally confident that the law isn't going to touch them? These are the facts. Facts that Black children need to know, that they need to have taught to them and drilled into their heads until they get it. And we do ourselves no favors by ignoring it, though we do our children a lot of harm by ignoring this reality. Black children need to be aware of this, because if they're not, they just might wind up hanging out with their friends for some sort of occasion, like some sort of holiday, thinking to themselves that these are their buddies. And then, too late, they'll realize white supremacy doesn't take a holiday. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Derek, Anthony Pollard, Rebellious Zoe, Kareem Lawless, and James Hampton. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah, once again, the professor is speaking undisputed truth.
Right.
Because only a fucking idiot would believe this shit, man. It was an accident and all that. No. You all murdered that young man.
Yep.
See,
and
this is a request that I got. This is a request that I got to any new Black media that's listening. We have to remove some emotion from some things because we're really overlooking a super talented artist of a lawyer who is Sean Kent, who represented that child man who shot that young Black boy. If they remove Crump and put that man in with the evidence that they have against them white folk, it is a good chance we can really see some results. But we have to get past, if we can look past the white folk that Johnny Cochran represented, why come we can't look past the folk that Kent represented? He's the best lawyer that Black folk got right now, and we need to take advantage of that and remove emotion over him representing child. If you go and look at what he did a masterful job. And I land.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and then to quote Johnny Cochran, Joe, you know what I'm saying? I remember because I grew up in LA where he was a lawyer at, and he took a whole lot of cases pro bono. And the key case that he took pro bono and won was the Deadweiler case. And you could Google it, look it up, Deadweiler case, 1966.
Now, respectfully, OG, in 2026, pro bono? That's all.
Okay, what was you saying, Joe? You said pro bono.
In 2026, no one except for some sleaze bag like Crump is going to go pro bono.
Right.
Okay.
Or sleaze merit.
Yeah.
Right. Like the once again, if you remove emotion and you go back and you look at Sean Kent's performance, with that evidence that they have of what that them white boys did and what already been locked up, Crump is going to botch this for those people.
Yeah, I agree, Sister Val. I agree, Joe.
Okay. Yeah. Crump got to stop being greedy. Some things are about justice, not compensation. You damn right about that, there, sister.
OG and about being greedy. I've been following that Reid case since it happened. The grandmother is so distraught that no one will communicate with her. Not Kaepernick, not Crump, not nobody. Then Crump jumped to the young lady who baby the Mississippi thing. Like it's a pattern here. And now Kaepernick is jumping behind this with him again. Man, listen. It's called misdirection. Harry Houdini was a master of it. He show you his right hand while he do it with his left. My Negro family, stop falling for the misdirection. That's all I'm saying. I land.
I agree, Joe.
Yeah.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts?
Okay, what my thoughts is that this case stinks to high hell, number one. Number two, okay, you always hear me say it on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. They trying to get their lies straight now. You see what I mean? And I have no doubt in my mind that they murdered that young man. There's not a doubt in my mind that they murdered him. Look where the fucker was at. He's the only brother out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, see, and then, just like Joe said, look at Dylan Roof. You know what I mean? And then that kangaroo court judge. Oh, by the way, you're going to love this here, y'all. That kangaroo court judge that said that Dylan Roof deserves to have a fair trial and all that old type of shit. You remember that there, Che?
Yes, Shabaka. I got to
That motherfucker, man, got caught with his drawers down, man. They got some shit up on his ass. He got caught with his drawers down. Yeah, that motherfucker there is facing some damn sex crime shit.
Man, during that Panther Revolution that jumped off in the 60s and 70s by the Panthers, man, that is what made these people think twice before doing stuff like this. All of this kumbaya, we all one people thing, and telling these children that there's no racism has led to these situations. Like, I have to go back around and I look at his parents and I see how he affiliated and kicked back. No, man, they didn't
lower your guard
prepare
like
him.
You cannot lower your guard like that, man. Not in this day and times, man. You cannot lower your guard, man. These Nabiscos want to invite you and you be the only black one out there. Hell no, man. Hey, I respectfully decline. You all go on and have a nice day. You see? Because it only takes half a second to get killed. You see what I'm saying?
And I'm a big believer. I'm a huge believer in a father that's present, that's weak and subservient is worse than an absent father.
Okay.
That's exactly what Nolan's father represent. Exactly that.
Okay.
If your son is watching you be dominated, if your male offspring is watching you as the breadwinner and you're breaking your back, he knows you're supposed to be the head of this house, but you're subservient and you're taking orders and you're standing in the corner and shutting up when you're being told to. Well, that kind of changes the male offspring. And like I say, if they would have went for Carmelo with the passion clause, he probably would have been out in 2 to 5 years. But they got him a lawyer. They had a law firm with the prosecutor. That should have been some kind of some kind of flaw. Like that should have ruled something out right there.
No, Joe, that's exactly what it is, man. I forgot what they called it, man, but it's kind of like a double jeopardy. Yeah, it's a double jeopardy situation. You see what I'm saying? And what do they call that brother Che? He didn't have proper legal counsel, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, he didn't have proper legal counsel. You see what I mean? And I forget, and there's a term for it, man. I forgot.
Now,
so in other words, man, it's like this here. Go ahead, Joe.
I'm just saying, during that time when that child trial was going on, I was pissed watching it because I was like, look at this Sambo perform. And after it was done, I sat back and I thought about it and I was like, oh shit, he's probably one of the best black lawyers out right now.
The one that said that he took the case because he needed to pay his bills, he needed to pay the house.
He did all the Johnny Cochran animation, all of the went through all of the evidence. Like, bro, he's an actor. He's a very talented actor. On top of knowing law,
okay.
They're missing an opportunity, probably over emotion.
Yep.
Well, look at Paul Robeson. You know, he was an actor, an athlete, and a lawyer.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying his performance art in when he's defending his client, or when he's working for his client, his performative measures in his act is amazing. I haven't seen this since Cochran.
Okay.
You know how Cochran was like, if the glove don't fit, and was all through the courtroom talking and showing emotion and all. Yeah. See, it makes a difference. You're trying to sway jurors, not the judge.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Exactly. Yep. But I'm gonna call it a night, y'all.
Yeah, that's
what
gonna
I'm
send it back up. But before you call it a night, we got a Nabisco that decided to put his hands on a sister.
Uh-oh. Dun.
Pink
What's up with that?
Pink Proud Boy Pump does this to a black woman.
Did he get his ass whooped?
A racist attack caught on camera. We first told you about this on Monday, but questions still remain. Michelle Nix with the new bird's eye view of the confrontation.
The newly released videos by Akron police seem to reinforce cell phone video we saw earlier in the week of a white man assaulting a black woman after referring to her with a racial slur. Criminal charges have already been filed against this man, and the FBI is also reviewing the case to see if it should be considered a hate crime.
Shut your mouth.
No. This cell phone video taken in Akron's Highland Square last weekend captured national attention. Mr. Walls. Days later, 26-year-old Andrew Walls of Kent pled not guilty to the assault on Cameron Morgan after calling her the N-word. He's also accused of possessing a firearm while intoxicated. But Walls not only denied it in court, but when questioned by police that night.
Were you involved in the fight? No, I got hit, man. I don't know what happened.
Two new videos just released by Akron police this morning give more of a bird's eye view of what happened and include showing Walls allegedly not only punched the black female, but a second woman immediately after. Others appear to tackle Walls after he threw several punches, and Morgan, the victim, told police she attempted to break up that fight. The victim also told Akron police that Walls then dragged her by the hair and she hit her head on the ground. It's unclear if that's part of this new video. The victim, Cameron Morgan, reported
Wait
to
a minute,
police
man.
that
I see 5 goddamn black men standing there, man, and they didn't stomp this motherfucker.
Seconds later, she was
And I'm
assaulted.
looking at that
Although it's
correctly, and I
unclear
know
what
I
led
got
up to that
bifocals on
interaction,
now.
the information has been turned over to the FBI to determine if federal hate crime
1, 2,
charges
3,
will
4
be
black
filed
men
against
standing there, man.
Walls.
And this
Video posted to
motherfucker's looking
social
like
media
this.
is ultimately how Andrew
And they didn't
Walls
put no
was
work in on
identified.
him.
Walls is also allegedly
I
a
can
member
explain
of the
that.
Proud Boys and is facing a second assault charge related to a woman who is not a minority. His next court appearance, March 11th in Akron. Reporting in Cleveland, Michelle Nix, 19 News.
A Proud Boy who assaults a black woman and another woman doesn't get charged with a hate crime. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises to the Most High. Although this story happened some years ago, it highlights once again the current climate that us people face in the wake of a lot of racist attitudes being brought to the forefront. And this man, as you heard him in the video, is going to say, well, I don't know what happened. I know I got hit. I wasn't involved. But the cowardly man not only hit one woman and then hit another woman and then drugged the woman by her hair after calling her a N-word female dog. And you can read his lips when you see that. But they mentioned that the FBI was looking into it and to see if he would be charged with a hate crime. He wasn't. And also, he was barely given an active sentence. I want you to take a listen to this video, which gives you some insight and details about his sentencing for this heinous act.
I remember this video you see behind me, a man yelling racial slurs at a woman outside a bar and punching her in the face.
Seeing
Today,
4
that
goddamn
man
black
behind
men
the violence
standing there
back
and
in
ain't
court
nobody
to
doing
find out his
shit.
fate. Katie Wilson takes you inside the courtroom for his sentencing.
Shut your mouth.
It's a video that got a lot of attention on social media. A man assaulting a woman in a racist attack.
All rise.
But when Andrew Wells faced a judge to learn his punishment, his attorney said there's more to this story.
As you see there, at first contact, Mr. Walls is standing flat-footed with his hands up, talking to these individuals.
His attorneys say another group threw the first punch and were also the first ones to make hateful comments about Walls and his friends. But the fight eventually escalated to this point, where Walls assaulted two women. One of them says it still haunts her to this day.
For somebody to act like that and just project such hate on an individual, I just think there has to be accountability.
Walls also addressed the court apologizing, saying it won't happen again.
It's been an eye-opener for me about my alcohol problem and clearly an anger problem. And I've been taking steps to make sure that I don't end up in a situation like this again.
But for the judge, it wasn't enough.
You should have known better.
She called Walls' actions reprehensible, saying there's no place for racism, and sentenced him to 6 months in jail. A short time behind bars and plenty opportunity to get help to make sure this doesn't happen again. Reporting in Summit County, Katie Wilson, 19 News.
Now, only 6 months in jail, which with good behavior could be only less than 3 months, for punching two women, calling them racial slurs, and having a firearm while intoxicated. That is the white privilege that we think about. And if you look at that judge actually looks like she's a minority, whether she's Spanish, Indian, or, and she's a woman. But if you listen to the way that she talks to him, and I'm going to play you a little bit of her sentencing words, she is just coddling him. Like she hates to give him any time, but also she's going to give you some insight about what this man says started it. And basically he's a punk, as some people call it. Just listen.
Background information that will give me more factual knowledge of what occurred on the date of the incident. But I'm also looking to see if there's any self-introspection from the person who's guilty of the offense. So today was the first time I did get an opportunity of seeing those videos. I do appreciate the fact that I did see them. I'm looking for something that allows me to see whether the person is remorseful for what occurred and if they take full responsibility for their actions and are accountable for their actions. These are important factors to me when determining sentencing. And up until today, Mr. Wells, unfortunately and disappointingly, I could find none of those in the report. So during the time that you spoke with Mr. Sturmey, from the time of February up until the pre-sentence report was done, I think sometime in September, I found none of those factors, sir. And, even though you have said it today, I also want to state to these young women that I am very sorry, especially for you, Ms. Morgan, but also for Ms. Rosenfeld for what you had to endure that evening. I think I'm concerned, Mr. Walls, because I agree with your attorney, anything that may have been said to you or to your husband in a derogatory manner was wrong, terribly wrong. Those words are harmful words and should never, ever be said. But you had a way that evening of escape. You had a way of getting your friends were trying to get you away. Instead of getting away, you continued with the fight. And that's the problem that I have with this, is that
she had a duty to retreat.
You should have known better.
Your actions on that evening were egregious, they were reckless, they were wanton, and they were just mean-spirited. The use of racial and derogatory slurs is hurtful in and of themselves, but to use them along with violence is just reprehensible and should never be tolerated in our society.
Of America toward Black people.
And I just can't tolerate it in this court. So for that, I am so glad, Mr. Walls, that you are now looking at getting some help.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it right there because the only thing she did was give him a lecture with a whole bunch of big words and only sentenced him to 6 months in jail. As she mentioned, using racial slurs with violence is reprehensible. Well, give him a reprehensible sentence. And if you heard the judge say, well, I agree with your attorney, any word said to you or your husband, shouldn't have been said, but he had a way of escape. So what does that mean? A man and his husband, that means that they are punks. And so that's what punks do. They attack women, so this whole situation reeks of just evil. That's one word that the judge didn't mention, evil. She didn't mention any of that in her report. She glossed over the fact that those women were there. They had to deal with it. And she gave them a cookie cutter sentence. And that is why these incidents always happen. They occur because people who perpetrate this level of violence don't get the necessary punishment that they deserve. And so this happened once again a few years back. He's probably out being more racist, being more drunk. He showed no remorse up until then. Then he gave that little cookie cutter statement, which, the judge might as well fail for it because she only gave him, once again, 6 months, in which he should have been charged with a federal hate crime for using racial slurs and attacking a Black woman. So what are we to do when these bills don't work? What is the use of having that hate crime bill, which rarely gets used, and they rarely get sentenced that warrants or that their behavior warrants? Y'all let me know what y'all think about this in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop. Let's go, Rich. Let's go. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, making news coverage. Give you the truth before the fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, making news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed with stories abroad from literary work where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along. Shout out to FBA, still FTP. Big up in FAC. And all my Black families. It's 3 sides to all stories. Which one you gon' believe? We run down on the false prophets when they come to deceive. 100% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside. Slaves and just as power. If you don't know by now, look around me, the darkest hours. Cops squeeze their hammers because they don't understand. Stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Telehouse set them straight by from the rich investigators. You watch your Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They become disenchanted. They become disillusioned. They become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the Black community that makes the Black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent.
Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse, telehouse publishing, telehouse, telehouse publishing.
Oh, damn, we lost Joe. All right, Shabaka, what's your closing thoughts on Shabaka, you're muted. Oh, shit.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's your closing thoughts on your way out?
Okay. Oh, okay, my closing thoughts on my way out, man. That motherfucker that hit that woman, man, his ass should be walking a goddamn concrete on a no-belt hole.
Yep.
Straight out.
Well, this
Straight
is
out.
a few,
Straight
this
out.
is a few years
You know
back,
what
so
I'm
he's
saying?
probably back out on the streets.
Okay. And then I saw 1, 2, 3, 4 black men standing around there and watched them hit that sister, man. You know, his ass should have been stomped into the fucking ground.
That's the era we're in, Shabaka. People don't want to get involved. I was watching a video earlier
Yeah, I
where
know.
brother tried to intervene on a domestic violence situation, and the victim was caping for the perpetrator. She was all up in the way, trying to defend the perpetrator, and she ended up getting the brother that tried to help jacked up.
Yeah. Oh man. Damn.
Yeah.
Woo,
so it's like,
man.
you don't even
Once
want,
again,
you don't even
man.
want to intervene no
On
more.
something like that, bro. Yeah, man, exactly. Man. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, man, like I said last night, man, I just don't know what to say.
Right.
And I know it's very rarely, man, when I have a loss of words, man. But this, man,
It's bad.
I mean,
Most
what's
would rather
happening?
film something like that than actually get involved to try to break it up or intervene or something. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, the brother I was watching earlier, he was saying that the brothers don't want to intervene because, you know, they can end up losing their life or end up in jail or end up harmed.
Yeah.
And the bride is still going to be with the dude.
Yeah, that is true, brother.
That she was trying to defend her against.
Yeah, that is true. You know, that is true. That is very, very true. But like I said, you know, I hope the sister's okay. You know what I'm saying? I hope they send this moist motherfucker up the river. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. You know what I mean? But wow.
Yeah, this was some years back, Shabaka. This was like 2-3 years ago at least.
Oh, okay. So this here is like about 2023, 2022. Okay. All righty. Okay. All right. So therefore, Brother Che, I'm going to bid everybody a good night here from Sin City. It's 87 degrees now and partly cloudy.
Late with us.
Yeah. All right. So I'll give you, go ahead.
Friday, Grand Rising. But yeah, definitely give me a call tomorrow. I'll be back home tomorrow. I'm at the dollhouse right now. I'm at Lady Chase.
Okay. And then we thank everybody from coming in. Cool Keezy, you know what I'm saying? Other young man.
Keezy didn't show up, but shout out to Keezy. But we
But
we got Sister Val in here. We got Brother Cardenas.
Yeah, and we had Breeze with us tonight, right?
We have Breeze come through.
Okay, yeah, shout out to Breeze, shout out to Breeze, shout out to everybody. And then, ladies and gentlemen, if you got access to these videos that we're doing, please share them far and wide, because I got a weird feeling that
we have Michael too.
Oh yeah, and of course, always we thank Michael, you know, a great contributor, and share these videos far and wide, peoples, because I got a weird feeling we're getting ready to crack this juggernaut, Brother Che.
Oh yeah, we about to
Yeah. And then follow up me on YouTube at GenUp1. You know what I'm saying?
The link is
definitely,
in the description.
Yeah, and please like and follow the page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, and follow me on Stinky Bird at capital at Shabaka capital EXP Shabaka with the capital S, and Stinky Bird is Twitter. Okay, you know, and what have you. You know what I mean? Okay. All right. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bidding everybody a good night from Sand City. Come on, 7-Eleven. Clack, clack. I'm out.
Okay,
have a nice night. You too, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, so moving along, we got punk ass Jake Lane. He got embarrassed by a Republican by the name of Austin. So, Water God TV gonna give us an update on that.
The only thing stopping me from slapping the shit out of you is I know what Christianity is. No, it ain't threatening violence. I'm telling you the difference. The reason that black people were so successful in this country while y'all were beating us. What do you mean before integration?
Yes, you guys had your own MLB teams, you had your own jazz clubs, your own hotels, your own bus.
You know why we had to do that?
A beautiful
you know
country.
why we had to do that?
Before
you
the
know why we had to do that?
Democrats
Because
smushed in with
motherfuckers
us.
that look.
Might have to drop a dime on them.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So in this video, y'all, we got Jake Long and Austin off script go head to head about the history of black and white people in America, right? Some very, misinformation that was done on Jake Long part. I think Austin off script held his own. I definitely think he held his own. I clarified a lot of things that he could have clarified, but when you in the heat of the battle, sometimes you just going off and you getting a little heated because somebody is, saying things that's definitely ain't true and kind of antagonizing you a little bit. But I want to know what y'all think, man. This is very interesting. It's been a lot of content on X where I'm seeing a lot of white men and black men debating on American history. I don't know if this is, a script or this is a part of the play, but I'm seeing more and more of this, but I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section. Without further ado, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. Let's get it.
What does that mean?
Yes.
Jay, tell me what that means.
Yes.
Tell me what that means. What does it mean to be home? If I was born here, if my grandmother was born here, my dad was born here, I got most of the fucking generations my family was born here.
Are you black or you Spanish? What are you? I don't know.
I am black and born.
Okay, you're black. Are you 100% black?
What the fuck difference does it make?
Well, I mean, that does make a difference.
It don't make a fucking difference if you was born in this nation and you built this motherfucker.
Black people are unassimilated.
No, bullshit.
All right, so there y'all see Jake Long asking him, is he 100% black? Now y'all know in FBA, one of your parents, is here, is UFBA. If they trace their lineage back to 1870, you here. And the man obviously said that he traced his people was here from, his great grandma, he explained that, his people go far back to being here. But Jake Long, right? Jake Long, if you look up his ethnicity, okay, it says that he's primarily Italian American and Jewish heritage. So he got a lot going on in there, all right? But really, he's really an immigrant, okay? If you go back on his family's line, he has immigrant background. But you gonna question a man when he say he black, knowing that we were the original people on this land, is crazy to me.
If you were born in this country and you built this motherfucker, 80% of shit, what do you mean? That don't have shit to what I just said. Listen to what the fuck I just said.
Our children.
Who the fuck is murdering your children?
Austin Metcalf, Reid Zarewski, Henry Nowak.
You want to talk about the white people commit more violence than anybody else in this world? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
All right, so there he go with the misinformation. So Jake Long is gonna say that, black people are so violent, they take out so much more of our people. He's naming Austin Metcalf, and we know that Jake is a plant. He's here to, give out misinformation and just to cause issues so people can point the finger on us. We seen him in LA with the sign, Black people and Black parents. But if you look up the stats on European death tolls, right? It says conflicts and regimes led by European nations and empires have resulted in some of the highest recorded death tolls in human history. So it's unmatched. You can't even put Black people or no other race of people in violence without the facts. And this is the facts. They had the most deaths, most violence than any other race if they want to just go by race.
What are you talking about? You really want to sit? You want to? Fuck that. You want to sit here and talk about? You really want to talk about?
Times more likely to assault me than the other way around.
No, bullshit. You really want to talk about violence in this country? The bullshit that you just spewed. Y'all better get this shit on
George Floyd.
The bullshit
Black
you just.
Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Come on, man.
Jake, you know the only thing stopping me from slapping the shit out of you is the fact that I know what real Christianity is.
Yeah, I'm with the brother on this one. I mean, we see Jake's integrity. He's going out in public criticizing Black parents, and now he's trying to give misinformation like Black people are the most violent and are the most, are responsible for the most recorded deaths in history, which is just false. But this is why we know he's a plant. He's here to keep the momentum on Black people so people can say, hey, and while other cultures can get away with doing the crazy things that they do, as you know, family side is when, someone takes out their whole family is done the most by Caucasian men. Shout out to Tim Tebow, who exposing this and saying that the problem is a lot of our powerful Caucasian men doing Caucasian things.
The only thing stopping me from slapping the shit out of you is like I know what real Christianity is. No, it ain't threatening violence. I'm telling you the difference. The reason that Black people were so successful in this country while y'all were beating us.
Integration.
What do you mean before integration?
Yes, you guys had your own MLB teams, you had your own jazz clubs, your own hotels, your own bus.
You know why we had to do that?
Beautiful
you know why we had to do that?
Before the Democrats mushed in with us.
All right, y'all see what Jake Long said, and he was saying some truth in that part. We had a beautiful country. It was our country, okay? We had the airplanes, we had the airports, we had bus stations, banks, all of that. But that's why a lot of our towns got burnt. That's why all of the violence from the Europeans was done so that we can integrate. He's making it seem like the Democrats just integrated us. No, first it was the destruction of our towns, destruction of our resources, so that we will be more vulnerable to have to integrate. Okay, he's not saying that, but he is saying y'all had a beautiful country. Okay, we had 20 million acres of farmland. We was feeding the country. Okay, we were advanced in all of the technology. Somebody had to stop it so we can integrate with y'all and now be at the bottom of the totem pole. They know exactly what's going on.
Like you said, we were good enough to build this land, but we were good enough to be citizens.
System, you had everything.
The people that look like you,
the Democrats
the
mushed
sick
in with us.
The sick fucks that look like you. Justice Tanner has said that a Black man can build this nation, but he has no rights that a white man is bound to respect. Sick motherfuckers, sick white peons that think the way that you think.
Like Al Sharpton.
No, it ain't Al Sharpton. No, it ain't Al Sharpton. No, it ain't Al Sharpton. Fuck, this season's real. That's what you don't understand.
No.
The difference between motherfuckers like you and niggas that actually built this bitch is why.
Did you watch the BET Awards this year?
No, I didn't.
Did you celebrate?
So y'all see how funny it is how he brought up the BET Awards. Did you go to BET? Nobody care about no BET Awards, but it's funny how the owners of these record labels and the BET and all of these music companies don't get credit for the destruction. He always got to talk about, the paid employees that's going out and doing this behavior or saying all of this stuff that's, making our culture look bad. This has nothing to do with us. We would have never been like that. A lot of this happened because of integration. This was all by design, okay? So now you can bring in what some of what y'all was doing over there in Europe. Now you tricked our people and got them doing it. Now this is just facts, okay? He knows before this, we were built, we had our own things. It was none of this behavior. All of this started after integration. So are you gonna blame the owner or are you gonna blame the employee?
Molly Perkins
You are
said.
useless.
Molly Perkins said that's what you're
The shit you're spewing, the shit you're spewing is exactly
The whole
why
entire
motherfuckers don't like
atmosphere that
Republicans.
you create
The
when you
shit you're
speak
spewing,
is
the
ghetto.
shit you're spewing.
This shit is ghetto,
No,
bro.
it ain't. No.
Shit is not. You're not.
What do you think what you're
Just
spewing?
because you dress up nice like white people doesn't mean you're
like
not
white
ghetto.
people. Motherfucker, what are you talking about? Like white people.
Look how you're speaking.
Look at what you said. You
I'm
said
saying
you
that
are
black people are not assimilated into white culture. They're not. You guys are violent. You
Why would we
glorify
assimilate to a culture
drug
that killed
dealing.
us?
You glorify
Why would we assimilate to a
ball
culture that
playing.
killed us?
You're glorifying.
Why would we assimilate to a culture that
This
saw us
guy's
as
not a
fuck?
Republican. He cannot
Why
be
would we
on that
assimilate
side.
to
It's a
a
black
Why would we
lives
assimilate to a
matter.
culture that killed us?
You can't even get into the Patriot.
For the record, this is why the Republican. This is why white folks like you make the
You think I'm a monkey?
And that's why niggas like you gotta talk to a 15-year-old. Cause couldn't win no real one would ever give you no pussy.
Do that.
Hey, y'all see he had to get hood on that peck of wood, man. But shout out to him, man. Shout out to that brother for holding him down. But yeah, we know that Jake Long is a plant, man. He working for the he working for the higher up people.
FBA business.
Okay, now first it was just him standing on the Republican side. Now he's just going directly at black people every chance he get. So we know that it's a motive behind this. Okay, we're seeing more talks and more debates on, Caucasians trying to question our lineage here. This is a mixed man with Italian, American, and Jewish. And he's asking another brother, are you 100% when you ain't 100% nothing? So, man, I appreciate all y'all. Let me know what y'all think in the comment section, man. Shout out to everybody who's been supporting the channel. Love and appreciate y'all. I'll catch y'all in the next video.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax spaces for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Family and fellow soldiers.
All right, so now we're going to switch gears and get to the boycott. So we got the Asian boycott blackout going on, and we also are basically boycotting all immigrant businesses. So Professor going to give us an update on that. And while we're doing this boycott, we should be doing what everybody else has been doing and supporting their own.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. After the murderer Rick Chow was allowed to get away with killing a black child, black people were finally shaken awake from their usual apathy and slumber. We care about black children, be it 4 little girls burned to death in the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing, or Emmett Till, or Trayvon Martin, or Cyrus Belton. People understand that these incidents don't just drop out of the sky. They're the end result and the daily drumbeat of anti-black racism. And just as often as not, these crimes are practiced, carried out, and defended by people other than the white supremacists. Now, what's been going on is a lot of folks have been saying it's way past time that we made a movement out of boycotting racist businesses. And a lot of folks have been doing that, and this is good. But as I've said before, people can call it a boycott if they want. I don't want to get into the war of semantics, but what's needed is to establish a new normal. Because you see, that's what other groups do when it comes to black people. They don't say we got to boycott against black businesses. They just don't show it to black businesses, and they do everything that they can to run black businesses into the ground. Money is power. And power is not merely to be venerated, it also has to be jealously guarded. Power can't protect itself. It needs a defender. And that defender needs to understand that power does you no good when you give it away. Power is supposed to be held on to. That's how you strengthen yourself. People are counting on us to think that we're going to get angry, but eventually run back to whomever's abusing us, that we're going to go back to the old bad habit of continuing to give our power away as if we learned nothing. That's what people are counting on. They're also counting on black people not telling a friend to join them. Yes, there is strength in numbers, but what's another word for strength? power. There is power in numbers. Anti-Black racism, whether it be physical, political, or economic, is a group sport. And so is Black empowerment. You make sure that when you call yourself disciplining your dollar and denying your power to people who hate you, make sure that you're not alone when you do so. Black people are the fuel for the culture and much of the economy. People like to pretend as if they don't know that, as if it's not true. And usually that's the case right up until Black folks smarten up enough to go ahead and cut these guys off. Then all of a sudden they're reminded. Black people are certainly the tastemakers. There's a hell of a lot of corporations and entire industries that depend on Black people to actually set the tone for everyone else, to get those economic engines primed, if you will. The economic vitality of America originates with us on so many levels because our cultural vitality is monetizable. People are angry, however, that they see Black people turning off the fuel for their engines. And that's what's got a lot of folks uptight, be it these anti-Black so-called convenience stores and gas stations and eateries in the places where you may live, or Tetherfest, previously known as Essence Fest. Everybody has known, even though they don't like to admit it, they've known the power that we got in our hands. When you got that dollar in your hands, you've got power. But what they didn't know was whether or not we would actually use it. You see, power can go in two directions. If you give it away, you're giving your power to someone else. But if you hold on to it, it's in your hands. If you hand it over to another Black person who's on code, now that power has been force multiplied. You simultaneously disempower the anti-Black racist and empower yourselves. The fervor that I've been seeing on this issue has been very heartening, and it's good to see, and we need more of it. It's all about Black people practicing how to give the appropriate response to anti-Black racism. When you look at, say, what's happening with soccer and the predictable racism for the European and Latinos, you see a number of people who are giving an inappropriate response. You've actually got grown men from South America and from Africa who in many cases will be crying and weeping in public because of all of these anti-Black racists acting like anti-Black racists. This is mental weakness that causes this kind of behavior. It's not just childish fragility of mind, but also someone who thinks that these anti-Black racists will be moved by your tears. Oh, you want to get some sympathy from them because that's what people really want. When a Black person's crying in front of the cameras, oh, these racists are so mean, what they're really saying is, please give me some sympathy. They want attention. That's what it's about. Well, it doesn't work, and it's not worthy of a Black person to act like that. What's also not worthy of us is to see if whether or not Black people holding their power in their hands is going to cause these anti-Black racist businesses to change their tune. The goal should not be and must not be to see if you can change someone else. The goal is and must be to make sure that you win every time your money changes hands. That's why I'm not keen on using the word boycott. If you want to use it, that's fine, but boycotts have a beginning, a middle, and an end. Now, if you want to establish a new normal, what you're doing cannot end because what has begun is supposed to be making sure Black businesses are empowered. Obviously, we want that to go on forever. No boycott works unless it's sustained. But even then, a boycott is ultimately a failure when it doesn't lead to a permanent change in your buying habits. So that's what needs to be started. That's what needs to be kicked off. Whatever you're doing, make sure that you sustain it. Black people have made a subculture out of trying to please everybody else. Do you know what you call someone who doesn't think or act for themselves? Someone who dedicates their entire lives to pleasing people who hate them? Someone who sacrifices for those who abuse them? Someone who basically has to apologize for doing anything that might be in their own personal interest? Something that's for your own personal benefit, you feel the need to apologize for it. After all, you're supposed to be making sure that you include any and everyone else, especially the anti-Black racist. You want to make sure that you include them because, after all, as you see it, the highest virtue possible is to be selfless, especially for people who hate you. Or at least that's what you've been taught. Well, what do you call a person who decides to dedicate their lives to embodying that kind of a mentality? What do you call that person? You call them a slave. Because you see, everyone gets rich off of the slave except for the slave. Everybody benefits from what the slave builds except for the slave. The slave is totally irreplaceable and completely dispensable at the exact same time. That's the great paradox of the slave's life, or rather existence. That's something to keep in mind as you sustain this new, or rather old, economic direction. What you do has to be for yourself alone. This is not about trying to be performative. It's not about trying to show some gang of anti-Black racists that they're going to get the message. The one who needs to get the message is you. You're the one who actually needs to receive it and to follow it. If Black folks had gotten the message back in the 60s, we would not have given away our economic power so that we could integrate with the very KKK Klansmen and white supremacists who were oppressing us in the first place. And when white supremacy brought in a whole bunch of immigrants and then bootstrapped their economy so that they could leapfrog over Black people, we wouldn't have situations where Black children were being murdered in so-called convenience stores by those same immigrants. And then Black folks, after blowing off a little bit of steam, going right back and spending money with those exact same anti-Black race killers. We should never give any anti-Black racist of any stripe, pattern, or spot the ability to do something like that, let alone do it multiple times. Black people's constant need to be everybody's buddy and this psychopathic fixation that most Black people have with being liked by everyone, being approved of by everyone, that's suicidal. You can't please everyone, especially in a world that's based its entire economy and its entire ideology off of hating you. Everybody else understands that. Black folks, at least a critical mass of which, just waking up to it. Well, don't hit the snooze button now. And this financial and economic redirection that's taking place, don't let it be about anyone other than yourselves. This is not just about whether or not you're going to be punishing people for anti-Black racism. Even if the murder of Cyrus Belton hadn't happened, Black people would still need to make sure that they are empowering Black businesses. That would have to be the case regardless. So family, don't boycott. Be normal. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Jacques Hargett, Coach Nate Nelson, Gary Marshall, Craig Simmons, and Krishan Spann. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Thank you, Professor. So no boycott, just see normal. So this wealth transfer has these Asian.
Well, the wealth transfer has been continuing, and I will tell you this: they thought that Black America was playing when we started the wealth transfer, and there's some people that's on the ground reporting on how a lot of these businesses are closing because a lot of you have decided to take the wealth out of their hands and put the wealth back into the Black community. So our dollars can circulate in our community. Let's go ahead and check this out.
They love to act like boycotting or black out Asian businesses is not working. It's only a TikTok. People want their mouth. I'm going to flip my camera and I'm going to show you this restaurant. I was open like last week, if I'm not mistaken, closed down now. Let me show you. As you can see, FBA stand up. As you can see right here, this business is shut down. It's closed right here. So they love to act like this is only on TikTok. It's working, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, the first restaurant, but the first business in the Black community should be the Asian restaurant. The food is no good anyway, to be honest with you. FBA stand.
This is a Saturday.
See, they thought that Black America was playing. And that other guy on TikTok that really got this going, this one Asian guy, you know, where is he at now? Now, they say he had deleted his page and all of that. I'm pretty sure his whole community is on his head right now. I'm pretty sure he needs to go in some sort of witness protection program, because I'm pretty sure a lot of Asian people are looking for him right about now and want to just ask him some questions. Why did you go and poke the bear with Black Americans? Why did you dare them to do this? Because now I'm suffering because of that. Well, see, here's the thing. It's been decades of disrespect. So really, with Rick Child and this gentleman that really told black people what they not gonna do. They're gonna come right back to them. And black people say, oh, I'm gonna show you better than I can tell you. And this is nationwide. See, they're not used to black people reacting this way. They used to us getting mad, having a little temper tantrum, and then we go right back to them in a week. They're not used to seeing their stores closing because their whole economy has been based on us. And once again, if your whole economy is based on us, why would you be stupid to go piss us off? Like, for instance, my whole economy, that what I do is based on us. That'd be so dumb for me to just go purposely, and I say purposely, treat black people, my people wrong, do my people wrong, and then expect them to keep coming back. That's not going to happen. Their whole livelihood has been built on us. They wasn't built in the white community. It was built in the black community. They sent their kids to colleges and all of that off of the black dollar. And the crazy part is now what they're reporting is that their kids don't want nothing to do with those businesses that they built. So they're not going to have many businesses like that but in the next 10, 15 years. Because the kids are like, nah, I got a job. I don't want to be in that restaurant. I don't want to be in that laundromat. I don't want to do all that. So you know what? Now, this is why I tell black people. Don't just say, okay, they're closing. Now what you do, this is what you do. You go and like that other nail shop they say, hey, they about to sell it or whatever. But black people need to go and say, hey, I want that shop. Hey, I want that beauty supply store that got closed down. Hey, I want that restaurant. And replace these businesses with black businesses. That's what make it a real wealth transfer. The goal isn't saying, okay, them to shut down. The goal is to shut down and replace with a black business. And then when a black business opens, we go and patronize our businesses in our community. That's what we do. Because just having them or showing them a lesson doesn't benefit the black community. It's half the battle, not the full. Show them a lesson. Let that shock wave go across all communities and say, hey, if you disrespect black folk, this is going to happen to you too. Let them shut down. Then we step in those places and open up our businesses. So they shut down the beauty supply store. Well, a black woman need to be in there, replacing it. That's what needs to happen. A nail shop, a black woman need to be in there with a nail shop. It's there for you, sis. A restaurant shut down, we need another restaurant put in there that we own. And I tell black people this, we can make whatever food we want to make. Listen, if a black person want to open up a Chinese restaurant, do it, brother. Do it, sister. The Asians always copying our hip hop. They copy our hair. They copy everything. So if you want to open up an Asian restaurant, you do it. I'm pretty sure your stuff probably be better anyway because the health department be strict on you. And at least we know in your spot, you're going to be using real chicken and real meat. I ain't never heard no black business had some nefarious animals running around or accusations of it. Because they don't let us get away with bad health code standards, not black folks. No, we get shut down like this. But replace those businesses immediately. Don't have them in buildings empty. Replace those businesses immediately in those black communities with good black owned businesses and support them. And keep those businesses safe. Don't go stealing from them. Pookie, stay away from there. No robbing. None of that. And let's go ahead on and circle our community, the dollars in our community. And we get these businesses open and we get our weight up. We hire people in the community, from the community, give them jobs. And that's how we circle the money in the black community. We want to go from 6 hours to 30 days circling our money in our community. Think about that. If we can circulate our dollars going from 6 hours to 30 days, that's when wealth is truly transferring to the black community. That's what we got to do, brothers and sisters. This isn't, just targeting nobody or whatever. No. This been needed to happen long time ago. And see, and it's all started with the delineation movement. Because once you start establishing pride in yourself and being happy and loving your community, that's when you're gonna start loving your Black dollars. That's when you're gonna start loving your Black businesses. That's when you're gonna start saying, hey, we need to prioritize self and make sure we good in our own communities. You feel me? And what I love about y'all not letting nobody shame y'all. Oh, you guys, you hate us. No, ain't about no hate. No. It's about transferring. If you lie on us, say we hate you, okay, you can lie all you want. Well, we want to make sure we take all our money that's hateful and put it into our Black businesses, and we stay away from you. And you ain't got to worry about us being quote unquote hateful, right? You don't have to worry about it. We're not bothering with you at that point. But y'all keep on with the wealth transfer. Don't let them think this is a fad. Don't let them think you just mad for a time. No. This is permanent. And sometimes we got to show video and remind you, because some Black folks, we don't remind them, they try to fall back in their old ways. No. This is a permanent thing. We're going to transfer the wealth out of others' hands into our hands in every industry. Not just one of the folks too. You know, I'm big about the music industry. Black folks do not need to sign nothing with them people, especially music. There's no reason to do that. You can make your own music. You got FL Studio, you got Suno, you got all kind of things in music. You got your own distributors. You can put the music out, go directly to the people. You don't need them folks for no labels no more. You create your own label and put out music. This is a time to transfer all our talents and all our wealth to the Black community where it belongs, where it exactly belongs. But y'all keep on doing what you're doing. I'm proud of y'all. Y'all doing the Lord's work. And that's what we should have been doing a long time ago. Is putting that money, circulating that money right back in Black America. And who cares who get mad about it? Who cares? We got to focus on self and do for self.
That's right, Uncle Phil.
What do you want to say about the Asian fatigue, the Asian boycotts?
So I do not agree that we should boycott the Asian people. I do believe
Pause right there. What's your ethnicity?
I am Haitian American.
You're Haitian.
American, yes.
Yeah, so that's fine. If the Haitians don't want to join us in the boycott, they don't have to. But really, it's a Black American boycott, so you don't have to join us.
Okay, well, yes, that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that the Caribbean as well as the Afrique, we are not boycotting the Asian people because you guys are the problematic one. You guys have an issue with every other ethnicity. You guys have an issue with the Asians. You have issue with the Haitians. You have issue with the Africans.
I hear a dog crying out
with
for
the Jamaican.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a second. Hold on a second. I hear a dog crying for the life in the background. Is what Trump said true? Are you guys cooking dogs over there?
Your mother is cooking the dogs.
Why is that dog screaming for his life?
Your mother...
Might have to drop a dime on them. Sure. You know what I'm saying? Stop. I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
Caribbean. Digging Blacc.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So in this video, y'all, we going over Black Americans speak out about more boycotts that we need to do. As y'all know in my videos, I've been showing y'all about a lot of African content creators, like they rage baiting with fighting Black Americans, always having Black Americans in their videos. And a lot of people asking the question is, does this need to be boycotted? We definitely got to support our own content creators for sure. Okay, that's speaking on our experience. And we still got to keep encouraging everybody else to do the same thing We don't want y'all, you know, going over our content and you don't even have the experience or the understanding on what's going on over here. So let's get that out of the way, right? But the Asian boycott has been going well. The Arab store, the corner store, there's a lot that we trying to do, but really focusing on our businesses is the biggest key. But I'm gonna let y'all hear how some of the foundational Black Americans feel about who we need to boycott and how are they taking advantage of us, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push from the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Let's get it.
Hey, you guys, it's Miss Terry, no makeup on, age 59. I'm not thinking about none of that.
Africans now saying that they're gonna collab with the Asians against Black Americans.
I don't care what y'all do. This is about group economics for Black Americans, because the money that y'all make, majority of y'all send it back to your home countries.
Not all Black businesses are Black American businesses. A lot are Jamaican and African and Caribbean. And they'll take our money and send it back to their homeland.
See, this is the type of shit we can't make up. So this whole time, Black Americans have been telling y'all that we are damn near being attacked by the Africans.
So the Diaspora Initiative looks to tap into $1.7 trillion African-American purse.
Sometime soon, America is going to be thermonuclear bombed, and us FBAs, or as he put it, are not going to have anywhere to go. Nobody's going to take you in as refugees.
I just want to touch this topic real quick because it's a big observation. Have foundational Black Americans and Black Americans, are they in full support of African podcasters and content creators? Because I see that there's a marginalized group of people, podcasters like myself and others, who put out really great material. You know, it don't have to be perfect, right? You're trying to not worry about the messenger. You're trying to get the message, but it seems like you're more drawn to their superficial. Their titles are more geared to stereotypical, publicized Black Americans.
Right. So it's stereotypical. I went over that in my last video, man. Y'all check it out. I'm gonna leave that here. But it seems like it could be for money, but I'm more leaning that it's more of a political thing. Y'all remember when X came out and X made it to where you had to show your location and where you're from, and we found out that a lot of these accounts was, you know, overseas accounts, and they was pushing this gender divide with us. A lot of these creators looks like they're getting paid, you know, to push this political. It's kind of like with rappers. You know, they're getting paid to push a certain agenda to the community. Okay, it's not about, you know, what's going to help the community.
Americans in their titles. And I'm wondering, are Black Americans, is it a collective unity thing and we're trying to empower, and as you call it, a wealth transfer, or we just, is there a selective unity? Because there's a lot of us content creators, tarot card readers, people who,
Now, and I'm going to say this, y'all, everything that's understood doesn't have to be discussed. If you really standing with us for real, you should already be understanding. We shouldn't have to tell you, you need to be watching FBA content, but you should already be knowing that, okay? That's just something that should be clear. If we got to tell you, hey man, don't be watching these and watch us, it's like, come on man, we got to be more understanding than that. You know what the understanding is. We already saying we putting all the money towards us, we shopping, with us, with businesses. That should explain everything you need to be knowing going forward, okay? I said it on one of my channels. We got to get to where we are 100% spending with everything that we spend on is going back to us. So if that don't ring a bell, y'all, we got to get more on point. We got to know what we got going on out here.
Startup companies, you know, entrepreneurs, makeup online, you know, or just a lot of different businesses who would like your support. But I notice Africans get a lot of love from Black Americans, and all you got to do is look at the numbers for content creators, and then all you got to do is go in the comments. right? There's a lot of Black Americans. So I know some other people may have noticed it and maybe nobody has it. Maybe I'm just hypersensitive to that. So I just realized that the foundational Black Americans and Black Americans give a lot of love to the Africans if we're trying to build wealth in our communities. And Black communities are spread all over America. And I hate to see just a limited.
And shout out to that lady from she was from a Caribbean island who shouted me out, hit me with that message and was like, you know, she's not Black American, but she stands with Black American, and what they doing is standing up for themselves for people that's disrespecting and not paying homage, you know, to us. Now, we don't got no hate towards nobody. It's not, we don't dislike nobody. This is all about us. And I don't want people to take this as what we're trying to do. I'm trying to focus on us and taking it as it's a dislike for you. No, it's nothing. We got no problems with Africans, Haitians, Caribbeans, and any of that. They're trying to paint this narrative. We seeing a lot of this on social media where they're trying to act like we got this disdain for Caribbeans and Africans, which is not true. This has to do with us trying to rebuild our community. And if you respect that, you should respect that. Just like we respect if Jamaica's trying to rebuild their community, Haiti's trying to rebuild their community, and they're like, hey guys, we need to come together and we got to do that. That's perfectly fine. We still salute and we still are, you know, cousins. But when it comes to our people, our land, we're just trying to clean this up. So we gotta stop people from confusing y'all, thinking that this is some type of hatred towards you guys. It's not. This is all about caring for self, trying to do for self and pull our community up. And you should respect that. If you don't respect that, then it's like, it's something going on with you.
Few Black Americans be able to get the bag. We should be able to do like all the other communities, ethnic groups, and races where we have a significant representation of Black Americans making a substantial amount of money, especially since you're boycotting increments of different races and ethnic groups for reasons of not out of racism or hate, but out of empowering your own people, which what they do, which is valid.
Isadora, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. What do you want to say about the Asian fatigue, the Asian boycotts?
So I do not agree that we should boycott the Asian people. I do believe
Pause right there. What's your ethnicity?
I am Haitian American.
You're Haitian?
American, yes.
Yeah, so that's fine. If the Haitians don't want to join us in the boycott, they don't have to. But really, it's a Black American boycott, so you don't have to join us.
Okay, well, yes, that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that the Caribbean as well as the Afrique, we are not boycotting the Asian people because you guys are the problematic one. You guys have an issue with every other ethnicity. You guys have an issue with the Asians. You have issue with the Haitians. You have issue with the Africans.
I hear a dog crying out
with
for
the
Jamaican. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a second. Hold on a second. I hear a dog crying for the life in the background. Is what Trump said true? Are you guys cooking dogs over there?
Your mother is cooking the dogs.
Why is that dog screaming for his life?
Your mother.
You came here to say that you don't want to join the boycott. This is why white America is sending a lot of you Haitians back home because you guys are disrespectful.
We don't give a fuck.
You guys are disrespectful. This is why a lot of you Haitians are being sent home now. We are not supporting your boycott. Bitch, I didn't ask you to support. We're not asking for your support.
You guys are the problematic one. You guys have an issue with every other ethnicity.
Why is that dog screaming for his life? Is what Trump said true? Are you guys cooking dogs over there? Isadora, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. All
right, so speaking on who we gotta boycott, we definitely, the Congressional Black Caucus, the NAACP, I'm gonna be dropping some more videos about them. Because you see Hakeem Jeffries at the Jay-Z concert, and he be talking about what other politicians be doing, and they at the golf course while government shut down. And this is why we say, man, all of these celebrities, all of them work together. Politicians, they all on one accord, to me, okay? I want to know what y'all think about this, but we still got a lot of stuff that we are boycotting, wealth transfer, and these politicians that claim that they about the community definitely got to boycott it. They're another leg of white supremacy. Now, we got to really make this, we got to have something where everybody can see all of the stuff that we are boycotting. But, you know, I'm a person as what's understood doesn't have to be always discussed in public because, you know, as we seen what a lot of people are trying to counter our moves. And if we got our moves just online and we speaking about it, it's just easier for them to, you know, counter them. So I want to know what y'all think in the comment section. Man, listen, it's been a lot. It's been busy. I wasn't able to go live last night. We're going to try it again tonight. Okay. We can get on the scoreboard. Definitely. I want to hear some of y'all talking points on what y'all think about all of this cosplaying on us and cosplaying on our, you know, even the content creators. A lot of South African content creators, but I mean, not even the content creators, but people from South Africa was just like, yeah, they do see a lot of Africans doing that, but they don't do that in South Africa. And it's crazy because I didn't find any South African YouTubers that was doing that. But Kenya and Uganda, and then I heard some stuff about on the internet with O'Shea Duke Jackson. They were saying like he started this, you know, from him being a content creator, and a lot of people have been calling him out in his country that he in, but we're going to touch on more of that, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Shabazz and all of my new members that just came aboard, I really appreciate y'all. Definitely all of the mods, all of everybody that's in the Discord, man, the board team, the water gang. I love and appreciate y'all, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and the better understanding of self. I'm going to catch y'all on the next video. Peace and love, fam.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control four basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Blacc. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 Tribe.
Some more up-to-date videos that have been posted online about Asian shops either empty or they're closing in certain areas. And even the ones around me, you know, I notice there's not as many cars in the parking lot that I used to once see. So the word is spreading about the boycott. You can clearly tell it is. And see, there's a lot of Asians online putting videos out. They're shocked, I think, that we are even boycotting. In their minds, they didn't think we could do it. But I don't know why they think we can't do it. I mean, we were the ones that were the best at protesting up in here, and we already have a history of doing boycotts. So we are in the time of separation anyway. So a lot of these groups, once we step away from them, it's not going to be a temporary thing. It's going to be permanent. And we never needed these other groups anyway. I don't care how much they try to twist the story and make it seem like we need them. We don't need no goddamn Gentile up in here. Never have, never will. We don't need them. So y'all, yeah, I'm glad, actually. You know, I know some people, like I said, I stopped going in Asian shops a long time ago, long before the boycott. And trust me, you can live without them. They don't have nothing in those shops that you need. Not a thing. And as far as their food, you can easily learn how to make that stuff on your own. You don't have to buy anything. You can get all the ingredients you need and put it together yourself. You know, every now and then I even make the fried rice. I know how to do that myself. I don't need to go to their stores to get fried rice or chicken and broccoli. I mean, that's stuff you can make at home. And it'll taste way better anyway. So y'all, let me go ahead and share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. You know what I do want to say this. You know what gets me now? There were a couple of videos I saw where white people were trying to chime in, talking about it wasn't right what Black people are doing. First of all, don't come over and tell us how to spend our money. Spending money is freedom of expression. If we choose not to spend our money with Asians or anyone else for that matter, that's our business. You don't control what's in our wallet, and you really need to mind your business. This boycott is between us and the Asians. I don't know why you white people are trying to chime in. You don't get to tell us what to do with our money, just like we have no interest in telling you what to do with yours. Stay in your lane. Thank you, everybody, for the ones.
I saw this thing online of how the Black people are not going to these salons or this. They are seriously boycotting these Asian people. We are not funding them anymore. It's empty. Look at this. I thought it was a joke. Ain't nobody in there. Wow. Look at this. They are not playing. Talking all of that shit about the niggas, and the niggas ain't going in there to buy you nothing. Wow, I thought it was a joke, but they are not playing with these Asian people. Ain't nobody in there saying they don't need the black dollar. Uh-huh.
And the only reason some of these Asian content creators are upset about this whole Black, wealth transfer thing is because they expected to be able to retire off of the back of Black people. Pretty much like racist white people do.
If you live in Tampa, Kim Brothers on Hillsborough is closing. I'm so sad. They close at the end of this month, so end of July. They're doing a sale. So right now it's like 20 to 30% off most items. I'll say 80% of the stuff in the store. Next week, she's probably going to do like another bigger discount. But they want to get rid of everything before the end of the month. So definitely stop in. But I'm so sad because I've been coming here since I was little. And I'm just so sad to see it go. They are...
The worst thing that Asian fella did was to make a threat against the Black communities. A $1.6 trillion industry, especially in Black communities alone, where most of the Asian stores, nail shops, beauty supply stores are highly dependent upon the Black dollar. So if you take away that, those stores will run out of business within 3 weeks. That's where it starts. And then it's going to go up to where the supply chain is, where they're getting the goods from. That's going to be highly affected. But in order for this to be a good effect on the Black Americans, we must build our own manufacturing shops right here in America. Right here. Bye.
This is a Saturday.
My kids talking about they want some damn Chinese food. Yeah, I said, you can get your sesame seed head ass out my goddamn face. I want some orange chicken. We finna eat some red spaghetti with some brown fish. Fuck out my face. We ain't get no goddamn Chinese food around here. They don't exist no more. They not open no more. They not open for business. Like, no.
The way y'all keep coming with excuses as to why these nail shops and other Asian businesses and restaurants and stuff are empty, y'all really don't believe that when Black people set their minds to it, that they can actually stick to it and make differences. But then again, yes, y'all do. It's why y'all try so hard to convince us, like white supremacists have always done for so many years, that it doesn't matter when we unify, when clearly it does. But to see y'all writing all these excuses, it's a Monday, oh, it's still too early, or it's this, or maybe just people are standing on their word, Black people, and keeping their money in Black businesses. Bravo, Black people.
Like,
So I just saw a video with an Asian creator talking about how in the next 10 years that there will be no more Chinese restaurants in the United States. And you know what I say to that? Keep on shopping Black American. Yeah, keep on shopping Black American. And I say that because if y'all would have came to our neighborhoods and hired our people, one, your job wouldn't be so labor intensive. You'll be able to manage your store and take your ass home. You wouldn't have to be 70 years old working in a Chinese restaurant if you would have hired help. That's number one. Number two, y'all did all that work, came over here and got these businesses and did all this shit. And y'all can't even pass this shit down to your kids. You wanna know why? Because you taught your kids to think that they was better than the situation that you had them in. And you sent them to school and now they working for the white man. And now your Chinese restaurant is going out of business. I really, 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 really want minorities to start really paying attention to what it is that they're doing. Yeah, you got here and you was able to start a business and keep your family afloat for this time, right? But you thought that you were so good, so much better than everybody else. Oh, I want my kids to go do this. And now you done lost your legacy to some white folk because that's where your kids is working. Yeah. But anyways, y'all, keep shopping Black American. Let's do this. We all we got, baby. We all we got.
This is a Saturday.
It's 2 a.m. Thank you for those of you who ordered curry tonight. We've never been open late like this before, and I've been on my own fulfilling orders, and I'm really grateful for them. I'm going to keep this as short and sweet as possible. I had a discussion with my investor. Her name is Mom. And an hour ago, it was very apparent that I won't have any more money borrowing capability starting next week. I just borrowed another $4,500 to make payroll, and payroll has been sent. But if we don't somehow make at least $14,000 to $16,000 over the next 2 days, I will not have enough money to pay rent.
Serious?
And I will. It's not enough. I have tax payments coming up. I have to make payroll next week organically, which will be the priority. And we will not be making enough this week to pay all of our bills next week while not being able to get additional funding to supplement the shortfall. So I think this is going to be the last weekend that we provide sushi service. I don't know what to do next week without an investor. So I'm very sorry to make this announcement. I'm really proud of the food that we provide, and I hope you can try it this weekend.
Now, this is the experience that a lot of restaurant owners are experiencing right now across the United States. And this guy actually vlogged his entire experience as being a restaurant owner, guys. I mean, he's got lots of views. I think he's actually still open at this point. So I'm a little bit confused about this video, but ultimately, you know, this is his experience. He got an investor. Basically, the investor said, hey, we can't keep funding. We can't keep sending money and borrowing money. And all. Like, we've hit a wall when it...
Bro, I fucking called it. I told you so. I called that shit weeks ago. I told you that Asian motherfuckers were going to start destroying their businesses and blaming the Black community. And now what's happened? I've just seen a couple videos that are making their rounds of storefronts with the windows and stuff being broken out of, and clearly they're blaming the Black community. And these are all happening in different states across the country, but they all have one thing in common. They have no recordings of the incidents whatsoever. In this technological age, not one of those establishments had any video whatsoever of their place being vandalized. Funny, isn't it? Nobody wants to believe that Asians would do this and go this route. Just like nobody wanted to believe that that Asian dude would burn a fucking cross. But he did. I didn't have any backlash on that for real. We don't need to torch and burn businesses and vandalize businesses because pulling our money out and watching you fail is way more fucking satisfying. Nice try, though. What else you got?
Well, if nothing else, this is proof that we don't need other groups to come set up shop in our communities. And, you know, when this boycott first kicked off, the Asians were like, you're going to need us. No, it's actually the other way around. Y'all need us. You need our Black dollar to survive. You do. And see, I've heard people say to them, why don't you just set up shop in your own community? Because the Asians are not going to come for that stuff. They're not going to come in there and buy the same things that people in our community will buy. And they know it. That's why they're not going to their own community with that stuff. Or they'll say, oh, well, why don't you go set up shop in the white community? Because let's face it, white people don't go in these shops like people in our community did. And it's not that we wanted them to come set up shop. It was really forced upon us. The way they have been doing it, we all know they won't give us business loans to start a business, but anybody that's not us, they are more than welcome to come here and set up shop at our expense. So at the end of the day, y'all, this is proof we never needed them. The boycott is living proof that we never needed them. We never needed them. You know, this society was set up to keep us at the bottom and forcing us in a way to go to other groups. But technically, we don't need none of them. We really don't. And see, I think this wealth transfer is going to do many things that people just can't see right now, but it is going to do something big. And it should increase the amount of businesses in our community, and it will open up opportunity for us to hire each other in these jobs, just like other communities do. You walk in an Asian restaurant, it's nothing but Asians working there, you know? And I notice when it's like that, you never hear these white people complaining. But the moment we get businesses and hire each other, watch how fast they're going to jump up and start slamming down lawsuits. But everybody else does it and they just leave them alone. We know how you roll. We already know. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. I thank you so much for being here. I thank you for your support. And don't forget to pick up your 12 Tribes on Earth hair products. Shalom, family.
Shalom, Lisa. And Lady Che wanted me to let y'all know that people are missing the core principle and the core reason why we were boycotting Asian businesses in the first place. And that was because they were killing our youth, our children. So I want to make that clear. So we shouldn't be celebrating because we still ain't got retribution for Belton or any other numerous others. So just keep that in mind, Black family. So moving along, we're on to Tether Babble. Tether, Angry Jamaican refers to Black Americans as uncultured and broke. This Tether is more than likely Anchor Baby. That's a Tetherosity to call us uncultured and broke when her home, she can't even set foot on her beaches in our homeland. But I'm gonna let Brother Chase give us an update on that.
Hi. This is not to all African Americans, as I have a whole bunch of African American friends who are cultured, who are educated, who has empathy. This is not for you. I'm educated, who are just simply kind, who has empathy. This is not for you. I'm speaking to the ones who are not in fact cultured.
Oh Lord.
The ones that are like kind of new money, right? The ones that don't know how to read the room.
Okay. Hold on. Let's pause, family, and I want to give y'all some game. When they do this whole thing of I'm not talking to all Black Americans. I'm not talking to all of you. They're talking about all of us, family. Let's be clear. Whenever they go into tropes talking about culture, because I told you that's a running thing throughout the diaspora, for some reason they want to die on that heel of Black Americans have no culture. So whenever they start bringing up culture, whenever they start talking about some you have new money, they're talking about all of us, because she don't know anybody down there, Black American down there on that resort. She don't know none of them personally. She don't know what culture they have. She doesn't know how much money they have or anything like that. So she's going with general stereotypes, family. I want you to understand that. There is no such thing as a Black American with no culture. It doesn't exist. We are talking about a group of people who is the face of Black culture globally. A group of people who has given us musical genres like R&B, like jazz, like blues, like hip hop. Some of our musical genres that we created became the very foundation of Jamaican musical genres, like reggae, ska. Musical elements and styles like toasting that came from them studying and listening to Black American DJs. Okay? Understand that, family. Not only did we create a poppin' culture here, but our culture became low-key the foundation of other Black cultures globally. They just took it and put their own little spin on it. And we don't even have to talk about music. We're talking about a people. We are descendants of the people who gave us the filament of the light bulb, the gas mask, the stoplight, the home security system. Hell, the modern day potato chip. Shout out to George Speck. Rest in power to that ancestor. You dig? We are a phenomenal group of people. So whenever they even hint at us not having culture, or some of you, you're not cultured, that lets you know that envy and disdain they have for all foundational Black Americans. That's how they view all of us. All right? And as far as new money, ma'am, the nerve of you to start talking about those of you who are new money, ma'am, you're a first-generation immigrant. You're new money. You're new. Not only are you new money, you're new booty. You're new booty over here. Y'all ain't getting no money like that in Jamaica. Let's stop it. New money? New money. Ma'am, if you don't stop it, Black Americans been getting money a long time. And I'm not saying all of us are rich, because we're not by any stretch of the imagination. But when you compare Black Americans to the diaspora, on average, we make 10, 15 times more than your average citizens. And you know that. Miss me with the new money. We ain't new nothing. We built America from scratch. We didn't immigrate to America like your family did for opportunities. We created the opportunities. We ain't new to this. We true to this, ma'am. So humble yourself. Humble yourself. Don't let them play that whole y'all are new money. No, we are the money. We're the foundations of America. America was dust and brush before we built it. Okay? But let's continue.
Y'all, can y'all stop coming to our country?
Oh, okay.
Just stop. Like, we know, because we've been watching it our whole lives, we know that your own government don't like Black Americans. We know that unless you are very wealthy in that country, that they don't care about you guys. That at best, you're living in a very okay situation. If you're middle class, you still got poor cousins and poor aunties and poor uncles, right? So I hate to see when y'all get your little monies, whether you affirmed it.
She hates to see it. She hates to see it when we get our little money. Oh, okay.
You put on your credit card or you ran into some new money. I hate to see y'all come to what you consider third countries and try to flex.
Oh, Lord.
Try to flex on locals.
Oh, Lord.
I hate to see it.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's pause, because like I said, this is going to be a slow cook. This is going to be a slow cook, family.
Yeah, cooker.
Let's break down a few things, and let me translate a few things for the foundational Black American family who might be lost at this tether babble, because tether babble, you can get lost in it. When they say, number one, things like, we know your government doesn't like you. We know your government doesn't like you. They view the United States government as a proxy for white people.
Yeah.
Okay. So what she's saying in translation is white people don't like you. We know. Also, I want you to peep game of how she said, we be watching y'all, because that's all they always do, family. This is my theory. This is one of the reasons their countries aren't built, because they sit over here and they watch Black Americans all day long. They sit in their homelands and they watch us all day long. They get over here and they watch what we're doing all day long.
Yep.
All right. So from watching us, they say, oh, look, the white government doesn't like Black Americans. And here's our response. We don't care.
Right.
We don't care. I don't give a damn whether white people in government like Black Americans or not. We're after what we're owed. And let me let you in on a little secret, Miss Tosh. They shouldn't like us. Why? Because we are anti-white supremacy. We are anti-white supremacy. We are anti-colonization. We are anti-people who seek to harm our community. White supremacists are always anti and against that. And the real question is this: why do they like y'all? That should be the real question. Because clearly, you know, they don't like anybody who looks like us, but why do they make an exception for the Black immigrant? Why do they hold y'all up as the model minority? Because they know you're not a threat. Y'all are literally no threat to the establishment. In fact, you come over and you regurgitate the white stereotypes and white tropes that are placed on Black Americans. Yep. You regurgitate those tropes.
They sure do, Terry.
Because I told you how she started off at the beginning. I told you all that was Cap talking about not all Black Americans. This is what they think about all Black Americans. Because she don't know nobody at their resort. She don't know how much money they got. She don't know what they do. She don't even know where they're from. And I'm going to prove that in a second. So she used this as an excuse to just get off all those white tropes. See, it's always about humbling, quote unquote, humbling the Black American, bring them down to earth. Okay? Oh, you have baby mamas and you live in the projects. That's what they love to do when they get over here. The first thing a Black immigrant, let me tell you, family, the first thing a Black immigrant like this does when they get over here is they run straight to the project. They run straight to the most hood community they can find. They feed off of that. That makes them feel good. Like, yeah, look at those Black Americans struggling. And look at me, I'm sitting in my nice car. Oh, I'm making this money and they're over here struggling. And I saw some white people talk about how they have Black fatigue and they don't like them. Oh, nobody likes them. That's what they do. That's what they feed off of, family. And also, she mentioned our government not liking us. Okay, let's actually talk about your real government in Jamaica. Do they like y'all? Do they like y'all? Let's be clear, family. Number one, you're not in Jamaica. Your parents came over here and anchored you to the land. They made sure to have you in Brooklyn, New York. You're from Brooklyn, New York. Then they sent you back to Jamaica. So they anchored you as a United States citizen. They made sure you were born here to capitalize off that 14th Amendment that we gave or we made possible. You dig? That was meant for foundational Black Americans. So they made sure to latch you on to our culture, our struggle, our civil rights movement. All right? You dig? Your parents didn't decide to stay over there. And over there, y'all are 99% of the damn population, but can only go to 1% of the beaches. How the hell do the white foreigners, Asian foreigners own all your beach lines? And your government allowed it to happen. Does your government like you? Huh? Let's talk about governments. Does your government like you? Ma'am, according to the CPI rate, y'all have a high level of corruption over there. This is the same government that made the minimum wage $2.75. Your government likes you? These folks have some nerve, family. They have nerve while sitting in America, benefiting off the rights that foundational Black Americans gave them. She's sitting up here comfortable in America. Not from what Jamaicans provided to her in America, but what foundational Black Americans provided to her. She ain't over there with the government that loves them. She ain't over there. Then this fool went on to say, she started talking about, we know you got poor aunties and poor cousins. Ma'am, you don't want to play big bank, take little bank. You don't want to do Jamaicans versus Black Americans when it comes to money. You don't want to do that, ma'am. Ma'am, the average Jamaican makes a little bit over $500 a month. That's it. I'm not making fun of them. As I just said, your minimum wage is $2.75. Okay? The average Black American makes over $5,000 a month. Hell, if we even go to the projects, because like I said, they love to ride around the projects and compare us to the lowest common denominator. If you take the lowest 10% of Black Americans as it pertains to income, they still make twice as much as the average Jamaican makes, family. Okay? The bottom 10% of Black Americans make roughly right around $1,200, a little bit over $1,200 a month. The average Jamaican makes $500 a month. They still, our bottom 10%, them people that's living in the projects, our poor aunties and poor cousins getting more money than the average Jamaican by a long shot. Long margin win. Long margins. Stop playing with us. Because we don't bring this type of stuff up. Y'all bring it up. You're cooking yourself. I better not ever hear nobody from the Caribbean talking about money and poorness. When you got folks over in the Caribbean, like in Haiti, no disrespect to Haiti, eating mud cookies. Our babies ain't never ate no mud cookies over here. And I got cousins who live in some of the poorest regions of the United States. They live in the Mississippi Delta. Shout out to Greenwood, Mississippi. They ain't never ate no mud cookies. They eat well every night. Talking about poorness and oh, you coming on here, you want to flex. Man, we're not thinking about y'all. We don't go. Why the hell will we fly to the Caribbean to flex on you? We're going to Jamaica to have a good damn time. We're going over there to enjoy the scenery. Ain't nobody flexing on y'all. What are you talking about? This is tether babble.
Exactly.
Why would we go to flex on people we don't even compare ourselves to? We don't sit over here obsessed with y'all like y'all are obsessed with us. See, y'all sit over there obsessing. We watched you. Remember, she said, we be watching you. We be watching you. We don't watch you. We don't be watching you at all. Hell, we just be happy to see y'all. We like, man, shout out to you. Black Americans go there and start tipping. We start doing a bunch of extra stuff. We start looking out. What are you talking about? Going there to flex. What benefit would it be to flex on a Jamaican?
Exactly.
No one looks at y'all as somebody to flex on. Nobody looks at y'all as people who get money. Let me break that to you. Nobody says, man, I want to be big baller like a Jamaican. That's unheard of. See, that's a projection of what y'all do. Y'all are the ones who, as soon as you get over here, you start comparing yourself to Black Americans, start comparing yourself to somebody in the project. Y'all are the ones, and y'all have heard this, family. They get over here and start talking about, I'm doing better. We get over here, we do better. That's them. They say that. I want you to understand the game these tethers play. Everything they do, they project onto us. So if we go down to the damn resort and we get a king suite, oh, you're trying to flex. No, I just want to have a good time and enjoy myself. Y'all are the ones who get over here and start talking about how you're more cultured and you're doing better because you drive an Uber, because y'all ain't never doing nothing of significance. You ain't getting over here and innovating nothing. You ain't really touching no real money. You're getting over here, getting a decent job. You're driving Uber, then comparing yourself to somebody who lives in the damn projects. That's what y'all do. So don't project your insecurities onto us, ma'am, because we're going to air y'all out and expose y'all every time. But let's continue.
These tethers gonna learn. So now we're on to MJ. MJ has made history in this afterlife, and that's via his nephew Jafar in the new biofilm about his uncle Michael Jackson, and has topped over $1 billion at the box office. So our brother Torian gonna give us an update on that.
JNIP Isaac yesterday, and we're going to go through all of the good things, you know, that's What's going on, everybody? What is going on? It is Monday, July 13th, 2026. And we are back with another live here on the Torian Rain Reloaded channel. And as y'all can see by the title, This is a special live that I'm doing this evening. We are talking about the Michael biopic that has officially crossed $1 billion as of yesterday. And we're going to go through all of the good things, that's come from this. We knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. But before we get into all of that, shout out to everybody that is here so far. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody. Make sure you hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button if you are new. And if you are new to the channel, I'm glad that you're here. Be sure to hit the bell twice to be notified whenever I upload a new video or go live. So let me see, who do we have here so far in the chat? We have Mahako, we got IJNIP, Isaac George, Trill Fate, Jackson Girl, Yaashia, forgive me if I am mispronouncing your name. Dimple Face, Firebat, Wallow J, Anthony Ruger Phillips, Miss Nisi, Reparations Nation, let me see, I already said Dimple Face, AW1, Denise, DSM Sinister, Mika 40, Professor the Film Fan, who else? Firebat, Lakeisha, Don P, Pinky JYB, and that is it so far. Again, if you haven't done so already, please be sure to go ahead and hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. So, as of yesterday, on July the 12th, 2026, the Michael biopic crossed $1 billion. And mind you, the movie came out in April. The movie came out April 24th worldwide. I saw it I think I saw it 2 days before on the 22nd. And we all knew that this movie was going to make $1 billion. It's no way that it couldn't have made $1 billion. But that's just only a tip of the iceberg. And shout out to WJ Luckett 5026 for the 5. They said in his death, he is still breaking records. Only Michael. That is very, very, very true. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen and we're going to go over some numbers. So I am on the Box Office Mojo site. This is the website right here that keeps track of all the box office numbers for all the movies, whether movies that just came out or even movies of the past. You can go and look at box office numbers for movies from years ago, decades ago. But this is the one for Michael. So it has the domestic number, the international number, and the worldwide number. So first off, one of the records that it broke, because this movie broke records before it even made it to $1 billion. So in its domestic opening, Michael made $97.2 million, almost $100 million in its opening weekend domestically. And I think it was I forgot how much it made internationally that weekend is worldwide as well. That was a record that was already broke right there because it said that it had the biggest opening weekend for a music biopic. So I looked it up. It said it made 97 million domestically and 217 million globally in its opening weekend. So it already broke a record right there. Then another record that it came back and broke was a few weeks later, a couple months later, basically in June, that it made $911 million, surpassing Bohemian Rhapsody, making it the highest grossing music biopic of all time. And mind you, the person who produced Bohemian Rhapsody, which was the movie about Queen, also produced this movie. So it broke that record. A couple weeks later, it broke another record. It became the highest grossing biopic of all time, no matter what the genre was, when it beat Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer was sitting at 970 million, and Michael beat it when it reached 971 million. And then it kind of sat there for a little bit, and as time went on, it started to come out on digital. I think it's about to come out on streaming, but they still had international markets left, such as Japan, I think China, and Russia. And those three markets propelled it to the $1 billion mark that it hit yesterday. And that was when the next record became broken, making Michael the first and currently only biopic to hit $1 billion. Let me say that again. Michael is the first and only biopic to hit $1 billion. A man that has been deceased for 17 years. And the interesting part about it is, back in 2009, and I'm sure some of y'all, if y'all been on social media, y'all probably seen this post floating around. Michael Jackson had announced in April of 2009 that he was about to do his This Is It tour. You know, he was going to do a string of tour dates at the O2 Arena in London, which is like their biggest venue. And there was a lot of people that was planning on going, especially a lot of people here from the States was going to plan on going there. I knew somebody who I went to college with who was saving their money up that they were going to go, especially since it was in the summertime. So it wouldn't have it would not have interfered with school since it would have been in the summertime. One of the last words that he said during that conference or during that announcement was, "See you in July." Of course, unfortunately, Michael would end up passing away on June 25th, a couple weeks shy of the first show date. The irony of this is that on this day, July 13th, 17 years ago, the This Is It tour was going to kick off its first date on July 13th, 2009. What is the odds that on July 12th, 2026, his biopic hits $1 billion? So literally, it was like the whole "See You in July" thing came to life 17 years later, just through the embodiment of his nephew portraying his life on screen. It's almost like that man was a visionary back then. Exactly, Ms. Nisi, a full circle moment. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into this next tab right here, and we're going to read this article coming from Variety. The irony that it is coming from Variety. Michael crosses $1 billion, making it the first biopic to surpass the coveted box office milestone. Let's see what they're talking about. Michael has surpassed $1 billion in global ticket sales, becoming the first biopic to achieve the coveted box office milestone. The crowd-pleasing film about Michael Jackson has generated $629.8 million overseas and $371.8 million domestically, bringing its total global tally to $1.1 billion. Despite noisy behind-the-scenes drama and a critical pile-on, Michael has been breaking records and shattering expectations since landing on the big screen in April. The movie opened to $97 million domestically and $217 million globally, shattering the opening weekend benchmark for musical biopics set by 2015 Straight Outta Compton, which opened at $60 million. With positive word of mouth and audiences who returned a number of times, Michael remained a global box office powerhouse through the height of summer movie season. Among its accolades, Michael stands as the highest grossing musical biopic, surpassing 2018's Queen sensation Bohemian Rhapsody with $911 million worldwide, as well as the biggest film based on a real person, overtaking 2023's Oppenheimer's with $975 million. It is also the largest film of all time for Lionsgate, as well as the studio's first movie to ever reach $1 billion. Now, really think about that. Think about that for a second. They said this is the first $1 billion movie for Lionsgate ever in Lionsgate studio history. And Lionsgate has been around for years. I'm talking, let me see, when did Lionsgate get started? Let me see. Lionsgate got started in 1997. So you talking nearly 30 years ago. And they never had $1 billion film until now. And most studios have had $1 billion films. But Lionsgate didn't, and they got one with this. Let's continue. Prior to Michael's Lionsgate highest grossing releases were 2013's The Hunger Games Catching Fire with $865 million and 2012's Twilight Saga Breaking Dawn Part 2 with $850 million. Lionsgate produced Michael and handled the rollout in North America while Universal distributed the movie at the international box office. Audiences have embraced the film from the beginning, turning it into a unique cultural phenomenon in theaters around the world, said Lionsgate Motion Picture Group Chair Adam Fogelson. Their passion speaks to the enduring appeal of one of the greatest recording artists of all time, and it underscores the continued strength and vitality of the theatrical movie-going experience. Only one other film, Universal's animated the Super Mario Galaxy movie with $1.8 billion, has hit the $1 billion mark in 2026 so far. Disney's Toy Story 5 has earned $879.1 million to date and should be soon the third of the year. Antoine Fuqua directed Michael, which chronicles the performer's journey from the Jackson 5 to his status as the King of Pop. Jafar Jackson, the singer's real-life nephew, portrays Michael Jackson in his acting debut, and I want y'all to put a pin in that because something interesting came out about that. With Coleman Domingo and Nia Long as his parents, Joe and Catherine, Lionsgate is expected to greenlight at least one more film about Jackson's life. Reaching this extraordinary $1 billion milestone with Michael is deeply humbling moment that celebrates the tireless dedication of our incredible producers, cast, crew, and partners, Fuqua said in a statement. This achievement belongs to everyone who came together with a shared vision to honor one of the greatest artists the world has ever known. I am profoundly grateful to the audiences around the globe who embraced this film, showed up in theaters, and connected with this story across generations and cultures. This historic milestone is a testament to the enduring power of cinema to bring us together, and it is a chapter in movie history I will never forget. Shout out to Antoine Fuqua. And I think I got some super chats that came in. Shout out to Mahako. He's with the 10. He said, this is why no artist compares to Michael Jackson, the king of pop. Exactly. But I prefer to call him the king of music. August Dream says, with the shout out for the 10, she said, I had no doubt that Michael would reach $1 billion. Me neither. And to those who did, I don't know what you were smoking. But shout out to all the people that worked on this phenomenal film. But I have to give one major shout out to Jafar Jackson because he created history himself with this movie. Now, this is one thing that if you wasn't paying attention, you would have missed it. Check this out. Look at this. Jafar Jackson is officially the first lead actor ever whose acting debut crossed $1 billion worldwide. Meaning, on his first film that he's ever acted in where he's playing the lead, his movie that he did reached $1 billion. He is the first and currently only actor in acting and cinema, movie, film history to do this. Let that sink in for a second when you think about all the iconic and legendary actors that we talk about on a consistent basis, and he did this with his first film. Exactly, and this is his first time acting. Like literally, when he auditioned for this part, he was in acting school. He actually found out he got the part when he was in an acting class. That is simply impressive. That is amazing. Kudos to Jafar Jackson for this. Because let's really put this into perspective. This right here may never happen again. This achievement he got right here may never happen again. And if y'all hear the ding is right there, that's the group chat I'm in. They going crazy because they're talking about the Odyssey. But Yeah. I have, and I'm seeing y'all in the chat, I have no doubt in my mind that this movie is going to get some nominations. As a matter of fact, many people may not know, but Jafar Jackson and Coleman Domingo have already won some awards for Michael. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let me share my screen right quick. All right, so let me zoom in right quick so y'all can see it. Okay, so look at this. Jafar Jackson and Coleman Domingo won major acting awards at the 2026 Astra Mid-Season Movie Awards for their performances in the film Michael. Jafar Jackson took home the award for Best Actor for his portrayal of Michael Jackson, while Coleman Domingo won for Best Supporting Actor for his role as Joe Jackson. And I think they won some other awards too. I think it was another award that Jafar won where he won two in the same night. I think one of them was for Best Actor and Best Newcomer. I have no doubt in my mind that this movie is going to win a bunch of awards and that Jafar Jackson is going to be nominated and win. Now, I want y'all to hang on to this for a second. Let me come back to Jafar Jackson right quick. I want y'all to understand this. Hear me out right quick. I'm kind of setting the wheels in motion. Let's hypothetically say Jafar Jackson gets nominated for an actor for Best Lead Actor for this role. If he wins, this will be the first time in Oscar history where back-to-back lead actors who win are Black. And on top of that, Michael B. Jordan, as the former winner with Sinners, he would be the one to present Jafar with the trophy. Let me say this again. If Jafar Jackson gets nominated for Best Lead Actor Oscars and he wins, this will be the first time in Oscar history that back-to-back winners in that category were Black men. And it will be passing the torch from one Black man to another. And that'll be the first time in Oscar history that back-to-back Black winners have won consecutively like that, because usually there's always a space in between when it comes to the acting categories, if they're even nominated. Actually, he would be the 8th one. Jackson Girl. Michael B. Jordan is the 7th. Jafar would be the 8th. It's unfortunate that Delroy Lindo did not win for Best Supporting Actor, which in my opinion he should have, because then let's hypothetically say again that Coleman Domingo gets nominated for Best Supporting Actor. That'll be again imagine this for a second. Let's hypothetically say Delroy Lindo won last year, Coleman Domingo wins next year for Best Supporting Actor, and that will be another first Black actor handing off to another Black actor in the same category. Just like with Michael B. Jordan and Jafar Jackson. That'll be the first time that ever happens. Of course, that's not going to happen because Delroy didn't win. But if Michael B. Jordan does, if Jafar does win, that'll be the first time back-to-back Black actors win in that category. And you can go back and look in the Oscar history and you'll see that. Let me check to see how many Black actors have won for lead actor. Oh, you're right. Someone can. You know what? I was wrong. It is 6. Whoever said that, Jackson Girl, you're right. It is 6 so far. So if Jafar did win, he would be the 7th. And 7 is the number of completion. Yeah, so I'm kind of like speaking it into existence. I'm like, the thing is, I'm not like, for most of us, we know that when it comes to like award shows and everything, we know that there's typically a bias. But when we know that someone's deserving, look no further. Jafar is at the top of my list. I'm gonna be completely honest. As far as like the men go, he's at the top of my list. Because not only it wasn't the fact that he just played his uncle, he embodied him. He became him. A lot of people don't know. Jafar worked on this role 2 years before he shot one scene. He worked out. He got his body in the shape like how Michael had his body. He did a lot of choreography. He worked with Michael's choreographers. He did a 2-year prep before he shot one scene. And also, when I was looking at behind the scenes stuff with Antoine Fuqua, they did all the concert stuff before they did the more grounded stuff, the non-performance stuff. So like Bad, when they did the Victory Tour, the Pepsi commercial, the Motown 25, the videos like Thriller and all of that stuff, they did all of that stuff first before they shot all the more grounded stuff where he's interacting with his family, the record labels, and all of that. And they said that it took them like 2 weeks to get through all of those performances. You would never know by how well it came out when we saw it. I was even reading, Jafar said his toes would bleed because of all the amount of dancing and rehearsing he had to do. He said his feet would swell up, his toes would bleed. Think of a ballerina. That's what it came. He basically ended up getting ballerina feet. Oh, the sequel to Michael is definitely coming. And I'm gonna tell you right now, wouldn't it be amazing? He does that sequel and he gets nominated again. But definitely congratulations, early congratulations, with the movie being as successful as it is. Jafar Jackson, kudos to him. Bright future ahead. I mean, this headline right here is amazing. Like I said, it's in that Jackson blood. It is. All right, y'all. So that was pretty much it. But now what I'm going to do is, of course, I'm going to drop the link and let y'all come up and say what y'all got to say about what we just discussed.
All that, but shout out to the people that did tap in. I was trying to tap in, but I had to deal with city council, so I wasn't able to talk. But shout out to Tori and Rain Reloaded. Make sure y'all subscribe to his channel. Shout out to the Jacksons, making history once again. All right, so moving along to the humble origins of my city, Denver, Colorado. Actually, before that, we got Mamdani. How's Mamdani doing? Freezing rents, and he did something else as well. So, Cash Short will give us an update on that.
New York City rents just broke the wrong record. Listen.
This comes as a new report confirms something many of us have felt. Housing prices just hit another record high in the city.
Yeah, stunning new numbers. They are alarming. And I can tell you that the June median rents in Manhattan surged to numbers we've never seen before. And that is pushing up prices in the outer boroughs as well.
I mean, it's pretty expensive. It's definitely a premium to live in New York, but it is a very nice city.
But nice comes at a cost. Alma Raghazi just moved to Rego Park, Queens from Tampa, Florida for med school.
It's probably about a grand more a month. Back in Tampa, it was around 1,300.
He must
Here,
have
it's around
roommates.
2,300.
And that price for a one-bedroom is quite cheap compared to what the same unit's renting for in Manhattan. A report from the real estate
Look
firm
at this.
Corcoran showing median rent prices surging more than 8% year to year to just shy of $5,300 a month. Brooklyn also hitting a record at $4,350. Other recent data showing higher prices in parts of the Bronx and Queens too. Average rent prices in Rego Park
No
up
one can afford
12%
this.
year to year for a one-bedroom, according to real estate firm
For a
M&S.
one bed.
The landlords are not running social welfare programs. It's not like I'm, let's love the landlord, but I mean, they provide a service. They're doing it for a profit.
This is a crisis.
Yeah. New York City Comptroller Mark Levine telling me it's as simple as supply and demand.
Well, why didn't anyone tell the mayor that? Because freezing rents just eliminates apartments from the market because now nobody's moving. And look what that's leading to.
A growing number of homeless encampments on Manhattan's West Side between the Intrepid Museum and the Javits Center.
$6,000
Dave Carlin
rents.
spoke with neighbors who say the city isn't doing enough.
They're making it worse.
Encampment at West 45th Street at 11th Avenue, where getting a shave means using water from a hydrant, and finding shade means making it yourself with strips of plastic and cardboard.
So I have to walk my dog, and I'm all alone in the street sometimes.
Living in a nearby apartment is Lucy, who asked we not share her last name. She told us she takes chances bringing her pup Ginger west to this area near the Intrepid Museum.
Wow.
The scene is similar, 1 block up to West 46th Street. And also down to West 34th Street.
This is crazy.
She says the populations keep growing.
Some of them, they're very nice. They're very polite. They get out of the way. But there's some of them crazy.
Wow.
They keep, yelling and screaming and throwing things.
It's definitely not ideal. Yeah, I just generally feel helpless because as an individual, I don't know what to do to solve this problem.
Mayor Mamdani was asked what the city is doing about this issue.
We are focused on connecting New Yorkers to shelter and on establishing a pipeline to stable housing, not just.
Well, where's the pipeline to stable housing in a city where your policies create apartments that are so expensive nobody can afford them? And why isn't anybody listening to the comptroller who's been sounding the alarm?
Rents are going up everywhere for one simple reason. We don't have enough housing.
Isn't it just so expensive to build a new project in New York City?
Yeah.
Is that part of the issue as well? Because you see these new buildings go up and they've got to charge $6,000 for a one bedroom.
Yeah.
More than that, man. We are seeing the average cost of housing easy $750,000 per unit,
Whoa.
and sometimes more than $1 million per unit.
He's calling on city lawmakers to streamline regulations and make sure office or residential conversions continue. And that report from Corcoran also revealing the vacancy rate in Manhattan continues to get tighter.
Oh, the vacancy rate. That's a good thing that we brought that up because you know what? New York City has the tiniest number of available apartments it's ever had. Listen.
It's considered a housing emergency.
Yeah.
New York City's rental vacancy rate is 1.4%, the lowest since 1968.
That's crazy.
But today, they took a step to address this crisis.
Oh, they did?
The city now turning an underutilized NYPD parking lot into a housing development.
they're gonna-
Naveen Dhaliwal takes a look now at the plans
They're
in
gonna
the East
they're gonna
Village.
take away the police parking
For
lot.
decades, Hannah Millman's view from her East Village condo overlooked an NYPD parking lot on East 5th Street. Soon it will be different with an affordable housing development project in the works.
It's going to block our windows, but I'm all supportive of the mayor and giving affordable housing for New Yorkers.
City officials say the project that will be called the Oria delivers on the promise of putting city-owned land to better use.
Are you going to let the police live there? Because they're driving to work from way outside the city because they're not paid enough to get a $6,000 apartment. Now what? They're going to have to take the subway? Any excuse to
Minimum of
defund the cops?
131 deeply affordable homes with a set aside for a minimum of 30% of the units going to seniors who need on-site supportive services.
They also say 30% of apartments will be reserved for formerly homeless New Yorkers. There'll be a large array of services for those living here, plus landscape terraces and green roofs to enjoy.
Health services will include primary care, mental health services. This building will also provide 25 parking spaces for the NYPD.
Okay, so
Officials
25
say hundreds
cops.
of local residents gave feedback on the plan, but some we spoke with are concerned about the building's size.
My concern is just the way that the street feels, and it's 100 feet, I believe, of real estate that's just going to one purpose.
Okay, that's the other problem with housing in New York. It's very expensive to build anything because nobody's allowed to build anything. Then after you build something, the mayor comes along and says he's going to punish you for building it. He's going to freeze your rents. And if he fines you too much, he's going to confiscate that building. And then you got the neighbors who don't want you to build anything either, because if you build new housing, the housing they have, which has a massively inflated price, ends up going down. And then they said after they build this affordable housing project, they're going to connect the whole thing with a whole bunch of services, a whole bunch of nonprofits. I mean, what could go wrong with that?
And on establishing a pipeline to stable housing, not just moving New Yorkers from one place to another place. To this specific encampment, we're going to look into that.
The city's Department of Homeless Services took over encampment sweeps from police, starting each job with 7 days of outreach before the clearing starts.
Where's the outreach?
We spoke to this man who did not want to be identified, and he talked about being homeless for the past 3 years. He says hotter weather this week will force him into Penn Station or Bellevue Hospital, and then the streets again. He says no matter what the mayor says, long-term solutions for him do not feel forthcoming.
And you know why that is? As you're about to see and learn, there are no long-term solutions, and freezing the rent is the opposite of a solution.
True or false? The median asking rent in New York City just hit over $5,000 a month. True. And as long as supply stays tight, that number is only going one direction, up.
Uh-oh.
True or false? New York hasn't had a housing shortage this severe since 1968. True. The lowest vacancy rate ever recorded in 1968 is only as far back as the data goes. It could be even longer.
Probably
True
is.
or false? The New York region is projected to be short nearly 1 million homes by 2035. True. True or false? The city plans to spend more than $22 billion over the next decade to build new housing. True. But we won't see any of that housing for another 10 years. And finally, true or
10
false?
years.
Tens of thousands of rent-stabilized apartments are sitting empty right now. Already built, already in the neighborhoods people want to live in, ready to come back as rent-stabilized apartments. True.
Oh, yeah. So right now there are 57,000 empty rent-stabilized apartments, which landlords can't afford to renovate because they need to be brought up to modern standards, but the rents can only be $800 a month, and nobody will be able to do that without going bankrupt. But if it's going to take the city 10 years to dig their way out of this, the mayor freezing rents has nothing to do with affordability because things are going to get even less affordable. Instead, freezing rents just guarantees that 2 million people living in those apartments vote for you every single year because their rent is frozen and they're essentially getting a handout from the government. And if they vote against that handout, well, but a year ago, the city did something else to jack up the cost of apartment prices.
1 year ago, New York City passed a law that was supposed to be a massive win for renters. It banned landlords from making the tenant pay the broker fee.
Yeah.
Now that we have a full year of data, the results are, a little, maybe not what everybody expected.
Yeah, it didn't work.
So quick background, for decades, right? If you've ever rented an apartment in this city, you know that you would have to come up with the broker fee, the first month's payment, and the security deposit, all kind of the same amount, right? So it was a very heavy fee, a very heavy cost on a renter to just simply move into an apartment. So the FAIR Act was introduced. This flipped it. It tried to remove at least 1/3 of that, at least the broker fee. They wanted the landlord to pay, right? They wanted whoever hires the broker to pay it. So in this case, it's usually the landlord. So they wanted the landlord to pay it.
But when they came up with this law and bragged about this law and passed it, nobody jumping up and down that landlords had to pay for something asked themselves, gee, where are these landlords going to come up with the money to start paying brokers' fees? But just before we continue, do you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns? Do you file every year and just seem to keep owing money? Did you suddenly retire and get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Or are you a business owner with messy books and a balance you can't afford? However your tax issue started, the result is the same. Your balance is not going down. The penalties grow, interest compounds, and many of you are about to owe again this upcoming year with absolutely no plan in place. So stop what you're doing right now and call Tax Network USA. The IRS is not waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. This is where Tax Network USA comes in with over 15 15 years in business. There's not a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. In fact, they specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all. And whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their tax team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. They can do the same for you, but you have to call now. Their team is offering a free consultation call with the IRS. After that investigation, they put a clear plan in place to help you get your tax matter resolved and get back on track. And this is about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. Do not wait for another IRS letter or frozen bank account. Call the number right here, 866-686-1735. That's 866-686-1735. Or visit tnusa.com/cash. That link will also be in the description of this video.
Surface, it worked. The average cost to move into an apartment dropped from around $13,000 to about $7,500. So that's real money back in renters' pockets on day one.
Sure.
Now, here's a part that a lot of people did predict, right? But the broker fee did not disappear.
Oh, it didn't,
It got baked into the monthly rent. So landlords simply raised the rent to cover what they now paid their broker, just spread out over 12 months.
What a surprise!
So in Park Slope, the average rent went from $5,200 a month to $6,000 a month in under a year.
Under a year.
Right? So the cost didn't vanish. It just got spread out. It got subsidized.
Wow.
And the landlord keeps that higher rent every month that you stay.
Right. That's why no landlords complained about this, because they knew that over time in New York's housing crisis, the fact that rents were higher and the fact that people, after they pay to move into an apartment, end up not wanting to move again because it's so expensive, that folks are going to remain in the market rate apartments that they rent at the higher rent while decreasing the supply of apartments even further so that rents can go up even further. Landlords are not here to run some sort of free enterprise and give these things away. And if you're going to freeze their rents and some of their apartments, they got to jack up the cost on the market rate apartments, which is why we got $6,000 rents. And then if you're going to tell them they got to pay all the broker's fees for these apartments, that's going to push the rents up higher because they got to get the money from somewhere. But again, they can't get it from the rent stabilized apartments. So that number, that 57,000 empty apartment number, that's depressing for a couple of reasons. The first reason is the landlords can't afford to renovate the apartments. And the second reason is, even if they can't afford to renovate the apartments, now they got to pay somebody to go find them a renter on top of that. We're creating so many reasons for there not to be housing in the city. That's the real problem. But remember that police parking lot that they want to turn into affordable apartments? How affordable are these things really going to be?
Just steps from the shore, boardwalk, and Coney Island's iconic attractions, BFC Partners Phase 3 project is boosting affordable homes and local business.
I think affordable housing is a fit for New Yorkers wanting to live and experience both a summer aspect of living really close to the beach and an amusement park, but also having amenities available to them now year round.
Phases 1 and 2 delivered more than 800 affordable apartments now fully leased. Phase 3 will add 420 more, completing a 100% affordable development built by local workers.
Each individual phase is between 4 and 450 construction jobs as the projects are being built. We do hire from the community from construction jobs and then long-term full-time employment in the operational systems of our project.
Residents will have amenities like a fitness center, playroom, and rooftop space, plus access to a pharmacy, grocery store, and future retail. Units will serve households with incomes starting around $25,000 to $35,000.
I think it's pretty good for the price. Also, with the carnival, the beach, it's pretty good. We have a good little amenities going on.
And when Phase 3 is complete, residents will have more than affordable housing. They'll have ocean views, cyclone games, and a boardwalk all steps away.
There'll be a 60-day application process where people will be able to submit their interest. If you don't try out, right, you never know if whether or not you're going to win. All it takes is a dollar and a dream, they say, right?
Yeah, it's real funny, but because these places are affordable, the only way to get one is to become part of some sort of lottery system where the rent that you end up getting is going to be tied to your income level and will be affordable for you, but it's going to be essentially like winning a lottery ticket. I've been in some of these apartments that were just a few $100s a month, and we're in these luxury apartments, and they rented immediately, and there were thousands, tens of thousands of people fighting over them. And although it's great that somebody gets affordable rent, most people end up just wasting their time and getting depressed when the reality is you shouldn't have to win a lottery ticket to live somewhere and be able to pay your rent on time. No, you should be able to live wherever you want to live. And if your city is stopping the construction of housing for some reason, that's a bad policy. That's a policy that creates homeless encampments. That's a policy that leads to people having to leave the city like I had to. My rent was going up and I was in a 3-bedroom apartment and I needed more space, but it just wasn't out there. The place that I needed didn't exist, or it did. It would just be, 5-figure rents.
And so this is the parking lot in question here on East 5th Street in the East Village. Now, across the street from that parking lot is actually the 9th Police Precinct. Officers there actually use that parking lot. Certainly they have something to say about this.
Yeah.
And so do people who live in this neighborhood.
Yeah, the police.
With apologies to Joni Mitchell, we are paving over a parking lot and putting up Paradise.
Paradise in the East Village apparently looks like this. 131 new units of what the city's calling deeply affordable housing, 30% of which will be designated for seniors. The $90 million public-private partnership
$90 million!
taking over this NYPD parking lot, part of the mayor's block-by-block housing plan to cut red tape and fast-track hundreds of thousands of new homes over the next decade.
This is one project that we're celebrating today, but soon you will be seeing numbers coming out from HPD on what the total year's production was, which is a much bigger number than 131.
The announcement coming days after a report from the real estate firm Corcoran found median rents hit another record high in June, $52.95 a month in Manhattan.
Here's a question that nobody wants to ask. If you've got a building that is a $90 million public-private partnership, and it's going to build 131 apartments and give them away at rock-bottom prices when the actual cost of maintaining an apartment is $5,300 a month, $6,000 a month. I mean, you name it, it gets bigger as the size of the apartment goes up. Who do you think's paying for the 131 apartments in this massive apartment tower to be so cheap? It's the other people that are going to be renting there. Their rent goes up, so somebody else's rent can go down. This is like the definition of communism. And you've got people that are looking at these new buildings. They're saying, well, why doesn't the whole thing be affordable? Why doesn't the whole thing be locked in at a rock bottom price? Well, there's another question they're not asking. How long and how sustainable are these apartments even going to be? Who's going to pay for them? Where's the money for all of that going to come from? That's what nobody's asking. It's not going to come from the landlord because the landlord's the city, which means once again, with these affordable apartments, it's the people who live in this city that don't get one that are going to end up getting taxed to pay for it. And that's the real tragedy here. You got 131 apartments. Great, 131 people are going to get a place to live, but everybody else has to pay for that. Not everybody gets to live there. And then when it's time for them to move, when it's time for you to move, you're paying more than you ever have in your whole life to live in a city that it's just getting less affordable for the vast majority of people that live here. And when a new project does come up, your chances of getting in there are almost zero. I mean, you have to win the lottery. That's why they call it an apartment lottery to get one of these affordable places. I think it's a big disaster. I think that they should let people build buildings that are much higher than 4 stories. I think that would be very helpful. I think if they have empty lots in the city right now, they should let someone build something there right away as long as it's structurally sound. And they should let it be taller than the neighboring buildings. That's the other problem. This whole zoning thing of keeping everything tiny and small, that doesn't help anybody. It just means that we're never going to have new apartments. What do you think about that? See you in the next video.
I think you're right, Cash. Yeah, I think you're right. Especially for New York. Like, New York is very high density. Anybody that's ever been there could tell you that. So they should allow for more heights on the buildings for the residential. So switching gears, we're in Denver now, and the Trump administration drops attempt to freeze $10 billion for social services. And Democratic states.
The Trump administration is dropping its attempts to freeze $10 billion in funding for child care and social services in states led by Democrats. The feds had been claiming, without offering evidence, that there was massive fraud in those states. In early January, the Trump administration announced a freeze on funding for temporary assistance for needy families, TANF. In Colorado, TANF provides temporary cash assistance, job training, and other support to low-income families with children. The freeze also impacted payments to the Child Care and Development Fund, which helps families in need access child care. Colorado gets more than $130 million a year from those federal grants, which serve 14,000 families in our state. The Trump administration claimed that Democrats in 5 states, including Colorado, or allowing fraud. A judge temporarily blocked Trump's freeze after states sued. Now CNN is reporting the Trump administration is dropping the restrictions on funding and withdrawing its request for information on whether those programs also benefited immigrants in this country without authorization.
Interesting. So that was all fluff. I gotta go back to New York. I forgot about something. So also, Mamdani emptied out 15 New York City jails, and then 20,000 illegals wipe out Chinatown.
It is going to take us quite a bit of time to ensure that we can put our city back on the path that the city council voted for.
But he says he's doing what he can in the meantime to make the city's jail system safer and smaller.
And smaller is exactly the name of the game because the city was just able to close part of Rikers Island, a notorious jail at a time when criminal activity is reaching levels never seen before, taking over sidewalks and businesses, overwhelming the police. While the mayor himself takes aim at America on the 250th birthday of our country, a country he's proud to have recently become a citizen of that he also says has been rigged since its very inception.
How much money does somebody make here on Canal Street selling fake Gucci?
I sell in 2 months. I make 20,000.
Why can't I videotape you on the street? You know what the First Amendment is?
Why are you posting it online? You're not supposed to do that.
Why?
That's illegal.
You're not supposed to sell illegally on the streets of New York City.
But the bigger issue is that the city's current jail population is around 6,500 prisoners. The 4 new borough-based jails designed to replace Rikers will only hold 4,000 prisoners.
America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit.
This is ridiculous. I think it's insane.
This goes almost a mile, maybe 2 miles sometimes, left and right.
As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, who tell our children that we live on stolen land or that our heroes were oppressors, they're doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future.
Right. Let's shut down our jails and let criminals do whatever they want, go wherever they want, no consequences whatsoever. And while the mayor says doing this makes our city safer, nobody in favor of these ideas is able to explain how letting criminals hang out on the streets by the businesses and people they might be accosting does any of that, because it doesn't. But as we just heard from the mayor, on the 250th birthday of our country, this is an unjust place, which apparently has always been run by and for the powerful, even though the people who started it fled the powerful King of England and his regime. But now there's a new regime in the capital of capitalism, and it's got big plans. And they're not good plans. In fact, nothing the mayor has done recently since he got into office has been a win for New Yorkers. Every single initiative has had more of a cost to it than whatever the benefit supposedly is. Take, for example, the idea of frozen rents, which might mean some New Yorkers get a 0% rent increase on their $800 apartments instead of the 1% increases they were paying in the past, which is just going to force their landlords to jack up rents on their free market apartments and their commercial storefronts, which means your rent might be frozen, but now your boss might make less money, and now your grocery store might make less money, which means the costs for everything you want to pay for and the amount of money entering your paycheck are going to go down because your rent can't. And this idea of shutting down jails, who exactly does that benefit? Allegedly, it benefits criminals who the people running this place don't think should be in jail at all because they're not criminals. They're victims of an unfair society run by oppressors. But the problem with this view is if you're going to reward criminal behavior with unlimited freedom and zero consequences, how is that going to convince those who do the wrong thing to change their ways? Well, it doesn't. And that brings us to the real reason New York City is in in a lot of trouble. If you're going to do everything you can to protect criminals and embolden them, you're going to reap what you sow. And this is happening every day on the streets of our city, which are being taken over by illegal marketplaces where stolen products are sold in broad daylight and nobody lifts a finger to stop it, which explains why you can't buy anything from CVS anymore without someone unlocking it, even if it's a pretzel. And who pays for all of this? Well, that would be the law-abiding, who are the ones subsidizing crime in a city they believe is run by folks who care about them. But watch this next clip and tell me if that's really the case.
Buckets full. Now, this is an area where me and my cameraman got jumped by a mob of these fraudsters. And then, to my surprise, I see the man once again here on Canal Street.
The same guy!
Been arrested by the feds.
That's crazy.
Wait, no way. That guy got arrested by ICE,
and now he's back. Yeah, he's back. That's crazy.
I remember you. Why?
I'm a businessman and I have my own family. I have 7 kids in America. And you taking a recording at me for illegal.
Because you're doing stuff illegal?
No, you doing an illegal thing. Posting at my picture online and my video to make money. That's what you're doing. That's how you live in your life.
You're filming me right now.
Yes, because that's how, I'm not posting you online, but you're posting me online to make money. That's how you live in your life. I don't live my life like that.
This is called journalism.
Yes, that's what the news does.
And I do business. I sell food all day. Me and my wife is a family business.
So he sells food all day, but every time Nick Shirley goes to Canal Street in New York City, he just happens to find this individual on the streets in New York City selling things that are illegal, counterfeit goods on the exact same street corner where he apparently actually is all day. Isn't that interesting? Now, what's fascinating about this is this same individual ended up getting arrested, but obviously things transpired in a way that has allowed him to remain in the country. And that's what's so crazy about this. We're being told by people like New York City's mayor that we need to release as many criminals as possible because this country is run by people who want to just deport everybody. But here this guy is. He's still on the streets. America's got laws. And whatever those laws are, however they are interpreted by a judge, the Trump administration is following them. But you know who's not following any of their own laws? The people that run New York City, because they're allowing folks to sell stuff on the streets in an illegal manner all the time. And it is absolutely wreaking havoc on the local businesses that are here. You cannot run a business if there are so many people selling things outside of your business that nobody can physically get inside. Meanwhile, the amount of money the city is losing because it won't enforce its own laws is absolutely insane. Watch this.
This goes almost a mile, maybe 2 miles sometimes, left and right, northwest, east, south. And the city council recently released a report that if these areas were being taxed, New York City would have $1 billion back in its pockets. And you wonder why we have a budget deficit.
That's crazy.
It's because open air criminality like this and fraud happening on American streets is not penalized. And it's not the cops' fault. The cops have arrested some of these people 15, some of them 19 times. It's the politicians' fault. They will not pass legislation that criminalizes this behavior.
In fact, they recently passed legislation that decriminalized this behavior, which is why it's now everywhere. People are no longer arrested and put in jail for breaking the law like this. You can have a boatload of counterfeit goods coming out of a van, selling it on every sidewalk in an entire neighborhood, violating all kinds of laws, and nothing happens. You don't even need a permit to do this anymore. The worst the city can do is come along and give you a fine. And if these people are making $3,000 to $5,000 a day, the fine is inconsequential to them. There is no fine that is going to stop this type of behavior. They are making so much money. And now the reason this is such a big disaster in New York City is because it has become the hotspot for this kind of thing. There are many people who flock to this area just to buy stuff off the street. Now, has this always happened in New York? Yes, but you've got miles of this madness going on. It used to never be this prevalent, but now it is. And I guess if you're going to run New York City and you're going to decriminalize everything, it's not a big deal if you shut down the jails. There's nobody in them anyways, and you're just paying to keep the lights on.
You got 5 pictures here.
Okay, but I'm asking you, is this not you? And is that not your rep sheet?
No, that's not me.
So
mine's right there. Yeah. So this is different people in there.
Okay, well, keep
So
going.
what do you?
Is that I just asked you.
You guys have nothing better to do. You went to sit over here. Of course. Where?
I'm asking you if this is your picture and this is your rap sheet. That's a question.
That's from Homeland Security right
Dog,
there.
that is a rap sheet long enough to track me. And you're saying you're here not breaking the
How
laws?
long have you been in America?
I'm asking you. This is a question. Then you answer that part.
Over here, bro. What are you talking about?
Is this your track record?
No, that's not
Okay,
mine.
interesting.
Okay.
Interesting. So this is all false.
What's your name?
The Department of Homeland
No.
Security
Okay.
is making
So
false
what's your
statements.
name?
Interesting.
My name's Nick Shirley. What's your name?
My name is Spec Mohammed Mamadou. Yeah.
So that's not. Can you film that? That's not your track sheet.
No.
That's not your rap sheet. This is false.
That's his picture.
Then we'll serve a correction.
bro.
Right?
No,
We'll send the Department of Homeland Security.
no.
If this is false,
So what's crazy about this is the people that are out on the street working at an illegal market, running an illegal market, which they're at every single day. It's not like that's the only thing they're up to. They are involved in allegedly a whole bunch of different crimes. It's not just that they're selling stuff on the street that is illegal and is totally counterfeit. There's other stuff going on as well. And what's crazy about this is we're told that decriminalizing behavior and closing jails makes our city safer. But the reality of the situation is that it just emboldens people. It tells people that, hey, if you can get away with this level of crime, maybe the next level's achievable, and maybe the next level's achievable, and maybe the next level's achievable, because there's no consequence at any of these levels. And that's a big disaster. That's hurting the legitimate companies. Look, right here, where this whole thing is happening, you have retail for lease. Right here, you have an abandoned storefront. Why is there nobody running that storefront? Well, why would you run it? The people outside your storefront are making thousands of dollars a day, and your rent is tens of thousands of dollars a month for that storefront. You wouldn't open it. You would be stupid to do that. You're going to be put out of business by people on the sidewalk paying no rent who are never asked to leave.
So now the crackdown on the sale of counterfeit merchandise in Chinatown, NYPD raids near Canal, Hester, and Mulberry Streets led to 17 arrests and collected $150 million in merchandise.
Oh.
Officers recovered watches, jewelry, perfume, sunglasses, and plenty of knockoffs of other kinds.
Wow.
Police also recovered $145,000 in cash.
Wow, $145,000. You know why this doesn't get a lot of attention? Because every single news organization in New York City knows that the day after this takes place, all the criminal activity is going to come right back. And it did after ICE was famously down there on the streets of Canal Street, and they arrested the individual who's now back and says he has a restaurant and he's never actually there. After that happened, within 24 hours, everybody was back. Why? Because the risks do not outweigh the rewards at all. And I know that they said they just made 17 arrests, but think to yourself, why are people getting arrested if the act of selling things on the street has been decriminalized? Well, what happens is they're stopping people, they're identifying people who all have ID and are able to identify themselves, and they're figuring out that these people have long rap sheets and that some of these people have outstanding warrants. And if somebody is selling things illegally on the street and they have a warrant for some other heinous crime, they're supposed to be in court, they never showed up, there's an arrest warrant for them, that person then gets arrested. So the people they're taking off the streets did something else in addition to breaking all of the laws you see being exposed in these videos. And that's what's just so wild. It's all allowed. It's all encouraged. People are emboldened. But if it's your view that all of this is taking place in a country that is evil and is wrong and is run by criminals, what's the big deal?
As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions.
Oh my goodness.
We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more.
What?
We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans.
None of what he's saying here is true. First of all, I would like to know the names and the families of all the children that he's talking about who are going to sleep hungry in his city, because you know what? The U.S. government and even New York has extremely generous programs that provide free food for everybody. They were even giving out prepaid debit cards to folks who just arrived in New York and got off a bus from the southern border and weren't even supposed to be here. So don't tell me that this is a city or a country that is allowing people to go to sleep hungry. That is not happening. Also, these unmarked vans that are spiriting people away after ICE agents allegedly go to some restaurant that's run by people that aren't supposed to be here. What was the name of that restaurant? When did that happen? These are not real examples. This is just hyperbole being used to justify attacks on our country, to say that it's not great, to say that it's a terrible place, to say that it needs to be destroyed and remade in a completely new image that has absolutely nothing to do with our history on America's birthday of the 250th anniversary of our country, which is an incredible country, which isn't any of the false statements we just heard.
Our rights here given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed.
Right.
Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success with envy not, and I say that.
Right.
Some people are envious and some people are not. We are not, but with admiration, and we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it. We are an incredible, good, kind, and generous people, always ready to help a friend or a neighbor in need. No one has ever given more to charity, ended more hunger, cured more disease, or done more to uplift humanity than Americans, and no country ever will be able to match it.
Yet if you listen to the communists, this is a totally rigged system. But Trump brings up something very interesting here. Now, you and I, we're watching this video and we hear the president say things like, we're not envious of the success of others. And how many of you get up every single day and see somebody who's doing better than you financially and just hate that person and want to punish them and wish that they were locked up and view them as like, we don't think that way. We aren't out there looking at Elon Musk and saying, oh, gee, this guy, oh, man, every day I get up and just hate the fact that he has money. That's my money. Like, we're not doing that. And to put this into perspective, I started doing New York City real estate in 2008. That's the same year Ryan Serhant started doing real estate. Now, he has become the most successful real estate agent in the entire country. We started at the same time. I obviously made very different decisions than he made. So did everybody else who started at the exact same time. Does that mean he didn't earn it? Does that mean he's not working hard? Does that mean he's not smart? Does that mean he doesn't know how to grow business? Absolutely not. He deserves all the success that he has. But the reason communists don't think like that is because they believe that the game is rigged. And that's what they've been teaching people, which is why the people that live in New York were able to elect a mayor who says these things.
In their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom. We're not all.
What are you talking about?
America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes.
What are you talking about?
America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit.
The rest of us?
How
What is
small
he
they
talking
are.
about?
How weak. How unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another.
Which is what this is.
Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress.
I mean, the only division that any of us see is a guy who gets up and says that this country is unfair. It's run by oppressors. Success is wrong. It should all be taken away. The government should run everything. What you have should be given to somebody. I mean, that's as divisive as you could possibly get. But, oh, no, it's the people that have been running America for 250 years that are all about divisiveness and division.
Americans honor excellence. We admire boldness. We respect ambition. We're a nation of dreamers and believers, warriors and explorers, doers and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition. What is strong can be made stronger. What is fast can be made faster. What is great can be made greater than ever before. And that's what's happening with America. Show us a mountain and we'll just climb it. Show us an ocean and we'll just cross it. Show us a problem and we will just solve it.
But the question that I have is, if that's true, if America's really as bad as the communists are telling us, why do they all want to come here and take it over? Why don't they take over some other country that's not as bad and terrible as America is? And why are we so prosperous in America? Why does every single person in America live better than people do in other countries and in other parts of the world? It's because we have capitalism. It's because capitalism lifts everybody out of poverty. Capitalism can feed the world, but communism can't feed anybody. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
I disagree. What do you think about that, lady?
Capitalism.
Yeah.
That kept getting. That's wild.
What Mamdani's doing in New York.
Fucking wild. Like I was sleeping. I was having nightmares. But I was hearing it. I was like, oh my god. Like it sounds good, but if you couldn't be or get them up or just do right if you wanted to. There's somebody that be like they're not gonna do the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the last two topics is about Denver. And that is the humble beginnings of Denver, the impossible city. The city that was never supposed to be a city, but ended up being one of the biggest cities in the country. So this what this is about, and then the last one's going to be facts about Denver that most natives of Denver or locals of Denver didn't even know.
In November of 1858, a land speculator named William Larimer stood on a bluff overlooking a creek that was barely a creek, feeding into a river that was barely a river, and decided this was the place to build a city.
On the East Coast.
There was no harbor, no navigable waterway, no timber worth cutting. The nearest settlement of any size was 600 miles to the east. The land received about 15 inches of rain a year, roughly what Reid gets. And the gold that had supposedly drawn everyone to these hills, the reports had been wildly exaggerated. Within months, prospectors would be painting "Busted by God" on their wagons and heading back the way they came. That patch of dry, treeless plain at the foot of mountains that offered nothing easy is now one of the 25 largest cities in the United States, the financial capital of a region bigger than most European countries, a place with a metropolitan economy above $200 billion. Denver is the greatest bluff in the history of American cities, a place that called itself into existence and then dared the continent to let it die. The bluff began, literally, with a bluff. Larimer had come from Leavenworth, Kansas, with his son and 4 other men. He'd made a fortune in railroads back in Pittsburgh, lost chunks of it speculating on land. And now, at 49 years old, he was chasing the Pikes Peak gold rush with the desperation of a man who needed one more score. When he arrived at the confluence of Cherry Creek and the South Platte River on November 12, 1858, he found a problem. Someone was already there. A group had staked a claim called St. Charles on the very spot Larimer wanted. But the St. Charles Company's representative, a man named Charles Nichols, had gone back east for supplies. So Larimer simply took the claim. He showed up, declared the prior stake invalid, and, according to multiple accounts, threatened to have Nichols hanged if he made trouble. A barrel of whiskey reportedly smoothed the transition. 10 days later, on November 22nd, Larimer organized the Denver City Town Company. He named it after James Denver, the governor of Kansas Territory, hoping the flattery would win him political favor. What Larimer didn't know was that Denver had already resigned the post. News traveled slowly. The city that would become one of the great metropolises of the American West was named for a man who no longer held the office it was designed to honor, founded on a stolen claim in a place where the gold wasn't. Across Cherry Creek sat Auraria, a rival settlement founded weeks earlier by Georgia prospectors led by William Green Russell, who had found about 20 troy ounces of placer gold near the mouth of Little Dry Creek the previous summer. Real gold, but not much of it. The two camps despised each other. Businesses that wanted to serve both set up in the dry creek bed between them, literally straddling the border. The Rocky Mountain News, founded by William Byers, who would become one of the most important men in Denver's history, was among them, hedging its bets on neutral ground. By spring of 1859, the true scale of the Pikes Peak hoax was becoming clear. Thousands of prospectors arrived and found almost nothing. They had crossed 600 miles of plains, many on foot, some pushing their belongings in wheelbarrows, drawn by newspaper reports that were either exaggerated or outright fabricated. The creeks held traces, specks, just enough to keep a man digging for a day or two before the truth settled in. The great wagon trains began reversing course. Wagons that had come west painted with Pikes Peak or Bust went back east bearing a new slogan, Busted by God. Denver City, this collection of shacks and log cabins and tents at the edge of the Great Plains, was emptying out. The town's promoters, Larimer chief among them, were left trying to sell lots in a city that was hemorrhaging the only people who might buy them. And then in May of 1859, a prospector named John H. Gregory struck a major gold lode in the mountains near what would become Central City, about 35 miles to the west. It wasn't at Cherry Creek. It wasn't anywhere near Denver. But Denver was the last supply stop before the climb into the mountains. And that simple geographic fact, being the closest flat ground to the real gold, saved the town from becoming a footnote. Denver wasn't where the wealth was. Denver was where you bought your pickaxe and your flour and your whiskey before going to get the wealth. It was a middleman from the start, and that turned out to be the role it would play for the next century and a half. The rival towns merged in April 1860, the ceremony held on the Larimer Street Bridge across Cherry Creek, and Denver became officially one settlement. Larimer, who had named the main street after himself, was instrumental in getting Congress to establish the Colorado Territory in 1861, with Denver as its capital. He expected to be named governor. Abraham Lincoln gave the job to someone else. Larimer would eventually leave Colorado and return to Kansas, having founded a city he would never fully benefit from. But the city he left behind was just beginning its education in catastrophe. A great fire in April 1863 burned much of Denver's commercial district to the ground. The following spring, Cherry Creek, that modest trickle that rarely looked like much, surged into a flash flood that killed 20 people and caused $1 million in damage. Henry Brown, a carpenter from Ohio who had arrived in 1860 and was quietly accumulating land, lost his boarding house and his shop to the floodwaters. He would rebuild and keep buying property and eventually own 160 acres on a hill overlooking the city. Remember his name. An Indian war broke out on the plains, cutting stage lines and leaving Denver with only 6 weeks of food. This was a city that kept getting knocked flat. What mattered is that it kept standing back up. And the people who stayed through each disaster were the people who had bet everything on Denver and had nothing to go back to. Then came the crisis that should have killed it for good. In 1867, the Union Pacific Railroad, building the first transcontinental line, chose its route through the west. The tracks would run through Cheyenne, Wyoming, 100 miles to the north, across the easy flatlands and over a natural pass through the mountains. Denver, separated from that route by empty prairie, was bypassed. The significance of this is hard to overstate. In the 1860s, the railroad was the difference between a city and a ghost town. Towns the railroad reached prospered. Towns it missed vanished. There was almost no exception to this rule anywhere in the American West. Thomas Durant, vice president of the Union Pacific, looked at Denver's situation and delivered a verdict that has echoed ever since. The city, he said, was too dead to bury. He was almost right. People began to leave. Businesses closed. The population stagnated. The 1870 census would record only 4,759 residents, essentially no growth from a decade of effort. Territorial Governor John Evans, who had staked his political career on Denver's future, understood the stakes with perfect clarity. Colorado without railroads, he said, is comparatively worthless. What Evans did next was either visionary or insane, depending on how much you trusted a few hundred people on the edge of nowhere to build their own railroad. Evans and a group of Denver's business leaders, David Moffett, a young banker who had come to Denver from New York to open a bookstore and ended up running the First National Bank, William Byers, the newspaper editor who had been boosting Denver since before it deserved boosting, Walter Cheeseman, Luther Kuntz, incorporated the Denver Pacific Railway and Telegraph Company on November 19, 1867. Their plan was to build 106 miles of track from Denver to Cheyenne, connecting themselves to the transcontinental line that had refused to come to them. They had no federal bond subsidy. The Union Pacific, which had pledged to help fund the connection, reneged. Evans went to Congress and managed to secure a land grant of 900,000 acres to encourage investment. But hard cash was scarce. He launched a publicity campaign across Arapahoe County. His partners lobbied wealthy residents. Others persuaded middle-class citizens to buy small amounts of stock. Within several days, they raised $300,000, a meaningful sum, but not nearly enough to build a railroad. The effort seemed on the verge of failure when Evans cobbled together the remaining financing from Eastern investors and that congressional land grant. Ground was broken on May 18, 1868, near where the Denver Coliseum stands today. Nearly 1,000 people came to watch. 2 years later, on June 24, 1870, the first train from Cheyenne pulled into a new station at Wazee and Winecoop Streets in what is now lower downtown Denver. 2 months after that, in August, the Kansas Pacific completed its line from Kansas City. Denver, the town that the Transcontinental Railroad had written off, was now connected in two directions. It had built its own salvation with subscription money and stubbornness. The population, which had flatlined for a decade, was about to explode. What made it explode was silver. In 1878, a storekeeper named Horace Tabor was running a general store in the rough mountain town of Leadville, 100 miles southwest of Denver. Tabor was no prospector. He was a failed farmer from Vermont who had drifted west with his wife Augusta during the gold rush and ended up selling supplies to miners. But Tabor had a habit of grub-staking prospectors, advancing them food, tools, and supplies in exchange for a share of whatever they found. Augusta thought this was foolish. Most grubstakes returned nothing. But in May of 1878, two German immigrants named George Hook and Auguste Richer, who couldn't pay their tab at Tabor's store, struck a massive silver lode at the Little Pittsburgh mine. Tabor's 1/3 share made him a millionaire almost overnight. He sold his stake for over $1 million and immediately began buying more mines, including the Matchless, which at its peak was producing $10,000 a day. Tabor's money poured into Denver like a river breaking its banks. In 1881, he built the Tabor Grand Opera House at 16th and Curtis Streets, hiring architect Willoughby Edbrook, remember that surname, to design a theater that would put Denver on the cultural map of the nation. No expense was spared. Japanese cherry wood, Honduran mahogany, European oil paintings, silk plush chairs from Marshall Field in Chicago. A single furnishing order cost $15,000. The total bill ran between $750,000 and $850,000. For opening night, September 5, 1881, Tabor selected America's most popular soprano, Emma Abbott, and her Grand English Opera Company. He offered her a lavish guarantee to perform a 2-week season. Railroads scheduled special excursion trains. Visitors flooded in from across the territory. The programs were printed on perfumed silk. That night, as the audience filled the ornate hall, the cherry wood gleaming, the frescoed ceiling glowing in gaslight, Emma Abbott's voice filling a theater that just 23 years earlier had been empty prairie, Tabor was presented with a solid gold watch fob in the shape of an ore bucket, a gift from grateful citizens. He had sewn on the stage curtain a verse that he probably didn't think much about at the time. It read, in part, "So fleet the works of men, back to the earth again. Ancient and holy things fade like a dream." Denver was transforming at a speed that stunned even its own boosters. Between 1880 and 1890, the population tripled, from 35,000 to over 106,000, vaulting from the nation's 50th largest city to its 26th. Silver money built mansions on Capitol Hill, stocked the bars of the Windsor Hotel, which had opened in June of 1880 at 18th and Larimer, built of Fort Collins sandstone by an English syndicate at a cost of $750,000, boasting itself the largest hotel between Chicago and San Francisco, complete with Turkish and Roman baths, its own farm to supply the restaurant, and a fabled diamond dust mirror in the lobby, and fueled a construction boom that remade the city in stone and brick. 17th Street became known as the Wall Street of the West, lined with banks and mining exchange offices where shares in Leadville and Aspen properties traded with a frenzy that rivaled anything in New York. The Colorado state population had swelled by nearly 400% between 1870 and 1880, and by another 100% by 1890. And most of that new money flowed through Denver. David Moffett, who had helped save Denver with the railroad, was now president of the First National Bank and investing in mines, railroads, and water companies. He helped organize the Denver Water Company with Evans and Walter Cheeseman in 1890. The city was growing so fast it was outrunning its water supply, a problem that would define Denver for the next century. Every one of these men was betting on the same proposition, that Denver was permanent, that the silver would last, that this city on the dry plains deserved palaces and opera houses and a water system to match. The grandest bet of all came from Henry Brown, the carpenter from Ohio who had lost everything in the 1864 flood, had spent 2.5 decades quietly becoming one of Denver's wealthiest men. He had homesteaded 160 acres on the hill east of downtown, donated the land where the state capitol would rise, and sold off the rest at enormous profit as the neighborhood became Capitol Hill, the most fashionable address in the city. Now, in his 70s, Brown decided to build a hotel on a triangular plot he owned at the corner of Broadway, Tremont Place, and 17th Street, a patch of land where he had once grazed cattle. He hired architect Frank Edbrook, Willoughby's brother, the man who had also designed Denver's Oxford Hotel, and told him to create the finest hotel between Chicago and the West Coast. Edbrook designed a 9-story triangular building in the Richardsonian Romanesque style, wrapped in Colorado red granite and Arizona sandstone. Its interior was revolutionary, an 8-story atrium open to a stained glass skylight surrounded by balconies with ornate cast-iron grillwork. Onyx, imported from Mexico, lined the lobby, the grand salon, and the 8th-floor ballroom. The building had its own artesian wells, its own electric plant, steam heat, and elevators. Each of the 400 guest rooms had a fireplace and a window. The triangular design made that possible. It was one of the first fireproof structures in America, built with hollow blocks of porous terracotta instead of wood. Scientific American put it on its cover. The total cost was $2 million. Brown paid 3/4 of it himself. On August 12, 1892, the Brown Palace Hotel opened its doors. When Denver's socialites stepped into the lobby for the first time, what they saw was unlike anything west of Chicago. The atrium soaring 8 stories above them, the late afternoon light filtering through the stained glass skylight and falling on the Mexican onyx, the ornate iron balconies receding upward floor after floor like the interior of some improbable cathedral. 26 hand-carved sandstone medallions of Rocky Mountain animals decorated the exterior between the 7th-floor windows. Elk, mountain lion, bighorn sheep, as if to remind the building of where it stood. Rooms cost between $3 and $5 a night. The lobby contained a smoking room, a men's bar, a ladies' waiting room, and 18 storefronts. The blueprints alone reportedly required 2 tons of paper. It was, by almost any measure, one of the most ambitious buildings in the American West, a building that declared in red granite and Arizona sandstone that Denver was permanent. It had been open for 11 months when the world fell apart. In the summer of 1893, President Grover Cleveland called a special session of Congress to repeal the Sherman Silver Purchase Act, the federal law that required the government to buy millions of ounces of silver each month, propping up the price. The repeal passed. Silver, which had been trading above $1 an ounce, plunged to under 60 cents. The effect on Colorado was immediate and devastating. Mines closed across the mountains. 30,000 miners and smelter workers lost their jobs. They streamed into Denver looking for work that didn't exist. On July 18, 1893, 4 savings banks in Denver closed their doors in a single day, 3 of them permanently. Runs started on the national banks. By the time the panic subsided, 12 banks had failed in Denver alone. Real estate prices collapsed. The streetcar companies couldn't collect fares. The Brown Palace, open for less than a year, was suddenly an extravagant monument in a ruined city. Henry Brown himself couldn't pay his debts on the hotel and was eventually forced to sell. And Horace Tabor, the Silver King, the man who had built the Opera House and given Denver its first real claim to culture, watched his empire disappear. His mines were worthless. His real estate, heavily mortgaged, was seized by creditors. His mansion on Capitol Hill was sold. The Tabor Grand Opera House, that temple of cherry wood and silk where Emma Abbott had sung to perfumed silk programs, slipped from his grasp. He and Baby Doe were forced to pawn their belongings. And the couple who had once been spotted riding through Denver in a coach with 4 horses in gold harnesses became the targets of lawsuits and public ridicule. At 65 years old, the man who had been one of the richest people in Colorado went back to the mines and shoveled slag for $3 a day. In 1898, friends secured him an appointment as postmaster of Denver, a charity position. He moved into the Windsor Hotel, which was by then already declining from its former glory. On April 10, 1899, Horace Tabor died of appendicitis. 10,000 people attended his funeral. On his deathbed, he reportedly told his second wife, Elizabeth, known as Baby Doe, the woman he had scandalized Denver by leaving Augusta for, to hold on to the matchless mine. It will make millions again, he is said to have told her. Baby Doe believed him. She moved to a one-room cabin at the mine, 12 feet by 16 feet, outside Leadville. She lived there for more than 3 decades, through Colorado winters at 10,000 feet, waiting for the silver to come back. On a day in early 1935, neighbors found her frozen body on the cabin floor. She was 81 years old. The silver never came back. That is where the story of most cities would end. The resource runs out, the money leaves, the people follow the money, and what's left is a small town with big buildings it can't maintain. It is the story of 100 American cities that boomed on one commodity and then faded when the commodity did. Denver knew this script. Denver had watched it happen to Leadville, to Central City, to a dozen mountain towns that went from 10,000 people to a few hundred in a single decade. The question was whether Denver would follow them. It didn't. And the reason it didn't is that Denver, from the very beginning, had been built not on a resource, but on a refusal to accept the verdict of geography. The same impulse that made Evans and Moffett build their own railroad when the Union Pacific bypassed them, the impulse to simply reject the rational assessment and act anyway, now drove the city's recovery. Denver's power elite, bloodied by the crash, set about diversifying with the same manic energy they had brought to silver. They couldn't control the price of metal, but they could control what Denver was for. And what they decided was this: Denver would no longer be a mining city that happened to have other businesses. It would be the supply and processing center for the farms and ranches spreading across the high plains, the financial hub for everything between Kansas City and Salt Lake, and the commercial capital of a region so large that no competitor could touch it. Stockyards and meatpacking, flour mills, grain elevators, sugar beet processing, brewing and banking. These became the new economic base. The Denver Union Stockyards, established in 1886, grew into one of the largest livestock markets in the country. The National Western Stock Show began in 1906 and still runs today. The sugar beet industry, which took root after 1900, revived agriculture across the eastern plains. Denver extended its economic reach by a railroad into Wyoming, Utah, Montana, New Mexico, and the western edges of Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Texas. Not content to be merely Colorado's capital, it positioned itself as the capital of a vast interior region that had no other major metropolis for hundreds of miles in any direction. If you were a rancher in Wyoming, or a farmer in western Nebraska, or a miner anywhere in the Rockies, Denver was your city, the place where you banked, where you bought equipment, where you sold your cattle, and increasingly, where you went for a good time. The city also benefited from a happy accident of chemistry. The silver crash had barely begun when gold was discovered at Cripple Creek on the southwest slope of Pikes Peak in the early 1890s. Unlike silver, gold's price was set by the federal government and immune to the kind of legislative whiplash that had destroyed the silver market. The Cripple Creek district would eventually produce over $20 million in gold per year at its peak, and Denver, naturally, became the processing, banking, and supply center for those operations, too. The discovery of gold at Cripple Creek in the early 1890s, gold, not silver, and therefore immune to the silver crash, brought a new infusion of mineral wealth. The Denver Mint, which had operated as a federal assay office since 1863, received a grand new building in 1906 and began stamping coins. But the most dramatic transformation of the post-crash years came from a rotund, cigar-smoking political boss named Robert Speer, who was elected mayor in 1904 through an election so corrupt, as many as 10,000 fraudulent votes by some accounts, that even Denver's famously flexible electorate raised eyebrows. But Speer, for all his ethical flexibility, had a genuine vision. He had attended the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago and been dazzled by the White City, that temporary neoclassical paradise on the shores of Lake Michigan. He came home determined to turn Denver from a dusty, unplanned mining camp-turned city into what he called Paris on the Platte. What Speer did over his 3 terms as mayor, 1904 to 1912, and again from 1916 until his death during the Spanish influenza pandemic in 1918, was impose the City Beautiful movement on Denver with a forcefulness bordering on obsession. He tamed Cherry Creek, the same creek that had flooded and killed 20 people in 1864, turning it into a tree-lined waterway with a boulevard running alongside it. He built Civic Center Park, a neoclassical ensemble of public buildings and monuments between the state capitol and the city hall. He gave away 111,000 free tree saplings in his first 8 years, 3 per person, and many of those trees still shade Denver streets today. He laid hundreds of miles of sewer and storm drains, paved roads, installed streetlights, and established the Denver Mountain Park system, which eventually encompassed over 13,000 acres across 6 counties, including Red Rocks Amphitheater and the route up Mount Evans. Denver, which had nearly died as a mining town, was being reborn as something entirely different, a city that sold itself on beauty, climate, clean air, and access to the mountains. Tourism, which barely existed before Speer, became one of Denver's most profitable industries. While Speer built parks, the men who had saved Denver before were still at work. In 1910, the Daniels and Fisher department store erected a clock tower on 16th Street that stood 325 feet tall, modeled after the Campanile of St. Mark's in Venice. It was the tallest building between the Mississippi River and the coast of California. A 5,500-pound bell was installed in the top floors, and 16-foot clock faces looked out in 4 directions. It still stands today, long after the department store itself was demolished in 1971. A city that had been a collection of shacks 50 years earlier now had a Venetian bell tower and a Parisian park system. And then there was David Moffat's last ruinous obsession. Moffat, who had arrived in Denver in 1860 as a 21-year-old bookseller, who had helped build the Denver Pacific Railway, who had become president of the First National Bank and invested in over 100 mines and 9 railroads, had one dream that consumed the final decade of his life: a railroad directly west from Denver through the Rocky Mountains to Salt Lake City. Cheyenne had its route to the north. Pueblo had one to the south. Denver, despite everything it had built, still lacked a direct western connection through the mountains. In 1903, Moffat created the Denver, Northwestern, and Pacific Railway and began building. The first stretch ran over Rollins Pass at 11,660 feet above sea level, the highest standard gauge railroad ever built in the United States. The views were spectacular. The operating costs were catastrophic. In winter, the snow on Rollins Pass was so deep and so persistent that clearing the tracks consumed most of the railroad's revenue. Moffat knew from the beginning that the real solution was a tunnel through the Continental Divide, but he couldn't raise the money. His competitors, the Union Pacific and the Western Pacific, blocked his railroad from using Denver's Union Station, forcing him to build his own small depot at 15th and Bassett, 3 blocks away. Eastern financiers, pressured by Moffat's rivals, refused to invest. Moffat poured $14 million of his own fortune into the railroad. It cost $75,000 a mile. The man who had once been among Denver's wealthiest citizens slowly went broke in the service of an idea that most people told him was impossible. On March 18, 1911, David Moffat died in a New York hotel room at the age of 71. He had traveled east one more time to try to raise money for the tunnel. He failed. His death was officially attributed to heart failure, though many speculated about suicide. The financial pressure had been enormous. He had spent everything. The tunnel existed only in his plans. It took 11 more years. Moffat's allies kept lobbying for the tunnel, but the opposition was fierce. Railroad companies that profited from the existing routes through Cheyenne and Pueblo spent heavily to block it. World War I changed the calculus. Transporting coal and oil from northwestern Colorado on the Moffat Road became critical to the war effort, and the crippling winter shutdowns on Rollins Pass made the case for a tunnel in strategic rather than merely commercial terms. Then, in 1921, a catastrophic flood destroyed much of the city of Pueblo, disrupting the southern rail route and demonstrating that Colorado needed alternatives. In 1922, the Colorado legislature finally approved funding. Denver itself contributed with a specific interest. The parallel pilot bore would eventually become a water tunnel, carrying western slope snowmelt under the mountains to a city that desperately needed it. Construction began in 1923. 2 tunnels, a railroad bore and the pilot bore, running parallel through 6.2 miles of the Continental Divide under a shoulder of James Peak. Roughly 800 men worked the headings from both sides, advancing an average of 21 feet a day. The rock was treacherous. In 1925, unstable formations at the west end caused cave-ins and massive delays, forcing the installation of double timbers and sending costs spiraling. The original estimate of $6.6 million ultimately ballooned to nearly $24 million. 28 men died in the construction, 6 of them in a single cave-in on July 30th, 1926. On February 18th, 1927, the pilot tunnel was holed through, the final blast of dynamite set off by President Calvin Coolidge pressing a telegraph key in Washington, the event broadcast live by radio from the heart of the mountain. The railroad bore was completed that July, and the first official train passed through on February 26, 1928. What had taken 5 hours to cross over Rollins Pass now took 12 minutes through the tunnel. When the Dotsero cutoff was completed 5 years later, the route through the Moffat Tunnel shortened the distance between Denver and the Pacific coast by 176 miles. David Moffat had been dead for 17 years. The tunnel bore his name. By 1936, the parallel bore was carrying western slope water under the Continental Divide to Denver, a city in a place that gets 15 inches of rain a year, drinking snowmelt from the other side of the Rocky Mountains, delivered through a hole in the earth that a bankrupt visionary had imagined 3 decades earlier. The pattern repeats itself so many times in Denver's history that it stops looking like luck and starts looking like character. A city with no natural advantages that manufactures its own. A city that should have died as a mining camp and chose to become a supply center. That should have withered when the railroad bypassed it and built its own. That should have collapsed when silver crashed and diversified into agriculture, tourism, and government. That should have stayed thirsty on the wrong side of the Continental Divide and tunneled through a mountain to get water. The federal government, which had largely ignored Denver in the 19th century, brought military installations during both world wars. Lowry Air Force Base, Fitzsimons Army Medical Center, the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, the Denver Federal Center. And by the mid-20th century, federal, civilian, and military employment had become one of the city's most reliable economic pillars, a kind of ballast against the boom and bust cycles that had defined every previous era. The population, which had been 106,000 in 1890, hit 213,000 in 1910, 322,000 in 1940, and 415,000 by 1950. Denver was no longer a frontier experiment. It was a major American city. And it wasn't done being tested. In the 1970s, Colorado enjoyed an energy boom driven by oil shale development on the western slope and high crude oil prices. Denver filled with energy companies and new office towers. Then, in the early 1980s, the price of crude plummeted from $42 a barrel to $10. Unemployment and office vacancy rates soared. The city found itself reliving 1893, another commodity crash, another economic foundation jerked away. And once again, Denver reinvented itself, this time pivoting toward technology, aerospace, telecommunications, and the financial services that had been quietly building since the days when 17th Street was the Wall Street of the West. The lessons of the Silver Panic, it turned out, had been absorbed into the city's institutional memory. Denver had learned, the hard way, not to depend on one thing. And the Brown Palace Hotel, Henry Brown's $2 million palace on the cattle pasture, the building that opened 11 months before the silver crash. The hotel that Brown himself was forced to sell when the banks failed, has been open for business every minute of every day since August 12, 1892. It has never closed, not for a single day in over 130 years. Presidents have stayed there, every president since Theodore Roosevelt, with 3 exceptions. Sun Yat-sen was living in a room there in 1912 when he learned that Chinese revolutionaries had overthrown the Qing emperor. It still draws its water from the original artesian wells. 2 of the cast-iron grillwork panels in the atrium were installed upside down in 1892 and have never been corrected. The onyx from Mexico is still on the walls. The Windsor Hotel, Denver's first luxury palace, the pride of Larimer Street, was demolished in 1959 and replaced with a parking lot. The Tabor Grand Opera House, the cherrywood and silk, Emma Abbott's voice, the golden ore bucket watch fob, was torn down in 1964. A brutalist Federal Reserve Bank building stands on the site now. The verse on Tabor's stage curtain was prophetic after all. But the Brown Palace endures, a triangular building of red sandstone and granite designed by Frank Edbrook for a carpenter from Ohio who had once grazed cattle on the lot, built to be fireproof in a city that had already burned, opened in a boom that was about to go bust, sold by its founder who couldn't pay his debts, and still standing, still operating, still lit from within by that stained glass skylight 8 stories above the lobby floor. in a city that has no natural reason to exist and exists anyway.
All right, so that was the history of Denver.
It's been a very long time, but I began my career as a journalist covering police news. Did so as a newspaper reporter in 3 different cities. In my experience, for what it's worth,
Did you know that Denver sits exactly 1 mile above sea level, giving it an alpine climate that boasts over 300 days of sunshine each year? That beneath its modern Capitol building lies a rich history born from the wild Colorado gold rush of the 19th century, and that one of the largest airport systems on Earth operates just outside its borders, surrounded by bizarre local legends. Denver is far more than a mountain stopover. It is a place where Western heritage, urban innovation, breathtaking nature, and diverse culture come together so intensely that it feels like a living force. So prepare yourself, because today we are exploring 20 incredible facts that explain why Denver deserves a spot at the top of your travel itinerary. Fact 20. The mile-high elevation shapes the local environment. Denver possesses a highly distinct geographical identity centered entirely on its precise elevation above sea level. The urban center rests at exactly 5,280 feet, which equates to 1 full mile high. This unique positioning on the western edge of the high plains, just before the sudden rise of the Rocky Mountains, creates a highly unusual semi-arid climate. Visitors often notice that the air is remarkably thin and dry, which accelerates dehydration and alters how physical objects behave in flight. Golf balls travel approximately 10% further here than at sea level, and baseballs fly noticeably faster through the light atmosphere. The elevation also ensures that despite receiving significant winter snow, the intense high-altitude sunlight melts accumulations rapidly, keeping the city unexpectedly clear. This atmospheric condition requires constant physical adaptation from arriving newcomers, yet it ultimately provides the municipality with a vibrant, sunny environment that dynamically defines its active outdoor lifestyle throughout all 4 seasons of the year. Before continuing, don't forget to subscribe and like to keep discovering amazing facts about U.S. cities. Fact 19. The etymology of the city stems from a political calculation. The naming of the settlement in 1858 was a deliberate attempt to secure political favor during the Kansas Territory Gold Rush. General William Larimer chose to name the fledgling cabin site after James William Denver, who was serving as the governor of the Kansas Territory at that time. Larimer hoped this strategic gesture would help establish the location as the official county seat, guaranteeing its future growth and legal stability. However, unbeknownst to the founder, Governor Denver had already resigned from his political office by the time the town was formally christened. Despite this ironic historical timing, the designation remained unchanged, and the small frontier outpost eventually eclipsed all surrounding encampments. The name transitioned from a forgotten politician into a global symbol of Western exploration, urban development, and high-altitude commerce, proving that a calculated political gamble could accidentally lay the permanent foundation for a massive modern metropolis that proudly attracts millions of eager visitors and business professionals from every corner of the world today. Fact 18. A catastrophic 19th century fire forced a total structural reinvention. In 1863, a catastrophic fire swept through the vulnerable commercial heart of the early frontier settlement, which was constructed almost entirely of flammable local timber. The ferocious blaze destroyed the vast majority of the business district within a few hours, leaving the young pioneer community in absolute financial ruins. In response to this extreme vulnerability, local leadership immediately enacted strict structural codes that completely banned wooden buildings within the commercial core. This sweeping public policy forced residents to rebuild using durable brick and stone sourced from nearby Colorado quarries. quarries, giving the urban center its distinctive historic masonry appearance. The new law not only protected the expanding municipality from future widespread conflagrations, but it also successfully established a thriving local manufacturing sector that generated thousands of jobs. The beautiful historic warehouses standing today in vibrant districts like Lower Downtown are direct results of this ancient safety ordinance, showcasing how an early disaster permanently upgraded the structural identity of the region for future generations. Fact 17. The International Airport is a massive engineering marvel surrounded by lore. Denver International Airport stands as the largest airport by total land area in the Western Hemisphere, spanning 53 square miles. Opened in 1995, this colossal transportation hub features a distinctive white fabric roof designed to mimic the snow-capped peaks of the nearby Rocky Mountains. The sheer scale of the construction project required moving more than 110 million cubic yards of earth, making it one of the largest public works endeavors in United States history. Because of its remote location and massive underground baggage tunnels, the facility has inspired an array of bizarre urban legends and conspiracy theories worldwide. These myths involve hidden subterranean bunkers, secret societies, and unusual apocalyptic artwork displayed within the terminals. Rather than suppressing these wild narratives, the airport staff openly embraces them through humorous marketing campaigns, turning a highly efficient transportation machine into a fascinating cultural phenomenon that consistently amuses millions of passing travelers who journey through the modern facility annually during their global adventures. Fact 16. Red Rocks is a world-renowned acoustic wonderland shaped by ancient geology. Located just 15 miles west of the urban center, Red Rocks Amphitheater represents a perfect fusion of physical geography and human entertainment. This iconic venue is sculpted entirely out of massive red sandstone formations that belong to the Fountain Formation, which dates back nearly 300 million years. Over millions of years, tectonic uplift and gradual erosion tilted these giant rock monolithic structures into a natural acoustic amphitheater. The two primary rock walls, named Creation Rock and Ship Rock, stand taller than Niagara Falls and flank the seating area to provide flawless sound distribution. Musicians from every continent praise the location because the ancient stone walls bounce sound waves with pristine clarity, eliminating the need for complex artificial audio modifications. It remains the only naturally occurring, acoustically perfect amphitheater known to exist on the planet, drawing hundreds of thousands of music lovers and outdoor fitness enthusiasts to its steep stone steps every week to experience the unforgettable magic of live performances under the open Colorado sky. Fact 15. A dual grid system reflects the historical convergence of two separate settlements. The unique street layout of the Central Business District reveals a fascinating chapter of early urban planning and economic rivalry. Modern visitors often notice that the downtown streets run at a sharp 45-degree angle, which completely contradicts the standard north, south, east, and west grid covering the rest of the metro area. This geographic anomaly occurred because the original 19th century settlements of Auraria and Denver were platted parallel to the banks of the South Platte River and Cherry Creek to maximize water access. As the two communities merged, planners realized that forcing a standard compass-based grid onto the existing river-aligned streets would create massive structural confusion. They chose to preserve the diagonal layout downtown, which offers the modern benefit of maximizing solar exposure on sidewalks during cold winter months, while allowing the newer outer neighborhoods to expand along traditional cardinal directions, leaving a highly visible and permanent geometric testament to the frontier origins of the city that continually shapes modern navigation and downtown traffic flow. Fact 14. The Colorado State Capitol building showcases a sparkling historical legacy. The iconic State House, completed in 1901, features a majestic dome that represents the rich mining heritage of the region. Originally constructed using copper, the structure was completely replaced with gold in 1908 due to the natural tendency of copper to oxidize into a dull green patina. To celebrate the 19th century pioneers who risked everything during the Colorado Gold Rush, laborers coated the dome in shimmering 24-karat gold leaf. During a comprehensive restoration project completed in 2013, artisans applied approximately 65 ounces of nearly pure gold leaf that was carefully hammered into delicate sheets. This precious material was donated directly from a historic mine located in Teller County, ensuring the dome remains an authentic local artifact. Standing proudly against the mountain horizon, the gleaming golden structure serves as an unmistakable geographical landmark that reminds modern urban residents of the profound mineral wealth that initially catalyzed the permanent growth of the entire Western Commonwealth. Fact 13. The United States Mint operates the single largest coin manufacturing facility on Earth. Established in 1863 following a major congressional act, the Denver branch of the United States Mint has evolved into a vital pillar of global economic infrastructure. While it originally opened to assay gold brought by miners from the Rocky Mountain fields, the institution transitioned to producing official circulating currency by 1904. Today, this massive industrial operation manufactures billions of coins annually, fulfilling the daily transactional needs of commercial businesses across North America and beyond. The secure facility utilizes automated computer-controlled presses, heavy robotics, and sophisticated metallurgical techniques to maintain extreme geometric precision during high-speed stamping. Beyond daily production for currency circulation, the Mint designs an expansive collection of commemorative medallions and rare bullion pieces that attract passionate collectors from every nation. The high-security fortress stands near the Civic Center, functioning as a critical component of global financial systems while offering educational museum tours to interested visitors who explore the historic downtown area each year. Fact 12. The beloved modern cheeseburger was officially trademarked by a local drive-in restaurant. Denver occupies a highly surprising position in American culinary history as the formal birthplace of the trademark cheeseburger. In 1935, an entrepreneurial restaurant owner named Louis Ballast added a slice of melting American cheese to a sizzling beef patty at his Humpty Dumpty Barrel drive-in. Recognizing the immense marketing potential of this delicious combination, Ballast successfully obtained a formal legal trademark for the specific name cheeseburger from the federal government. Although other diners across the country later claimed to have experimented with similar cheese toppings, the Denver location secured the definitive legal title first. The original roadside restaurant eventually closed, but local historical societies erected a large stone monument on the site along Spear Boulevard to commemorate this pivotal gastronomic achievement. This unique culinary fact remains a point of deep pride for local food enthusiasts, proving that early Denver business owners were just as innovative with popular roadside cuisine as they were with Western commerce and restaurant culture. Fact 11. Colfax Avenue stands as the longest continuous commercial street in the nation, stretching across the entire metropolitan landscape. Colfax Avenue functions as a legendary thoroughfare that perfectly captures the diverse spirit of Denver. Named in 1868 to honor Schuyler Colfax, an influential politician who helped secure statehood for Colorado, the road began as an ancient dirt trail used by eager miners heading into the mountain valleys. As the city matured, the avenue transformed into a primary segment of the historic Route 40 highway system, which eventually extended completely from coast to coast. The street achieved distinct international fame when publication companies playfully dubbed it the longest and most wicked street in America due to its eclectic mix of neon bars, diners, music halls, and vibrant characters. Today, the avenue hosts iconic cultural institutions like the historic Bluebird Theater, indie bookstores, and specialized local shops alongside the Colorado State Capitol building itself. Navigating this endless stretch offers an immersive tour through the architectural, economic, and social transformation of the entire Rocky Mountain region today. Fact 10. A massive mountain park system provides expansive urban wilderness outside city boundaries. Denver owns and carefully maintains one of the most unique and expansive conservation networks in the United States, spanning more than 14,000 acres. Launched in 1910 and requiring explicit congressional approval in 1914 to acquire federal lands, the mountain park system extends across 3 separate counties. This vast collective terrain encompasses 22 fully developed parks and 24 raw conservation areas that successfully protect multiple ecological zones, from prairie meadows up to high alpine tundra. One of the most famous properties within this sprawling network is Genesee Mountain Park, which safely hosts a city-owned conservation bison herd descended directly from the last wild herds in North America. These protected spaces ensure that the pristine scenery and native pine forests of the Rocky Mountains remain permanently preserved for public recreation. Visitors can easily escape the modern metropolis to enjoy high hiking, fishing, and wildlife viewing within an immersive mountain sanctuary that belongs entirely to the local municipal government today. Fact 9. The city serves as a premier epicenter for international craft brewing culture. Denver possesses a global reputation as a primary capital for independent craft beer production and innovation. The city boasts one of the highest concentrations of microbreweries per capita in the country, with dozens of unique tasting rooms scattered across vibrant urban neighborhoods like the River North Art District. This intense concentration of fermentation expertise catalyzed the creation of the Great American Beer Festival, which has been hosted in Denver annually for decades. This massive event represents the largest public beer tasting and professional competition on the continent, bringing together hundreds of expert judges and thousands of breweries from every state. The local brewing culture emphasizes experimentation, utilizing pure mountain water and locally sourced grains to create award-winning flavor profiles that constantly redefine the industry. From crisp pilsners to complex sour ales, the local community supports a thriving economic sector that blends traditional European beverage methods with a distinctively bold, collaborative Western spirit that draws millions of enthusiasts each year. Fact 8. Larimer Square represents a pioneering triumph for urban historic preservation models. The 1400 block of Larimer Street stands proudly as Denver's oldest surviving commercial district and its very first designated historic landmark zone. Originally laid out by the city founder in 1858, the street initially served as the primary commercial corridor during the historic Pikes Peak Gold Rush. However, by the mid-20th century, the neighborhood had suffered severe economic decline, and aggressive city plans called for its complete demolition under sweeping urban renewal efforts. In the 1960s, a passionate preservationist named Dana Crawford spearheaded a visionary movement to save the delicate Victorian-era architecture through adaptive reuse rather than destruction. Her successful commercial revitalization efforts stabilized the block, leading to its official historic designation in 1971. Today, Larimer Square features a beautifully preserved collection of late 19th century brick buildings filled with trendy restaurants, boutique shops, and vibrant outdoor spaces, proving that historic architectural assets can successfully drive modern urban economic growth across communities. Fact 7. Civic Center Park and the City Beautiful movement. Civic Center Park represents an unaltered example of the City Beautiful design movement in the United States. Conceived at the turn of the 20th century by Mayor Robert Speer, this public landscape incorporates classical architecture, grand monuments, and public gardens. Flanked by the Colorado State Capitol and the symmetrical Denver City and County building, the park forms a unified civic axis. This green space features a spectacular Greek amphitheater, formal fountains, and bronze statues celebrating Western pioneer history. In 2012, the park achieved formal designation as a National Historic Landmark due to its exceptional classical landscape architecture. Today, it serves as the cultural anchor for public gatherings, political rallies, and diverse multicultural festivals that unite the community. Fact 6. The Five Points neighborhood and the Harlem of the West. The historic Five Points neighborhood earned international acclaim during the mid-20th century as the Harlem of the West. This vibrant community served as the absolute cultural and commercial heart of the African-American population, emerging as a critical stop for legendary jazz musicians. Renowned artists like Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, and Miles Davis performed regularly at iconic local venues such as the Rossonian Hotel. Because segregation laws prevented Black performers from staying in downtown hotels, they lived and socialized within Five Points, fostering musical creativity. The neighborhood boasted over 50 bars and clubs alongside thriving businesses. Today, the district carefully preserves this profound heritage through annual music festivals, dedicated cultural centers, and historic walking tours. Remember to subscribe and like to continue learning fascinating information about different great cities in our beautiful country. Fact 5. The Denver Performing Arts Complex and Cultural Scale. The Denver Performing Arts Complex stands as one of the largest professional performance facilities in the entire world under a single roof. Spanning 12 acres in downtown, this massive cultural destination features 10 separate performance spaces with a combined seating capacity exceeding 10,000. An 80-foot-high glass canopy curves over the central pedestrian galleria, sheltering visitors as they move between distinct theaters. The complex serves as the permanent home for 4 world-class resident companies, including the Colorado Symphony and the Colorado Ballet. From Broadway national tours to experimental plays, the venue orchestrates thousands of events annually, drawing nearly 1 million patrons. This infrastructure demonstrates the deep commitment of the community to supporting high-level performing arts. Fact 4. The National Western Stock Show celebrates agricultural endurance. Every January, Denver hosts the National Western Stock Show, which stands as one of the oldest and most prestigious agricultural events in North America. Established in 1906, this massive multi-week celebration honors the deep Western ranching traditions that originally fueled regional economic development. The event kicks off with a spectacular traditional cattle drive through the modern skyscraper-lined streets of downtown, creating a striking contrast between frontier history and contemporary urban expansion. Attracting more than 700,000 visitors annually, the stock show features intense professional rodeo competitions, livestock auctions, horse shows, and educational exhibits. This cherished winter tradition ensures that Denver retains an unbreakable connection to its rugged agricultural roots even today. Fact 3. Confluence Park marks the exact birthplace of the city. Confluence Park protects the exact geographic location where Denver was founded during the gold rush of 1858. Situated at the scenic junction of the South Platte River and Cherry Creek, this historic site originally served as a critical encampment for early miners seeking fortune in the Rocky Mountain foothills. Over the decades, industrial expansion heavily polluted the waterways, turning the birthplace of the city into a neglected industrial wasteland characterized by contaminated sediments and degraded riparian corridors. However, a visionary environmental revitalization project launched in the 1970s completely transformed the area into a premier urban oasis. This intense ecological restoration effort required removing toxic industrial debris, stabilizing eroding banks, and replanting native cottonwood and willow species along the degraded waterways. Today, the park features advanced whitewater kayak chutes, sandy beaches, and expansive paved trails connecting to the vast regional greenway system that extends across the metropolitan area. The geographic position at the river confluence creates unique hydrological dynamics where the cold mountain water of Cherry Creek merges with the warmer South Platte, generating distinctive temperature zones that support diverse aquatic ecosystems. The park functions as a dynamic gathering place for residents while simultaneously serving as a critical ecological corridor for migratory birds and fish species moving through the urban landscape. This dramatic transformation demonstrates how aggressive environmental remediation can successfully reclaim devastated waterfront areas, restoring both ecological function and public recreational value. The park remains a powerful monument to Denver's origins and a testament to the city's commitment to preserving its geographic heritage. Fact 2. The Black American West Museum illuminates forgotten pioneers. Located in the historic home of Dr. Justina Ford, the first licensed African-American female physician in Colorado, the Black American West Museum preserves a vital frontier history chapter. Founded by Paul Stewart, this unique institution is dedicated entirely to uncovering the profound contributions of African-American pioneers, cowboys, miners, and soldiers who helped settle the rugged Western territories. Historical records displayed within the museum reveal that nearly 1 in 5 cowboys in the Old West were Black, challenging traditional Hollywood narratives. The exhibits showcase authentic artifacts, rare photographs, and personal letters detailing the incredible lives of legendary figures. By telling these stories, the museum completely reshapes the cultural understanding of early Western expansion. Fact 1. The moniker of the Mile High City dictates urban character. Denver holds an unshakable place in global geography through its universally recognized official nickname, the Mile High City. This precise moniker stems from the unique physical reality that the official elevation of the municipality is exactly 1 mile or 5,280 feet above sea level. To permanently commemorate this geographical fact, a row of seats at the outdoor sports stadium is painted bright purple, and a specific step on the western side of the Colorado State Capitol building features an official carved inscription indicating the altitude metric. This high elevation significantly influences culinary rules required for boiling water and baking bread across the metropolitan area while shaping the active lifestyle of the local population. What did you think of these 20 facts about Denver?
I know at least 15 of them. All right, so appreciate y'all tapping on in this now. Appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to Val for sticking with us. Shout out to Cardenas for coming through. Shout out to Black Joe, Shabaka, Michael, Breeze, Mac 285. Michael, anybody. that was speaking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations and separations and delineations and Black empowerment. Che and Kuma signing up from the Maha income and the legal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace. We'll see y'all Friday for Grand Rising with Shabbat and the Chase. And later should be dropping the RBA sometime today or tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. Peace.